everyone strive to reach the peak. Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle.
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 Every frame.
Every frame.
Every frame.
Every frame.
Every frame.
To you live from the heart of Indonesia. It's been 4 days since the Asia Pacific battle began. 4 survivors remain for their one shot at glory in the International League. Their one shot to be crowned champions. Welcome to VALORANT Champions Tour Ascension Pacific 2024. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and with me I have the beloved RRQ coach Ewok and the Philippines' finest, Dax. Welcome, guys.
Thank you, thank you.
How are you guys feeling? What do you think of the stadium?
Yo, the energy is electric early here in Indonesia. I know the crowd is still filling on in. And what we have, 4 teams to do battle, and especially one of them being the hometown heroes. You know the crowd is going to show up for them.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, Boom is going to be playing today, and the Indonesian crowd is absolutely excited. Apparently, all the tickets have been sold out or nearly sold out, full capacity here at Ewok. And this must be a lot of fun for you, having this event happening here in Jakarta.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a different experience from playing. I think this one's a little bit more exciting because I'm just excited to get to watch the games. Yeah, I'm usually doing a lot of watching as well.
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
But I feel like the feeling definitely is a little bit different, and I can relate to these players. They're feeling a little bit nervous right now. This is a big stage. There's a lot of expectations, right? So it's kind of nice to be on the other side of it for a
Yeah.
change. Yeah.
Welcome to the little observer
Thank you.
panel here where we get to relax a little bit.
You can see less stress already on Ewok.
I know.
He's not like,
it's
guys,
a whole
don't throw
different
that
feeling.
round. You're going to do great. You know, he's just here to watch the games and talk about them.
Yeah, he's a lot happier, a lot more chill. And we got our 4 final teams, our 4 qualified teams for playoffs. And gentlemen, are you surprised at all? These are the remaining 4. It's in Prisa Gaming and Full Sense, of course. We're looking at all 10.
Where?
Oh, look at them all
Whoa.
disappear.
Oh, they didn't need to do all the eliminated teams like that.
deleted them.
It was like, remove, go
Yeah.
back home. But truth be told, I agree with you, Victoria. These teams honestly expected to make it. Since Prisa Gaming, so much hype about them within the community. Riddle Order, incredible team, incredible firepower, Full Sense veterans, right? And of course, Boom Esports, Ewok. Sometimes maybe your rivals, players that you played with before, and truthfully very familiar to the hometown crowd.
Yeah, for sure. These guys, I know them all too well, and I'm not too surprised they're here. I'm really happy they're here to enjoy the crowd, right? And you mentioned the other 3 teams. We're not too surprised, right?
Yeah.
There are some teams, though, that shed some tears going home, and I feel like we kind of had that inclination to shed some tears as well for them.
Yeah, we felt that hard.
And now we do have today's matchup. We are lucky enough to see all 4 teams playing today. And kicking off today is the highly anticipated matchup. As you guys were mentioning, it's in Prisa Gaming and Full Sense to start the day.
Yeah, I think what's interesting though, SPG versus Full Sense is the only match right now that isn't an elimination match. If you win here, you go to the grand finals, you skip tomorrow, you become part of the crowd, you have a good time to see who will be your opponent. But on the other hand, later on, Riddle Order versus Boom, it's about their last chance here in Ascension, and we know there's only one slot to make the Pacific.
Yeah, and that is quite the matchup also to be the elimination one. It probably mean a lot to the Indonesian audience here if Boom doesn't quite make it through. That said, both of these teams, we actually don't know who's going to be making it through. We'll be talking about our predictions later, but it's a tough one. I think all 4 of them deserve to be here. We do have stuff going on in this venue, which is really cool. We got co-streamers here. There's a fan fest happening later this evening as well. I believe we have Donna on standby to show us a little bit of what's happening on ground.
Miguel here, and right now I'm with the Indian content creator. Could you please introduce yourself to the audience?
Hello everyone from Indonesia. Myself Harsh Khelrai, and yeah, I'm a YouTube content creator.
Oh, nice. I heard that you landed yesterday, and what things that you already did in Indo since you landed?
So I was really tired, but still I managed to have the hot pot.
Oh, a hot pot.
Yeah,
Oh,
yesterday I
nice.
had a hot pot. That was a good experience.
A good experience.
Yeah,
I
that-
love it. I really happy that you had a very good experience in Indo. And which team that you're rooting for in this Ascension?
So I'm rooting for the crowd favorites, Boom Esports.
Boom Esports.
Yeah, I want to see them in the finals.
Nice. I love that, baby. And any other teams that you would love to watch?
I'm really excited for today's game. I want to see how Dampy gonna perform today.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. Which team do you think will be on the grand final?
This is actually a tough question. But I feel it's going to be SPG,
SPG?
and I'm rooting for Boom Esports.
SPG and Boom Esports. And
Yeah.
we're gonna see if the grand final will be with these two teams.
Thank you so much, Abigail. I thought it was going to be Donna. We got Abigail down there talking to Hash, who's flown in from India. And unfortunately, we couldn't hear the audio for that. And it looked like they were saying some really interesting insights, probably about his time here in Jakarta.
Yeah.
But you know what, guys? What I really like personally, you may know this in Pacific, I like having games.
Yep.
And we got a little game, courtesy of production for you. We got a little game of true or false. So you guys get to name the prize.
Oh.
I don't know if you're gonna get the prize.
Dude,
What do you want?
What?
What is it that your heart desires?
Ascension merch
Ascension merch?
or a jersey that's signed by you.
Whoa!
We could do that. Could you get me to an international event next year?
Oh yeah, 100%.
You can make
I
that
got
happen?
You, I got you.
Okay, okay, okay.
Handshake.
All right.
Handshake.
All right.
Okay,
A left
okay,
hand
okay.
one? Okay, let's
yeah,
go.
left hand handshake. So you know it's a little sussy right there.
Well, let's throw out that first question on the screen. I believe it is about. Okay. We're not gonna have the question on the screen, and I can't open the questions. Hold on.
So how do we answer you? Do we just say it?
You know what? You can raise your hand.
Okay, I'll
Oh,
let you
all right.
always go first.
Oh,
Such
okay.
a
You both get
gentleman you are.
You'll both get a chance. That means he's gonna copy your answers.
Yeah,
Oh.
I see. I know his plans already. He was telling me last night
Playing
that
the
it was
mind
so
games.
game for any kind of games to come over. You know?
The
course.
question is, if you guys are ready, what's the age of the youngest player here in Ascension?
What's the age?
What is? Sorry, it's a true or false. The youngest age at this Ascension is 18 years old. True or false?
Go
I
ahead.
can go?
Yes.
False.
False.
Yes.
Okay.
You want a reason?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
Do you
sure,
want to
please.
say true or false first?
I mean, he wants to give a reason. Why not?
Oh, wait.
You're
No
over.
reason. You go, you go,
Okay,
you
I
go.
will also go false.
Oh, copying answer. Nice.
Yes,
All
of
right,
course, of course.
Ewok.
You're the coach. You know.
Tell us your rationale other than just knowing the birthdays of everyone here.
So outside of birthday, I do believe there's someone that is younger than 18. Believe we have a 17-year-old, right? That is on Zeta.
On Zeta?
I mean,
Oh, you're right, I'm thinking
I'm
Pacific.
getting ahead of it.
You're already there.
on
but-
Riddle,
Yeah,
right?
I agree with you.
I think potential previous Zeta player in the future, maybe, right?
Oh yeah. I mean,
course.
coming from Zeta Academy.
Oh,
Academy
from
type of
Zeta
player.
Academy, right?
I know, right? I was thinking too. In our top 4, we have 2 of our youngest cores still in the running between Prisa and Riddle, and I do
Yeah.
believe one of the players in Riddle is 17 years old.
Yes.
Maybe.
17 years old. Do you want to say who that? There are 2 Zeta Academy players.
Oh.
3.
All right, so we got. Okay,
You
so
know-
we're going.
I mean, this is just bonus points, but I feel
Alright.
like it's either maybe Ace, or if you want to go for a curveball, maybe it's Margaret from SPG. One of those.
Well,
two.
the answer is false, so you guys
Okay.
are correct.
Okay,
The
okay.
youngest is 17, which is why we don't actually see them in franchise,
Yeah.
in Tier 1, because you have to be 18 years old, and it's Margaret, 17 years old.
Margaret,
Jeez,
you
yeah.
had it.
Thank
Our
you,
Cypher.
Thank you.
Damn.
Our Cypher player who played your once.
Wow.
So we got one question. You guys are tied, but
Yeah.
it's okay. We have
We need a tiebreaker right now.
another game. Okay, if you want to
Okay.
do another one real quick, when Phoenix ults and he loses a duel to ISO's
Yeah.
ult, who comes back to the map
That's
first?
all true or false?
True or false?
Who
Sorry.
comes back first?
Who comes-
It's true. Okay, Phoenix will be back to the map faster than ISO.
True.
True or false?
True.
True.
Agree?
True.
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 Yeah.
True.
Okay, you guys are still tied.
Okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't help
So
anything.
I don't know how we're gonna do this. We're gonna figure it out in the second game of today.
Too smart.
Now we gotta talk about today's game because our game is kind of crappy compared to like what's actually gonna be happening on the stage. We've got SPG facing against Full Sense. Sin Prisa Gaming, the Korean team, has not lost a single match this entire tournament, and
Yeah.
they have no signs of slowing down, guys. How do you feel about Sinprisa?
Simprisa has just been pretty dominant, right? And now we're seeing both of these teams that's been pretty dominant that go through the upper bracket, and they're gonna reach each other, and they're gonna go up against each other head to head. So I think it's just Goliaths going at each other.
And Dax, I know it's actually incredible in this arena right now. It is so hard to hear each other. We're gonna see some of the highlights from this tournament of Prisa Gaming, and we're gonna talk through that because it's been absolutely incredible. Really sharp shooting, really tight plays. This is a team that people are saying they are the kings of reinventing the meta of comps. They always have the craziest country, so the most insane things. So let's look at the highlights.
Oh, this pump. Around the corner. And he has to be very careful. Advantage. Do they expect Debbie around the corner again, though? Look at this. Now dashed away. Great little V to hold down this line of sight. Francis here in to support Wyndham. Right clicks through.
Just to get one back in, it's going to be so awkward. They are absolutely clean. Gives the info away, Margaret. He's going to walk through, and he gets really early on as well. Really close start. Gami is... Turret gets activated. They get the info immediately. Francis hits it down. One enemy remaining.
Oh, this crossfire, though. That's the thing. Paranoid sent out. Zesbu. Amazing stuff. Now going in against them. Incredible precision. Famous firing back, but shut down by Debu with the blades. Snake bite. Down at their feet. But Prisa fires back. Repeating Zesbu's successes.
저는 지금 IGL을 맡고 있는 프란시스 선수라고 생각합니다. 저희가 조합이랑 이제 플레이를 저희가 독창적으로 이제 조금 많이 연구하고 이제 플레이를 하는 경향이 있는데 그거를 좀 더 이제 본인만의 느낌으로 조금 소화를 해주고 조금 이제 알아가려고 노력을 해주는 IGL이기 때문에 저희가 지금 그런 색깔로 유지할 수 있다고 생각합니다. 일단 내적으로는 정말 성실하고요. 일단 본인이 해야 된다라고 생각하는 캐릭터들은 이제 셋업 같은 이제 연구해야 될 것들을 굳이 알려주지 않아도 본인이 스스로 좀 찾고 연구하는 편이고, 원래는 예전에 대회를 준비를 했을 때는 이제 게임을 읽으면서 이제 플레이를 하다 보니까 이제 대회에서 좋지 않은 모습을 많이 보여줬던 적이 있어요. 23년도 챌린저스에서. 근데 이번에 24년도에서 스테이지 1 때는 잠깐 미끄러지긴 했지만 이제 스테이지 2로 넘어와서도 좋은 이제 폼을 보여주고 있는 게, 대회에서는 외적으로 절대 보이지는 않지만 이제 코치랑 감독 같은 경우에는 이제 목소리랑 이제 브리핑이 다 들린단 말이에요. 근데 이제 그런 것들을 이야기를 들어보면 이제 뭐 다른 몇몇 선수들도 정말 잘해주고 중간 풀도 되게 잘해주고 있긴 하지만, 근데 어찌됐든 간에 전체적으로 이제 그림을 잡고 그거에 대해서 상대방이 하는 거를 보고 활용하고 조금 변화를 주고 과감하게 시도할 수 있는 부분에서 이제 외적으로는 안 보이지만 그 부분에서는 되게 특별하다고 생각합니다. 일단 프란시스 선수 같은 경우에는 이제 인게임에서 상대방이 하는 거를 보고 이제 이야기를 되게 빨리빨리 캐치한다고 말씀을 드렸는데, 그 부분이 저는 정말 지금 뭐 퍼시픽은 모르겠지만 챌린저스랑 어센션에서 누구보다도 지금 제일 상황 캐치가 빠르고 좀 더 다양하게 빨리빨리 이렇게 이야기할 수 있는 부분에서는 저는 지금 프란시스가 제일 1등 IGL이라고 생각을 하기 때문에 그 부분에서 잘 봐주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Now, there are a lot of players to watch on this team, but all eyes are on Francis, the IGL, Dax.
Yeah, he's the cleaner to begin with. We remember Persia getting a 4K with the Sheriff. Francis can do that too, and then some. One thing that really impresses me about Francis is SPG as a whole, very aggressive team. You saw Coach Silkanon, he actually allows that to happen. He allows these players to try, but Francis is the one who finds a way to make it all happen. And I love the fact that we're highlighting his signature agent right now in Harbor, because in many maps he plays Harbor, Ascent, as well as Icebox. They're so meticulous in how they use the height side. And Dambi, he goes in when it's up, he reels it back when it goes down, and the timing is made thanks to Francis himself.
Yeah, for sure. I think this guy is really important for them to kind of calm that aggro sometimes,
Yeah.
right? Because they do go so aggressive. Of course, he's the one also calling it, right? That's the coach. He's leaning into that play style. So he needs to know when, all right, we need to take it a step back now, right? There's a right time to be aggressive.
He is one of the older players on this team, and this team has been interviewed, and they've mentioned Francis and Persia especially, that they allow their younger players to go all out, which is probably why they are such an aggressive team. But like you guys said, it's really important to also have an IGL who can also rein them in and make sure it doesn't get a little too out of control, because there's W Gaming, but there's W Gaming with no structure. That is absolutely not the case for SPG at all, but they are going to be facing against a Thailand squad, also extremely experienced. It's full sense. Now, this is a full Thai roster. We've got 4 players there who have so much experience. 2 of them who was already in VCT Pacific last year on Talent Esports X.
Yeah, and you know, I'm really impressed to see Full Sense make it all the way in the first place. There was a lot of hype for this roster. Foxy, Sushi Boys, can they even return back to Tier 1?
Yeah, it's. I saw Sushi Boys actually earlier today, and he was saying, look, I haven't seen you in a while. I haven't seen you since Korea last year, but I'll see you again next year. So
I like
that kind of
that.
confidence is
Yeah,
what
I
we
love
want
that
here.
confidence, right? That's what you want to see, right? These players need to prove, okay, I'm good enough. I should have stayed there. I'm back here now. I'm going back up, right? That's the confidence that each of these players need.
That's right. And we're going to see some of the highlights from this Thai squad over the last couple days.
Yeah, and come on, who else do we want to talk about first and foremost, but besides John Olson? Johnny Olson has been one of the best duels here that take control of the action. Usually you see in other teams, like perhaps with Prisa Gaming, they want to use Dambi to open up everything. Instead, here they want John Olson to pop off. If he's feeding off that energy, he's going to bring out the rifle into the operator. 3K, 4K, go for it. And it's just that momentum that they get early on right here, Ewok, that allows them to get some big leads at the start of these games.
Yeah, I think he's leading the stats for first kills right now.
Yeah.
He is a little bit more on the aggressive side. He does die a little bit more if you compare him to Dambi, right? But he opens up the round so many times for the squad, and then the other boys around him can really just shine.
Yeah, and I remember because of that, there are players like Sushi Boys who can reel it back on the side. But another player I want to point out that feeds off that positive momentum is Fox Z. If you do not allow, if you do rather allow Fox to actually get the scan on you, and John Olson's running out of the map, he will take the other sides of the space. He will push that lurk as far as he can and get the multi-frags that he knows that he can get in the first place.
Now, there is a key player we want to look at full sense. It's PTC. It's their IGL. Oh, we got more highlights. There's like endless highlights for this team. Because like in Prisa Gaming, there are so many amazing moments from this Thai squad. There have been a couple games where it came a little bit close, but overall they've been looking very structured, really honed. And as we've been talking about, the experience really shows here. These really tight moments where it could really go both ways, but because of full sense experience, it carries them over that finish line.
The flexibility with his agent pool is also unparalleled. He's one of the players has brought out an Astra into the tournament. We will always remember the moment that he saved the day for full sense there, stopping the DSG comeback. And PTC, he can do it all. He's been through all. And remember, alongside John Olson, right, they went to VALORANT Champions a few years ago.
Yeah, I actually quite like his KO. We see his KO on screen here.
Yeah.
I think his utility usage was actually great. So I'm looking to see him maybe on the KO even a little bit more. But you did say how flexible he was, right? He can play almost everything.
It's like also he has 2 sides. Sometimes he plays more supporting roles with those initiator and controller agents. Other times he's the one who wants to take command, get those frags too. And no matter what, a complete package in such a veteran of the Thai scene.
Yeah, speaking of veterans in the Thai scene, we already have a Thai player besides Talon.
Yeah.
We have another Thai player who's ascended since last year. It's Bleeds Scary. So this is very interesting to see all the Thai players, make it back into Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, if Scary has done it before, right, why not this whole squad that has so many veterans? And of course, Leviathan, who has been such an incredible player to watch out for, has a 50% clutch rate, and it feels to me that he's that missing piece of the full sense puzzle.
Yes, that seems to be the case. Now we're having a quick look at PTC, where we're going to be comparing our IGLs. Also, it was his birthday yesterday, and there's a thing about birthday buffs, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
It's
right?
real.
Let's see, right?
Yeah.
Did it work?
Think,
Did it work for your team when it was your birthday?
I don't remember. I think it was just a practice day. Was it?
Whenever it is a birthday, that team wins.
That's
it
true.
has been without a doubt. Anyone
Is
on
that
that team has
confirmed?
their birthday. It's confirmed.
Full sense is winning? Can we
think
lock
they're
it
winning.
in?
I don't know if it counts if it's the day before, but
Surely
we will
there's
talk about
something, right?
predictions.
Yeah.
And if,
Yeah.
I think Full Sense might win with the birthday buff, especially if it's their IGL.
Yeah.
He's like, every time I say something, my wish will be granted. You know, that's how birthdays work, right?
And surely he wished for a win today, right?
Absolutely.
I can't imagine anything else, right? A
Grand
grand
final
finals.
slot.
I can't think of anything better.
Now, we were talking about prizes, birthday gifts maybe, or game gifts. You win. We have another one from production here. We were playing this actually during our timeouts. You have to guess the agent.
We have
Okay,
another
we're
one?
gonna hear
Okay.
a sound cue, and you have to guess the agent. So are you guys ready? All right, let's
Um,
hear the first one.
Oh, that's not a sound cue. That's a picture.
That is a picture. Do you know what that is, Dax?
I
it's
know
a
what that
picture.
is.
That does seem familiar, doesn't it?
Very familiar, you know?
I feel like it's going to be quite strange if I get this one wrong, but I'm feeling pretty confident.
Yeah. So how do we say the answer?
How do you want to? Do you want to say it at the same time? Because
Sure.
you might
Yeah,
have the same
sure.
answer.
Give us a 3, 2, 1.
Yeah,
All
go
right,
for it.
ready? 3, 2, 1.
Omen. Ah.
Is it Omen? Do we get the reveal?
Yeah.
Nice.
Dude, we're still
Nicely done.
tied.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, you guys are still tied. All right, let's see the second one.
We got something.
This is Wingman.
This is Wingman.
Do we have
Attack
another
the
guess
bear?
the agent? Oh, there's
Oh.
only one.
Ah.
This
We're
doesn't
gonna
help.
stay
Vic.
tied.
We're still tied
Oh,
after 2
man.
games.
Yeah,
we got
this
more
is-
days, right?
We do.
We're keeping
Actually,
this-
you guys
this
are
competition
here every
going.
single day.
I
Yeah.
don't know. Why are we so competitive? What's going on?
I
I
don't
guess
know.
that's just the life,
I
right?
guess so.
Oh well,
It's
you guys are
Ascension
tied.
mindset, you know.
This is also why you guys are here on the analyst desk. You are the experts. You know what's going on. I have to ask. Do you guys want to share your overall predictions? It was shared on social media. Who's gonna take it all? Who's gonna be joining us in VCT Pacific?
So I've been pretty open about it, right? I have some biases, I have some friends, but I do also, outside of the biases, I do believe with the home ground, Boom can do it.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Well, Nas didn't make it. So I got, you know, sometimes you just feel the energy from all the
Yeah.
people around you. You land somewhere, you go somewhere, and you're just like, feels like home. And you know who's home? It is Boom. So I believe in Boom too.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see a
That's
trend
nice.
of copying answers
I-
here today.
I
Yeah.
can't believe this. We're like, we're tied.
why
We have
we're
the same
tied.
prediction. We have the same reasoning.
You guys are basically the same person.
Well,
Yep.
Well, we do have the second agent now. So let's have that second agent. Who is this agent?
Ah. Okay. You ready? I already have
Okay,
an answer.
yeah.
You know already? Oh, I think I know.
Yeah,
Okay, okay, okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, give us a count again, Vic.
Ready?
Alright.
3, 2, 1.
Sova.
Oh, they're the same person. It's
This
Sova.
is not.
Well, you know what? Tomorrow we're gonna make the questions more challenging
Okay.
for you guys. That was a little bit too easy for you, but. Ladies and gentlemen at home, we are in the heart of Indonesia. We're in the capital, Jakarta, and we're getting ready for playoffs. We're going to have our first matchup today, Full Sense versus Prisa Gaming. But before that, we're going to go a very quick break, and when we come back, we're going to get into that VCT Ascension action, so don't go away. Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific 2024. It's playoffs day, and we are going to find out who stays, who goes for the remaining 4 teams. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja. We got Ewok, we got Dax here. We've been chatting and yapping and having a little bit of fun with some games where you guys are tied right now, 3-3. Now we got to talk about our predictions. Maybe this will be the actual game whose predictions come true. We're going to talk about today's predictions. You're talking about your overall, possibly being Boom. But for today, for this first matchup, Prisa versus Full Sense. Dax, when you go first, who's your prediction? Why?
It's tough, right? You think about these two teams, absolute titans. Not only that, they haven't dropped a single map at all in their upper bracket runs. But we've seen a lot more cleanliness. We've seen a lot more surety. And I say Prisa is the way to go. They have just had some of the best plays so far in this tournament. And not only that, when it came down to the wire against Riddle Order, everyone stepped up in their own way. We'll never forget how Margaret did the 1v4 there on Sunset. And then the 4Ks on Ascent by Persia as well as Francis. Like, come on. There's a reason why some people are fearing this team coming into the tournament. And not only that, there's some even willing to say a 4th Korean team is heading to Ascension.
And how about you, Ewok?
So we talked about at the start, right, that this upper bracket looks scary.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the team that went through that upper bracket is SPG, right? They've had a hard run at it, and they've looked flawless, right?
Yeah.
They look so good. They went to OT twice, I believe, but I've been so impressed with how they're keeping it together against good competition. And they're going to have another strong competitor now. But I think just them going through these tough opponents gives them so much confidence that this is no different. Another strong opponent, we're going to put them away. But there is one thing that I'm a little bit worried about. I'm worried about that veto. SPG has some question marks about their veto. I think that is the one thing that Full Sense can maybe pull off, maybe a surprise, but that veto could go the way of Full Sense.
I'm excited for that one. And I just want to chime in real quick. Think about it, guys. In the upper bracket, who did Prisa face off to make it here in the first place? One of them was Riddle Order, the other was Boom, and those are the two in the lower bracket. Everyone Full Sense faced off against have been eliminated from the tournament, so you know who already had the tougher road coming into this one.
Well, we are going to put up the predictions now to see all the overall talent pool predictions. We can't really predict the future, but we can do the best that we can here. Full Sense, I'm on the vent. Okay, honestly, today it says Full Sense there, but I do think SPG is going to win this. But do you know why? Because I predicted Full Sense to win it all. But historically, majority of teams have to get knocked down to lowers, and they come back into that grand finals, end up winning it. So I think Prisa is going to have this amazing run, and you come to that final grand final moment. We've seen it happen so many times where it looks like they are meant to win it. Then something crazy happens, and it's the other team. It's not going to be that crazy, though, if it's Full Sense, I have to say. So I'm going to go a little bit more on that. But you guys, are you excited today? Are you hyped for today?
Yeah, I'm over the moon to be here, chilling with you guys.
Yeah.
And then we get to watch this upper bracket one. I'm really excited about the lower one as well, right? But we mentioned how close these teams have been compared to each other, right? They're going through quite smoothly, right? But now they're up against each other.
Yeah.
It's been 2-0s across the board.
Yes.
And now we see these two guys going at each other, and we see the duelists. They're very comparable, right? And we're seeing the IGLs doing really well. So I don't know. We gave our predictions, but I don't know if I could put my house on it.
Yeah, it's so tough, right? And you can't be super sure about what's gonna be happening here. I really feel like, though, for SPG, it's just about how well they still coordinate as a unit. On the other hand, we've always said for Full Sense, one of their win conditions is getting off to a hot start. Can SPG actually recover from something like that? Do they have it in them to come down that way and then come from the back foot to get back at Full Sense? Well, we're going to find out very soon.
That is definitely a question. And never bet your house. Sasho did that in a previous match, and he ended up losing that. Guys, I hope you're ready. We are going to introduce the teams for the very first matchup of today's VCT Ascension Pacific.
People always talk about wanting to reach the top, like it's something that's just handed to you. But the fact is, not everyone has what it takes. This goal demands everything. Your time, your energy, your dedication. There are no shortcuts. Sacrifice isn't glamorous. You can't slow down because your opponent won't. Not for the status, not for the packed out stadiums. You do it for one reason: the love of the game. You've battled through every setback, every challenge, every ounce of doubt. You've proven to everyone watching what you've known all along, that you belong at the top. But you aren't the only one. There's always someone right behind you fighting for your spot. The higher you go, the more people will try to tear you down. And they'll do anything to take your place. That's the cost. That's the reality. This is what it takes to reach the top, to ascend to greatness.
It's a rough game for Famous sometimes. Wrong time in the wrong spot. Players are sweating.
Our previous stage was rough.
A little bit stunned that they've let it come back so close after being up 10-2.
And we barely made it.
That's gonna be Boom Esports are your final team to make it to playoffs.
They're playing on home soil in the Riddle Arena.
But don't you dare to get too comfy up there. Because we're going to make sure you won't be in the same position next stage.
Time is of the essence, time is an issue, and I was exactly saying how important that round was for both of these sides. Riddle, do the unthinkable.
ここまでで分かったのは、この大会を勝ち上がるには、エイムや技術だけでは足りないということ。この先はメンタルの戦いだ。最も重要なのは諦めず逆境でこそ前を向く靴の心。우승하는 것이 저희의 최종 목표이자 꿈이고 그 꿈을 이루겠습니다.
I think right now all the team are worried about how they're going for the finals weekend. It makes them forget what should be their focus.
첫 번째로 4강에 진출한 팀으로서 장단점이 있다고 생각합니다. 자신감을 얻고 더욱 강하고 두려움이 없는 팀이라는 것을 보여주죠.
We will use their chaos, their confusion, and their lack of confidence as our biggest opportunity.
俺たちは勝つ、容赦なく、そして自分たちこそがパシフィック最高のチームだと証明する。
But remember, the higher you are, the harder you fall.
Introducing the two legacy orgs from Korea and Thailand. This is one of the most highly anticipated matchups of this tournament. Dax, there is a lot of speculation that Full Sense and Prisa Gaming could full well be our grand finalists.
Yeah, there's such a big chance. You have the pedigree of Full Sense, you have the raw talent of Prisa Gaming, and right now it's interesting tales, right? Prisa, all the resources in the Korean scene, it's there. On the other hand, for Full Sense, you have a bit of relief here perhaps for John Olsen BTC to go the distance and try to make it to Tier 1. On the other hand, Foxy as well as Sushi Boys, they want to make it back. But immediately, the bans are interesting to me because there are two maps that are going to be open. Bind already picked up by SPG, Icebox still in the pool, so SPG removing a set. They don't want to play that harbor stuff anymore, but Lotus has been so scary, and you need to respect that.
Icebox comes through, just as you said, right? We have Bind coming and Haven. So we talked a little bit about this off the desk, right? SPG has been one of our best attacking teams this whole tournament, and Full Sense, on the other side, has been one of our best defense teams. And Dax, there's been something interesting.
Yeah.
Every time that we see the map pick from the other team, SPG picks the attack side because they're going into this mood and this theory of they're just better on the attack side, so we're going to pick it.
And conversely, right, Full Sense, you pointed out to me during the dressing room, picks defense.
Yes,
it's
sir.
just, okay, sure, you can pick the map, but we will pick the side that we want to start with. And not only that, I love the fact that Full Sense has picked up Haven. This has been one of the best showings from John Olsen moving on to the Neon. And it kind of makes me wonder, if you go on to Bind, where Full Sense historically has played a Raze-based composition, do they swap now to the Neon? Because you've said that's a trend, right?
Yeah.
Raze comps have been moving into Neon instead.
Yeah, both John Olsen and Danby hasn't played any Raze yet, right? We're just seeing Neon and Jet. And the Neons have been insane, right? So I'm curious to see if we're going to see that trend continue.
Yeah, that is the question. We are about to find out that right now. And we are going to see a Raze Neon face off instead. And what do you guys make of this? And Prisa Gaming continues with that deadlock as well.
Well, Prisa, I think we were talking about resilience for Prisa a while ago, and this was the map that showed how resilient it can be. Down 0-7 against Revenant, they still made that comeback. And I love it when it's Brimstone as well as Deadlock together. I didn't like too much when it was Astro Deadlock back in VCT Korea. There's so many lineups Prisa can do between Persian and Ivy, but Full Sense, man, I think you know this comp very, very well with John Olsen back on the Raze, finally.
Yeah, for the SPG, right? If they get into your site, there's so much util that they can use with the Deadlock and the Cypher that makes it almost impossible for you to retake. So Full Sense is going to have to make sure that they don't let these guys into the site for free. If that's going to be the game plan for them.
Yeah, and one thing I really want to point out is Full Sense, they've had a perfect record on this in VCT Thailand, but not here. They haven't played it. This is the first time we're going to see Bind from them.
Now, this is a really important matchup. While they won't be eliminated completely, whoever is in that top seed has a huge advantage of two map vetoes and the first pick for A or B side. So, this is playoffs. This is Ascension, and we're about to kick it off, and bringing us through the first series, it's the Thunder Duo from Down Under. It's Conky and Komodo.
It's an absolute pleasure to be back in Indonesia, guys. Thank you so much to our beautiful Des for taking us in. Komodo back on your screens, baby. It's a pleasure to be here at the Britama Arena. Upper bracket final, Komodo. It's an interesting one, right? No one goes home, but does it give you that bloodlust going into the grand final and the lower bracket?
I mean, I'm hoping so, because while we're all smiles up on here, can't say the same from what was actually happening on the stage. While you got Full Sense copping a couple of smokes in there, and you got like maybe one or two players over on the other side from Prisa, they were very stern. They were very focused. They know what they're trying to achieve here going into this series.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much pressure on either side of the coin, but that's where some of these players thrive, right? Is it going to make some titans? Is it going to make some real opportunities for these guys? But Komodo, I tell you what, this veto is awesome, and I cannot wait to get in to the start of Ascension Pacific playoffs, baby!
Absolutely, and of course, you know, map pick coming out from Prisa Gaming. And I love the fact as well that for Full Sense on the defensive side, you know, you're running this double Sentinel comp over for Prisa. You're going to have to control a lot of the map. You're going to have to try and get into these sites, into these post plants. But I also love just the tentative approach currently starting. I mean, look, what, there's 3 players in Full Sense in the spawn?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of respect being given, potential. It looks like there's a little bit of a conversation, but okay, now maybe this is not live.
Maybe this is not live.
They're just chilling out. They're just hanging out. Look, Komodo, I suppose. Look, let's take this as a positive, right? This gives us some more time to really break down, because obviously we got to hear from the guys on the panel, on the desk, and they had so much good to say about what it means for some of these players, right? You know, again, it's like a new entry in for some of these. Okay, are we live? Okay, we're live. Never mind. We roll. We ball. We ball. Let's ball.
Yeah, I mean, if we are live right now, you've already got a little bit of this scaling approach coming from Sin Prisa. You got the lurk from Margaret. I think that's going to be something that we're going to really love to see. But over in Hookah, I mean, the 4 members here for Full Sense already. This could be problematic.
God. Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be a little bit of an exciting moment for PTC. He catches one. That's going to be the information already. And that's a utility broken as well. They're going to throw that Haunt and try to get in here. Francis has to boogie out right now. He's getting away, but look at all this controller mid.
And the lurk from Margaret over at the A side as well. If you can open it up, it'll be gorgeous for him. And now the crunch starts to come through.
They had the pinch, they had the moment, but now all of a sudden it's been given away, and now they're going to rotate back around towards the showers. They've already got this site control.
And you've got the trapwire lurk coming through from Margaret as well. So as soon as that gets popped up, he doesn't necessarily need to stay around and hold this one because there's 3 members here, Mitch.
Absolutely. They've got to break this and be ready for it right now, but Margaret's head onto the line. We're talking about young talent, and there's the 3K. This is why this guy means business right now. Now it's all left on the Fox. Certainly a member that can do it. The Dizzy does catch, but now that wingman needs to go down, but it's not going to matter because Danby will open up the bank account here for Sin Prisa.
You're coming into an arena with such a loving crowd. You do not want to get shaken. You do not want to be nervous. So coming out with a pistol round is certainly going to set yourselves up very nicely. And for Margaret as well, I mean, how many individual moments have we just had from the side of Sin Prisa already to bring it back from deficit positions? Start at the beginning of this round, right? 4 members in Hookah, that could go really wrong for Sin Prisa, but they bring it back, the lurk is gorgeous, and they pick up the pistol.
Absolutely, it's such a good way to start, as you sort of said, and the crowd energy is already here too. It's really sort of beautiful to see, but here we go. Okay, here's going to be that tech pause that we sort of had a little bit of an allusion towards. So now break it down for me, Komodo. Again, you know, like we talk about this series, we talk about this matchup, it means a lot different to what the game in the afternoon is going to be like, right? Obviously, we've got the Indonesian pride in Boom that they're going to be there, but like this is both that double-edged sword. We've got an elimination later. This one doesn't mean elimination, and it's one of 2 sides. Could it be like a little bit of a push into that opening with the bit of time off, bit of time to prep, or is it going to go the other way?
Well, I mean, if I look at it through the lens of you win this game, you get tomorrow off, you get the watching of who plays later on, so you can kind of path an idea of who you think might be playing, you know, how much damage is a team doing into this best of 3 as well so far, right? Because as the desk highlighted previously, SPG have already toppled over the 2 teams who are in that lower bracket contending to go against the loser of this game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, they've already got the coin, and I think the interesting thing about Sin Prisa, right, is like, you know, what does it sort of mean for them to lose this one potentially? They haven't really had to do the lower bracket run, right? You know, there could be some, all of a sudden, an immense amount of pressure that goes back onto that one. But look, you know, there's so much to sort of think about. I think it's going to be just so important to really dive deep into what the, you know, opening map actually starts to look like for us here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, something that just kind of it sits back in my head is undefeated since pretty much the beginning of Split 2 for Sin Prisa, right? So we really are going to continue to see if they can continue this flawless run, get in towards that grand final with that veto advantage.
Absolutely. Means a hell of a lot. Get into that opening position. But overall, again, it's going to be onto this pistol round.
Small adjustments already coming through from Sin Prisa as well, where Margaret's trapwires are expecting a bit of a push through shower. I'm going to love to see how much orb control there will be from Sin Prisa, but for the starting of it, I mean, a kill, not too bad. It is just the eco.
A little bit of damage back, but this is the scary part, right? You know, when these sheriffs come out, all of a sudden the damage can really be dealt. We've seen impressive moments from both these teams on this very weapon.
And you've already got the patience from Sin Prisa. There's a little bit of pressure, you know, building around showers, a couple of members peaking individually for Full Sense. I want to see them get collectively together a little bit later on and go quicker for these trades. But, I mean, Sin Prisa not budging around the map whatsoever. A tendency of Full Sense to push the extremities.
And earlier, just so much respect between the 2 teams, right? You know, they need to see how they're going to be throwing this out. Obviously, there's been so much to prep, so much information to gather and harvest, but ultimately, you know, it's how you actually put it into practice.
Yeah, the rotations from Full Sense went to the A site. Now it's transitioning back towards Bravo, and if I'm looking at it right now, 30 seconds on the clock, Sin Prisa, they're going into the member stack.
A little awkward here. Danby does manage to get the catch with the relay bolt, though, and it's a second as well. So good round overall from Danby so far with the 3K. Fox just has to walk out, and he'll walk straight into the fire and the flames, and unfortunately, he will not carry on. Round done, secured, all on the bonus.
4 alive as well for Sin Prisa. Really good to manage the guns, the money, the abilities as well going into this first round, because you look into it, right? This is actually such a crucial round for the map. You're on a stage, right? You need to settle your nerves. If you don't get a round, what is that actually going to do towards the younger members on Full Sense? Is it going to spiral them out of control? You want to make sure that you're establishing yourself a stronghold on your defensive side, where we've seen it. You know, we're starting off on the sides that both of these teams have been stronger towards in the tournament. Sin Prisa, a really rough start against Revenant on this map, right? 7-0, so they're already, I mean, doing better, right?
Bit of a pace change as well, trying to take that early control. Horn gathers a whole lot of information as well. Sushi Boys already opening up the bank account for Francis. Will manage to get that trade back, invests, and goes deep! That's incredible! Francis loves the 1v1v1 and pays dividends here. Sushi Boys gets the response back, but now that spike team planted.
Neural Theft as well, they know exactly where these two are.
Absolutely forward thinking from Ivy, trying to take this control, but Leviathan's absolutely ready for it. Back into this 2v2 now, it's going to simmer for a second.
Yeah, but the spike, it's already down. You've got 2 smokes, but that's about it.
Sushi
And now
Boys.
Sushi Boys is gone.
So bold. That's a crazy sort of position to be pushing into. Now it's going to be on to Leviathan. Loves the clutch. The statistics are there. The information has been harvested. But all of a sudden, Persia maybe overstaying his welcome a little bit, but okay. They get the job done, but that was risky. That was really, really forward.
Man, what I was saying about before though, right? You want to come out, you want to get this bonus round if you're on that defensive side because you get it down to the wire, but just the individual prowess to come through from Francis around that side, opening up the Neural Theft, that is just adding a touch to the round as well, because when it's there, you know, you spin it back and you think maybe this retake will come from such a stellar clutch player in this tourney in Leviathan, but unfortunately not.
But the impact, again, from someone like Francis, who's been able to hit these in Persia, again, time and time again. Individual performances have been stellar.
Yeah, well, last round, really fast pace change up. We'll see this time, Full Sense actually going to try and overwhelm around the fountain, but it's tempered, right? Yeah. It's traded out for Simprissa.
Works out for half a second, right? Now they're going to go down mid. They're going to try and get this extra control. PTC actually does manage to make it work, so that's a pretty good response there. Back to a 3-on-3 now.
Yeah, gun not retrievable just yet, but Margaret again going for the lurk. Or these first few gun battles in this round, Mitch, they're looking so awkward.
Hang on. Yeah, very, very rough. And now that's called the immediate rotate. But look at this. The Spike still wanting to head over towards B, and PTC finds another. They have to react to this. That's a pick-upable weapon now.
Yeah, a bit of an overheat to come through, unfortunately, from Margaret. This makes it so winnable for Full Sense. I mean, you've got Prowlers, you've got a Seize, you've got a Snake Spite.
Oh, he wants
but Francis in the right position.
There's going to be anything to throw out. No. That's great, again, from Francis. All I can say, man, Persia, Francis, how reliable they are to respond time and time again, keeping the team afloat.
You're looking at the winnable scenarios for a team like Simprissa in this tournament so far. You haven't really had any individual completely lacking behind, right? We've always had 1 or 2 members really ahead, the team collectively together. I mean, you've not really had to see too much actually come through from Ivy so far because he's still, you know, dotting I's, crossing T's, putting down the right utility when they're going in for these site takes. When the slower rounds have happened, they've sped it up. So are we going to get another fast one here? You've got the overdrive, you've got the Nightfall. These are certainly key aspects to get into a site.
Absolutely. You don't want to be Full Sense losing too many more rounds here as well. The control will start to fall away from you, but already this contest looking for it. Danby trying to get into position, and it's going to be the Nightfall. Straight off the rip too. Fast lane goes down, and there's the overdrive you speak about, baby, but Leviathan ready for it. Margaret will get a bit of a response here. So much utility Komodo is being burned right now as they try to continue, but they fall away. They don't want this.
And this might favor Fox as well. He hasn't used the Thrash just yet, so the time will start to settle just a little bit. You've lost the tip of the spear in Danby to get in towards the site, but now the rotations happen, and Sushi Boys, he's already started to pivot to this A site to help PTC.
Absolutely, he's already in a prime position, but they're not going to go for it. They're not going to overstay. They want to reset this. They're burning a little bit of extra time, and they can rekindle their spirits for now.
Gravnet and Incendiary already gone for Simprissa as well, so a couple of these key aspects that they love to layer down in towards this B site no longer available. The Haunt will come online, but they have to wait for just a second, regroup together before the hit.
Wingman down though.
Oh, the timing.
But the Thrash is going to be huge. Doesn't get any information. It does. Okay, so that's been a little bit of a call of the queue right now. Dizzy still available. Haunt goes up. Doesn't quite catch any information here, Komodo. So they've got to get moving. 30 seconds.
The timing of these walls from Leviathan are gorgeous, but oh my lord, look at that. Francis for 2, Fox for 3. Can't get the last. It's just down to 1v1.
Absolutely. Still a lot of pressure onto this round. You can't count them out here. PTC doesn't have the info, but he gets it. There it is. Spots it right back, and the Nightmare returns.
On the board finally, but at what cost right now? Only one surviving in the end. Another round going really close towards that time limit as well, and that's when pressure really starts to just be felt for Simprissa. You can't overstep. You had to try and bait out that Thrash earlier on. I mean, to point it out as well right now, you're looking at someone for Full Sense that you want activated. You're looking for who you need to see. John Olsen, mate. Where are you right now? You've got nothing.
He's disappeared for just a second. Obviously, you know, seeing him perform so well on that Neon, but this time on the Rays. But look, it's Fox. Fox has been so consistent. He's been so sharp. He's been so reliable. But now they're going for a little bit of a pickup of the pace again here. Leviathan has a lot of weight on his shoulders right now as they try to spot the information. There's the Prowler. There's the fast lane. They're getting into this site again. And already they're starting to overlook a little bit here. Leviathan catches one, but Danby, it's going to be a denial. Fox able to trade, but John Olsen activates Sushi Boys at the right time. Danby's going to be spotted as well. That's the Nightfall to go out, but John Olsen pops the paint shells. It's not going to matter. Ivy's still alive, still kicking, but in hookah, stuck, and the spike is down.
Yeah, great Nightfall to come out from PTC. Throws a spanner in the works for what Simprissa try to get on out, and I think for right now, if you're Ivy, might be looking for an exit kill if possible. The spike is in an untenable position to get back, especially as a deadlock. 2 Sonic Sensors, you just have to really hit your shots in this current position.
So tricky to get back into this one. It's going to be about finding those 1v1s as best as he can, kind of breaking open the bars, right? And Full Sense, they're setting themselves up really well to trade, but obviously PTC, Sushi Boys, relatively low, 44 seconds left, so there's still some time to get this done.
Yeah.
Going to creep in if he can find anything. Again, it's just going to be all onto this. Full Sense just need to do their job. They know it well, and they do it to perfection. John Olsen, great stuff. Secured, back on the board.
Yeah, and through the chaos as well with all of those utilities coming forward, not allowed in. The stop, the brick wall, the utility dumping. These are aspects of the game for Full Sense that they'll still look to recycle as well, because look at the management of economy right now for their ultimates. 1 away from the Thrash yet again for Fox. You've got John Olsen, who was silent, getting some kills, getting closer towards the showstopper. These are pivotal ultimates to get in the early stages of this one, to start to build up your economy, to start to make Simprissa question, are we really just able to try and waltz in towards these sites and catch you in rotations?
Yeah, false sense of security really on that take, wasn't it? You know, getting into that position, but now it's early control again. They're going to simmer it down a little bit more.
Yeah, back change again, Full Sense, more towards the A site this time. Always loving the 3 and 2s, no over real extending. You got the Viper's bit that actually has been popped over to the B side, but you know, when you do start to push things back over to A, you know Simprissa are going to start to set up with this lower buy.
Oh, so bold. He does manage to get one, but I think that's a potential overstep here, Komodo. Giving up one of the Vandals already is a bit of a weak link.
Yeah, and you've got Fox who's starting to sniff out what's happening over at the B side as well, but this is where John Olsen needs to be really careful. Revealed by the ult.
Absolutely. Straight on in again. Danby trying to be that linchpin to get in towards this control. And there's the aggression. A second. Margaret picks up the pieces this time round, and now the control. Barrier mesh can go in, and this is going to be so hard for Full Sense to break back in.
You got traps, you got a Sonic Sensor, you got a Haunt and a Prowler coming online for Simprissa. This is just too difficult to get back in. I'm not even going to add to the fact, well, maybe I will, that it's a 2 versus 4 now from the lesser weaponry. A bit of an overheat, but Danby, I mean, look how he brings back a lot of these rounds. He gets in your face.
The overstep from PTC.
Yeah.
You know, they get the orb control. John Olsen finds that information showstopper off the back of it, but then they give it up.
And no real value from Leviathan's pit as well. He's backed up by Fox over at that B side. I mean, Leviathan, you've got no charges on your ultimate right now. If you can peel away with a Vandal, look, sure, maybe do some damage. It was a bit of an eco coming into this round, but I mean, maybe you'd be better placed holding that rifle in towards the next round to assist your team. This is going to be a bit more of a reset for Full Sense on the back of this round. We'll let it settle in for him. Another round back over towards Simprissa. And what have we seen so far from them? Changing between both sites, really making Full Sense question where are we putting our beginning utility in these rounds as well. You can see, as you mentioned, an overstep from PDC. John Olsen caught in transition back towards the site. A little bit risky pulling out the utility in those pieces as well. So Simprissa, they've got the idea of how they want to be maneuvering Full Sense around the map, giving them the bait. Because when you've got someone like Margaret, who has been so sensational on the lurks, is he actually going to be on the other side of the map when you're least expecting it? Is he actually going to change it up and be with the team as well and just being a turret with them? You know, there's so many different aspects that Simprissa can just change on a dime that we've seen teams not be able to adapt so far for in this tournament.
So many moments where, you know, we've continued to talk about it and just the adaptation and reactivity that we're seeing come through from some of these guys, right? You know, it's incredible sort of things to know what it's like to kind of be able to adapt so fast and quickly and get that information straight off the back and work out sort of the pieces, right? And that's where Danby has really been shining for me personally, kind of in this game at the very least, over and above John Olsen in a way, because he's able to find those picks. He's able to bridge that gap, close that space, and do everything of that nature. So, I don't know. I think it's a perfect sort of start here for Simprissa. You know, on that attacking side, it's already getting all that control, and they definitely have gotten used to being in control, right? It's very... You've only really seen them sweat from Riddle for that brief moment, right? And that's been about it.
And I mean, you look at the really decisive moment in that map as well, right? It was a couple of individual moments, right? The 1v4 to come through from Margaret. You looked a little bit later on as well. You've got individual moments from these teams popping off. So at a dime, any one of them don't need to necessarily be together as a unit. They can spread their wings a little bit more and be the individual, then come back to the nest.
Absolutely. Such an important piece of the puzzle there. But John Olsen, they're going for this extra control now. The Thrash has been expended. PTC already opening up the bank account too, so that's a great investment here, where last time they went a little bit too far, but that's where Prisa, they're going to try and capitalize here. Already getting blocked down by that Molotov, so it's going to temper the pace a little bit, but John Olsen, he's keen. He wants to try get into here, and Danby already around the back. The Judge gets the job done, and it's a second as well. The Dizzy doesn't get anything here, but John Olsen still has that control.
Oh, the timing!
Oh man, Ivy has gotten away with murder just there in that position.
You have to consider just going for the save again. 2 versus 4.
Oh man. So awkward from this position right now. They're going to try and look forward, but that's the barrier mesh going down as well. It's just going to make it so much more awkward. PTC finds one. Maybe that's going to give them a little bit of a sniff and an entry in here.
Dumby is low and Ivy falls, but now it's just down to Leviathan.
Impact player again, but a player that can get along in the clutch as well. However, Danby's going to get the spot, going to get the dink, and now Leviathan is limping into this round. Can get onto the tap, but it's in an open position. Information can be gathered, and they know they don't need to go for this. They can just sit back, sit pretty, and make it work. And Danby again. Man, oh man, this guy is consistent, and we were questioning, right? How good were they going to be on the stage? And the answer so far is goddamn hot.
Right moment, right time, right position around the map for them as well. When you've got the showstopper potential backed up behind the thrash that Fox is sending in, they find the opening kill against Margaret. What do you see from Prisa immediately? Put your runners on, go in towards the site through showers, send Darby in to wrap around U-Haul and really lock them in.
So quick to react, right? We lose one here, let's take more space here. The real estate is returned. They know how to invest.
Yeah, and I mean, you got a couple of individual frags coming on through for the side of Full Sense there, but you're back towards this eco establishment. You lose the opening duel because Showers has been a bit of a position for Full Sense that already they're loving to contest extremely early on.
Give it some time again. You know, the reaction, the response from Full Sense has been good. They're going to send the Prowler in there, maybe get some info. They do. The audio cue's there.
Yeah, and if you're counting a bit of this utility to come through from Full Sense at the moment, you're buying a bit of time. You're seeing that they're contesting you early on around the A site. You're waiting to see what Margaret can do around B. You're waiting to see what Ivy can do, spotting out a couple of these deeper lines.
Getting the shots, John Olsen with the response, but I don't know if that's going to be enough there. Again, it's an awkward thing where he's actually invested the showstopper. That's quite a big rip here. They are strangleholded in Showers a little bit, but they're going to get out. Can Leviathan find this line? Danby's already crossed, and he's looking for that information. The relay bolt goes in, and that's the ultimate engaged again. This is the thing. This is why this guy is so incredible and so hyped, and why it's so important for the individual prowess. Danby on the Neon is so damn hot right now.
There has been no shutdown on the space that he's able to find with the team when it goes from the slow starters to the quick ones, from the gaps in towards the site that Prisa are exploiting. Full Sense have not been able to actually be at the right time in the last couple of rounds. We've seen it when they went for the stacking over towards the B side, what Fox was able to do just individually, right? And I really feel like for the moment, Full Sense have got a couple of the right idea plans in the early beginning. They're pushing together as a unit, they're holding each other the sidelines, but when you've got Darby, I mean, going 16-4, what do you do?
It's literally like, it's such a thing, it's such a contrast, this Neon that can just get all up in your grill so quickly. So let's watch to see if they're able to open up the bank account once more, but they've slowed it down this time.
Yeah, and a full lean as well for Prisa this time. Not leaving anyone to lurk, but this is quick.
They want to go for it again. They want to capitalize on this momentum that they've got behind them, and I absolutely don't blame them because immediately they've already forced everyone away, but they try to reinvest as well. Bringing that ultimates back in already. They're going to go for this. Oh, it's awkward.
Yeah, now let's Ivy set up all of the utility with Margaret as well. This is going to be a 5 versus 5, but it's really difficult to play for John Olsen. They forgot about it.
Absolutely. They've just left it completely dry. There were two focus. That rotation was monstrous, but Margaret still alive, still kicking. He gets another, but they collapse on in once again. This is the thing, and that's finally a moment where we've seen Full Sense react quickly and adapt to this fast push coming out from the side of Prisa.
Yeah, as I said, no lurks left for Prisa to be able to find them. A little bit of a backstab. It was just all in together as a unit. And as soon as PDC recognizes that the Nightfall comes in, they're using it to be the bait. You remove the audio cue from your opponents, they can't hear the flank coming through. They can't hear the TP. They don't know what's coming up behind them, and they're frazzled in it. Look at the lines around the site. I mean, you've just got the eyes on the prize. In that scenario as Full Sense, they finally answer back.
Just like a stun lock completely, right? I immediately questioned, why is all this utility coming out so quickly? And then you see the pace behind them. So now they're going to go for the early orb control. That's one away from the global orbital strike.
Yeah, and they're trying to maximize that as well. One away, as you mentioned, for Sushi Boys. It'll be really crucial if you want to get into this post plant. If he's able to pick it up again, maybe you're able to deny it. But the lean for Prisa at the moment is going to the weaker side. Back to Old Faithful, leaving Margaret to play the lurk role, has the hat available. And Persha as well, one away from the orbital strike to counter that. But again, little by little, Full Sense, they start to feel a little bit of this weight around this B-side. They've got to make their way here,
man. The entry again, the relay bolt is to absolute perfection. Sushi Boys, again, an impact player being
There's
taken
the
down.
lurk.
Margaret finding that lurk as well. The catch over towards the A site. Look at this pressure now that goes back on in. They have to keep on moving, and the barrier mesh is there. That's another catch, and a third! Impact, 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 I call it! This man is like a god amongst men right now with the amount of pressure and strain he is putting on Full Sense. They cannot break the shackles in the jailer that is Danby.
Just drilling into them again, that he's here. He's finding you everywhere around the site. I mean, I mentioned it, right? Margaret, they're going back to Old Faithful. They're letting him go back on towards the lurk. He finds the kill. Once the hit is currently happening, it's simultaneous for Sinprisa as well. As soon as the ult for the Neural Theft comes in, it's just the spray that he finds for the both remaining players where they are. This attacking side is looking gorgeous from Sinprisa at the moment, and we've seen, what, a small resilience from Full Sense, but apart from that, they have been quite slow to react.
They have to shut down Danby. The amount of multi-kills this guy's getting is unreal.
Yeah. Nearly 20 kills in the half, and now for the last round of this half, look at it again, Mitch, they're
John
straight
Olsen.
on in.
He's trapped once more. I don't think he's going to be caught this time, Danby. Oh, what? That is monstrous, Danby. The reaction, the quick flick, but Sushi Boys will get the response. Now it's the global down. The ultimate has been pushed in. PTC trying to respond. The C's is good. Maybe it'll get a catch. It does. Francis might be able to find a response here, but PTC will react. Leviathan's there as well. The whole party's here for Full Sense, and this time it's still not good enough. Sinprisa, it's their party. And
Yep.
Full Sense isn't cool enough.
Just quick in toward it, isolate a couple of these kills as well with the abilities going down. Orbital strike to you, Hall. You go in. I mean, he's just 360'd onto them in towards the side as well. But
Look
then
at it again.
just in the midst, when they're trying to not even establish a plant, they're taking the space back site. Shots to come through, the C's as well to reveal, but just Sinprisa, they don't shift their focus from, you know, the objective of needing to find the plant. It's, we know that they've already rotated, let's just go for the fight. We're better. We've shown it in this half already. We've shown it in this whole tournament. They're continuing this onslaught.
It's a thing of where even in the rounds where they've taken down Danby, right, there's been no stress, there's been no concern. They've managed to have an answer every single time. You know, Ivy finding a shot through the smoke there, Francis, Persia, they've been doing so fantastically. Every single individual is stepping up, and it's just so hard to kind of keep an eye away from the numbers. But I don't know, man. It was just around there where I started to see some trades come out, and it was almost like a thing of, okay, Full Sense have got a grasp back on this, but Sinprisa, they're just continuing. It's like one step forward, two steps back.
Yeah.
Sinprisa just goes two steps ahead every time.
One of the things that we saw for the top two players in essentially this tournament, John Olsen and Danby, is their first kills, it's their first impacts, it's getting in, it's finding all of the damage. What's happened at the moment for Full Sense, Mitch? Where's John Olsen? Where is he?
There's Tash Bunny, though. I miss her. Love to see that. Absolutely excellent.
But Sinprisa, I mean, Danby is just being set up to succeed at the moment, and it's always going to be, if you can prop up an individual to have an absolutely pop-off moment, they're just going to continue it. This is where we need to see input from coaches like CBBK to get in with the team, to rely on a bunch of your experience. You've got 2 ex-Tier 1 players on this roster that you can rely on to try and figure out a narrative in this game right now, and what is happening? Where are we lacking?
They've been here before. Stages like this, right? Sinprisa, can't say the same, but they're still showing up when they need it. They know how to thrive in these moments. They live for the pressure, apparently, and it's like a cooking pot at the moment, right? You know, this is the whole storyline. We're thinking that maybe if they get dropped down into that lower bracket, will they feel that strain? Will they feel that pressure? At this rate, you know, starting off, obviously, not to be a doomer, but they're making it look pretty convincing that they're going to that grand final, and we're only, you know, half one done of the first map.
We have the switch up right now, and you think about the double Senticom for Sinprisa. Are you actually going to be able to break through as Full Sense? A back lane over to the A side pretty much all together while Sinprisa get the space and the crunch in towards this.
Absolutely. Okay, that's
3
3
kills
off the rip, right? They were ready for the reaction this time. They were so quick to respond, and now they've got that site for free, and Sinprisa's going to have a really tough retake ahead of themselves.
Great idea for a starting plan of a round as well. You know, from Full Sense, they've set themselves up to start this attacking side really well, just on the back of this as well. As soon as you see that grab net come through from Ivy, you kind of have the idea that they're going to try and flood it together. And when you've got now a 2 versus 5, I mean, Full Sense, don't drop this one.
Absolutely. This is the one that you have to 100%, right? You can't let anything slip, making sure you keep 5 alive, not dropping down as anything sort of on the response. Paint Shells keeps them slow. Heaven, still over being looked. Not the barrier mesh, but again, it's really a challenge for SVG to find their way in.
No one needs to overextend whatsoever here for Full Sense. A little bit of damage in for Persia for sure, but apart from that, Mitch, I mean, you should, you know, now take your abilities, take your weapons into the next round.
I think so. Best way to go about it. But I don't know, man. Look, this is all I can say for Full Sense. It's one step in the right direction, and that's all that matters.
Absolutely. Pistol round secured for them. They'll get on the board really nice and early because the start that they had on their defensive side, you know, as a player sitting down, right, you want a 30-0 essentially at the end of the day. But if you're not, what are you doing to get back into it? Are you just saying in your head, okay, they're an attacking sided team. We've seen the strength from them. Or so much more than we've been able to put up on our defenses at the moment. It is okay. We'll get started on the attacking side as well. We've got a game plan for this pistol round to start off. We'll win the anti-eco, then we'll transition in towards a bonus where against this, Cypher lock combo that's coming on through, it will look a little bit more slower for Simprisa. It can be a little bit more readable where the haunts are going, where the prowlers are going, where Darby is going.
Oh. Okay. Eco frags. Let's go, Sushi Boys. Momentum, confidence, right? Those are the actual frags that you need to give yourself a little bit of a boost. So a 4K for Sushi Boys, great response, and a good counterplay there. You could see that Simprisa were trying to shift it up, do something a little bit different, but it was all denied. And again, one more step forward. How many steps can they continue to string together?
I'm looking at Full Sense right now. What can you bring into a bonus round as an added boon? 2 ultimates is not a bad thing. Fox is 1 away from the Thrash. Sushi Boys is 2 away from the Orbital Strike. If they get an orb or a kill or a plant to come through from one of these, especially Fox, right, playing on the Gecko, send Wingman in, this is definitely going to be a way to get back into the game. It's reenact what Simprisa did against you.
Simprisa were just able to, again, just drive the pace of the game so well on this bonus round. What does the approach look like? Already trying to send a little bit in forward. Be a bit of a utility lock to try get out onto the side.
Yeah, I like the deeper Cypher Trapwire again over towards Showers too. Make sure that you have to break it if you want to go for it. But as I was mentioning, Mitch, you've got these ults that you want to try and establish in towards the side, but Wingman can't quite get in just yet.
Sorry, buddy. Information gathered onto John Olsen as well, but they've done well to burn a lot of this utility right now. Exactly right. They keep on getting caught and stopped. Now, Persia finds another. Margaret goes on in. Sushi Boy's good for the response, but that weapon's not retrievable.
You've got the barrier mesh down B long. You've got a bit of a sniff in from Persia as well, but he can just sit there and wait at the moment. Less than a minute to go on the clock. You can reset. You can wait for your haunt. An idea that there is still presence around A short at the moment, and as Simprisa, you've got a player advantage. You've got the recon ability. You can just wait at the moment.
What their comp allows for, right?
Yep.
Setting up, sitting back, feet up on the chair.
And you've already got Darby who's rotated back towards B when the scuffle was coming over towards A. So there's an idea, playing the 2-2, playing in the numbers. You can fall back, you can buy time with a Sky Smoke, with an Incendiary.
Oh, he's missed. They give himself a little bit of a one-way.
Yeah, play off the gap. Not a bad idea at the moment. You get pressure, you get information that the haunt is there, and you immediately push him back. Darby, he is unrelenting. Now it's just down to Leviathan.
Yeah, what do you do here? 15 seconds, Spike so far away. And again, it's this proactivity of Danby to just try find all this information. He's not even going to be able to save the weapon.
There's 10 seconds. He's got a couple of individual jewels that he can take, but now it will actually shift to maybe surviving with the weapon. Maybe it's just doing damage because you have 4,600 credits. There's another frag to come to the Leviathan, so not bad. You remove 2 of these guns from the side of your opponents, and you have to make them now dig a little bit deeper into the pockets, make them question, are they going to be able to win these rounds cleanly? They have to be a little bit more tracking around the map. So now we get into the next one. I was mentioning just previously, going into that bonus round, what was going to be a strength to come through from Full Sense? It was those ultimates, it was the Thrash, it was the Orbital Strike. Very keen to see how they're going to employ them right now in this round. Is it going to be to scaling quickly in towards the site, use the Thrash first to take the space, then Orbital Strike down to isolate an angle to get into the site together?
Pivotal moment here. Full Sense so desperately need this round.
Yeah, playing the 3-1-1 across the map for Full Sense. Already held at bay by the standard Sky Smoke going on down. A bit of a tickle for Danby at the moment. And a bit of a showers creep to come through from Simprisa as well. They don't want to overextend too much. They want to make sure that they're kept on a tight leash. Their money is still a little bit fickle. They're going up against these ults, as I've said. And for Full Sense, one of these tells on what they like to do around showers a little bit later for the crunch is going to be what PDC's information utility will reveal. So right now, this is where it starts to come through. Things will start to tend a little bit towards the A site for Full Sense.
These aggressive lines still has the trapwire down, but now that control, he's walking into showers. Is he going to be caught out?
I can't believe Francis is still going for this.
This is nuts, and Leviathan's actually ready for it here, so he's able to bite off the head. That could be a massive moment here. John Olsen also finding another. Margaret getting taken down quickly. Ivy will be able to respond with something. That's a weapon as well that is somewhat recoverable, but with that spike getting planted, the rotation needs to come in. Ivy wants to try and find Leviathan, but he has been a thorn in the side of this team and unable to sort of recapitalize. So Persia, he's on the big flank now. If he can try and take this control, but PTC will deny, and this, again, is such an important round. Danby does get one, still alive, and now it's just managing to, you know, kind of just weaken it out a little bit.
30 HP from the damage that was done really early on. It's going to be difficult to get anything more here. Do just choose to bow out.
Yeah. A good choice, a good response there. Again, it's this mutual level of respect that's being shown right now. And
a good breath of fresh air for Full Sense as well, right? You're starting to establish a foothold on this attacking side. You want to methodically find these angles. You've actually just done really well around Showers to bait Francis back in towards it to get this information, because, you know, one of the pivots that we see from Full Sense is usually send PDC to get some information over in the Showers. You've got these C's combos that they like to come out as well with the Dizzy usually from Fox, but when we're not seeing that, it kind of baits you into a little bit of a false play where you want to try and get the information to get your players from B back over. And, I mean, really well done for Full Sense in that regard, that it doesn't really happen. They were readily available for it, and now you're going into a round where you're starting to get closer, starting to break a bit of this economy. You're setting yourselves up confidently as well for this team as well, because they've been a bit flat on the stage at the moment. You see it from their expressions. Now, they're starting to get a little bit more elevated.
Emotion is such an important thing to engage, right? It's having that resolve to take all of the moments in time and bring them together and make them all work.
Just Darby keeping the Phantom from the previous round, a bit more of a stacking and a similar kind of look with the starting utility to come out from them as well, but this is a little bit more faster from John Olsen. Is he starting to feel a little bit more into this server, Mitch?
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be a good moment for him to do so. Now he spotted out Francis, and that's actually this impact I was going to talk about at Komodo, right? The save Phantom. It's one weapon, and it's the impact again from Danby, the Lord, the Emperor of this server right now, and that's the spike dropped. It's so hard to get back into this 2-on-5. Are you joking?
One-way Sky Smoke, Barrier Mesh as well. Progression non-available. Spike is in the depths of the Showers as well. Sorry, Full Sense, this round, it's a bit rinsed for you.
There's a reason Danby's at the top of this rating, right? You know, him and John Olsen were so hotly contested in this matchup. You know, you could barely sort of, you know, confuse some of the stats. They were so closely done, but Danby's impact here has just been night and day, and it's crazy to see how much he's been able to bring through for this team.
Just in the moment as well, you don't need to peek over for Prisa with this trap wire being down. You've got information now that they are still lurking around outside of Showers, and with 30 seconds to go, you don't need to technically stick around. The trades are here, Mitch, and it's a good shutdown from them as well. Prisa, this is another round that they have lesser guns and they still convert.
Well, now it's getting to the really, really dicey territory, right? We're almost starting to think about map 2 at this point, just the way it's been going. They need to pick up. There's a couple of bits and pieces in the credit sort of realm, but man, oh man, you know, Prisa are right there.
If I'm looking objectively at this one right now, you want to have a bit of a discussion with your coach and what you want to do, because another eco round that you're essentially getting through, right? Darby got an exit kill in the previous round, carried this gun on over, and then you've just got collectively as a team the idea on how you want to begin this one and how to close it as well when you've got that spike control. Really well done for Prisa. Now back into the Freshie, Full Sense, still holding on to these ultimates. A little bit quicker pace this time, though, over towards the B side, and not bad because it's just Persia.
Yeah, that's it. He's managed to force him away immediately. The Thrash doesn't get any information, but this is Danby. The spike drop, Komodo. That's information in droves right now, and Margaret can pick up the pace, and now, where do these players end up? Ivy's information has been given. They've been able to break the barrier mesh, but now, again, look where the spike is. It's so unachievable for them.
I mean, Ivy has an annihilation here as well if you need to really throw it in the mix. Persia, meanwhile, still clearing out towards the side, catching John Olsen. You still got Leviathan in there as well, but another Sky Smoke. The spike, again, irretrievable.
They're so split up. The amount of control that Prisa has in this right now, you know, Full Sense were able to find it, but there's another Persia. Again, the other side of the map he's managed to find too.
That's twice. Exactly right. That's twice that he's just individually isolated a frag for him, and this switches from the 4 versus 5 4 versus 4, sorry, maybe the workable scenario for Full Sense to get back in towards this one. There actually still might be a chance here. Sushi Boys, this position's not expected. Ivy
seem to be ready for it, and he's got the info now. Okay, 30 seconds, right? There's a moment in time where Sushi Boys can bring this back. Shoulders out, Margaret. There's amazing chances here. You just hold for that because once again, it's Persia, the Prince. And I just cannot fathom the amount of control these guys have. Like, you got to work out, like, Prisa is the landlord. Firmly.
I mean, Darby, 26 kills, his teammates on 13. If you wanted to ever see a team setting yourselves up for success, you're playing heavily in towards a favorable, workable scenario, and that right now is the name Darby. Send him in, back him up, go with him, don't bait him, put the utility down, settle if you get control around the map. and then overwhelm your opponents. It is looking absolutely gorgeous for them. 12-6 on this defensive side. And yeah, they're not stopping. I mean, it's match point technically, and they just go on W.
That's right. Taking advantage of that momentum that they've had. You know, that's something that Prisa can really lean into. They don't want to give any more respect here. They know their opponent, they know it well, they know what they're doing right.
And going in towards lesser weaponry actually could be pretty funny if you wanted to try and dance around this smoke. PDC,
they're ready for it.
Tootsie spotted.
That's right, you know, immediately all of this control has just been completely clenched and ripped back. Danby just continues to put up the numbers and showing why he is, you know, hard felt out for the MVP of this entire tournament. And we're not even into the grand final yet, Komodo. We're not even into knowing who is going to be making their way to Ascension. There is still so much more to happen, and it's just left on to Leviathan and Fox to see if they can close this.
Margaret even coming for alert right now doesn't really matter because it's 5 versus 2 and you've got the spike.
Margaret's just going to walk straight in. Leviathan does manage to get the catch, but Francis, again, you know, he was the player to watch, the player to focus on right now. The in-game leader, the captain, and Danby is going to get the shoulder. He's going to get the capitalization, but no. Leviathan tries his best, but he will be denied in a moment in time. And man, oh man, if we were talking about a case that's being put to the viewers right now, to mean what it is to ascend, right? That's what we continue to talk about. How much opportunity these guys are playing for. They haven't had to deal with the strain. And we spoke about what it would mean for them to lose. And again, I don't even think it's going to be like we're going to be questioning that at this point in time. What a dominant opening map.
And no laughs from them either right now. Very focused on the prize. They know their trajectory, where they want to go. There's another map around the corner. Let's take a little bit of a breath, a little bit of fresh air right now to let your thoughts together before you go in towards the next map, because it is your opponent's map pick technically, right? We've seen series already where we've got domination on map number 1. You've got some overtimes that we've thrown into the mix in every way, which order. You know, nothing is set in stone right now. So there's a lot of tape, there's a lot of plan for Full Sense to go back to in towards this next map as well. And I think right now the question on their mind is how do we stop them?
Absolutely. Like, it really does come down to that. But then again, you know, it's so hard to even overwhelm that thought of, okay, we deal with Danby, but then we're still dealing with these remaining members.
The highlight, though, for me, is that we are going in towards Haven, and we've just seen absence from John Olsen here on the Rays. We were asking, you know, what Neon players are we going to get in towards this tournament? Who's doing actually great impact on the Switch? He's done quite well for himself over on the Neon, so I'm looking at that as a bit of a silver light.
Yeah. The Neon. Again, the impact that's been able to come through from that agent alone. We've just seen it again here with that one. So, I don't know, man. I just think it's really got to be a formal reset for Full Sense. You know, they've taken that moment in time. They've got to work out a little bit of what's being brought out by Prisa. But I think the thing is, for me, as a bunch of players who have got that international experience, they've got that time in the server, at the top level, right? If they're getting pushed around by a team that's only still learning, only using it, I'm sure we'll find out plenty more of that. So let's go back over the desk and find out exactly what the hell went on in that map.
What a way to kick off the very first match of this playoffs. Now, Prisa Gaming, this is their map pick. They've looked good on basically every single map, except Abyss, which we haven't gotten seen.
Yeah.
Yep.
True.
And they've continued to do it again. Now, what was really interesting, we talked about timeouts, how important it is for those coaches in particular to make those timeouts. We saw this early on in the game when we saw a particular pattern, Ewok.
Yeah, we saw 4 rounds in a row from SPG, right? Then there's 2 rounds that goes the way of Full Sense. And then all of a sudden we see this Danby brilliance. He goes in and he gets the 2 kills with the Bucky out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Right? And then Full Sense timeout.
Yeah.
They need to hit the panic button and say, what are we going to do about this? All the momentum goes back to SPG. We saw this happen against Boom. There's so much pressure SPG is putting on the other team. And Full Sense is feeling that pressure right now, Dax.
Yeah, and that kill amongst his 26 kills was just absolutely incredible to watch. Out of those 26, actually 20 of them came from that first half. 8 first kills as well. And we were talking about it in the talent room a while ago, Victoria, that it's like, okay, maybe it's double control versus double initiator, that kind of deal. Utility is going to be the setup. No, Danby causes chaos. It becomes a trade system, and SPG almost always comes up ahead.
Yeah, this has definitely been their pattern throughout this tournament. And Ewok, we were talking about this in the pre-show earlier. SPG has a really strong attacker-sided percentage win rate here, and we see that continuing here today.
Yeah, they play the double Sentinel, right? And look how many rounds they got on attack. Right, it just doesn't matter for them because the coordination is so good. Everyone's right behind Danby and he's going in and getting those first kills. John Olsen on the other side, he's not on the Neon, right? He hasn't been looking so good when he's on the when he's on the Jet rather, and on the Rays, right? Meanwhile, on the other side, Danby is showing him what you can do on the Neon.
Yeah, he shows you a lot of things. Look at an ACS. 399. You love that ACS.
Almost 400. It's funny enough, he has 26 kills and a 2.6 KDA. And amongst the many first kills that he got, it was effectively allowing SPG always the postman situation. He makes that space. He gets the backside. He does the most incredible slides. And on the defense, I also watched a few things where he would just slide in towards B long. He would get that kill, give the advantage. Dambi does Dambi things, and he is just damn good at what he does best on the Neon.
Yeah, we saw it from the Indonesian casters. They said it the same. God damn me, and I can see why. He's fantastic. But you know, you also have to have a great initiator. France is always setting up for success. Now, guys, this is just the very first map of potentially 6 maps today. We are going to go on a quick break. When we come back, we're going to go to map 2 of this really intense matchup. So don't go away. Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific 2024. I'm your host, Victoria, Chubby Ninja, and with me we got Ewok and Dax, and we just witnessed the very first game of playoffs. SPG looks fantastic right now on this map, and we are going to go into Haven for our second map, but SPG looking really strong. Everything's really clean. Everything's really sharp. Great calling, Ewok.
Yeah, man, SPG, there's just no free rounds against them. right? You think you're getting some momentum back, like we just mentioned, full sense, okay, we're back in it, right?
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden they win that thrifty. And now it's just, okay, we forced them to lower economy, but they're still winning these eco rounds. So it's just so hard to find a solution. If you're the coach, if you're the players, what is it that we're going to do? They're in our faces so fast, we're trying to play our game plan, but these guys are just denying everything that we're trying to do. And that's what we saw against Boom, right? And now full sense having the same troubles. I don't know if they can fix it, but maybe on Haven?
Yeah, we do need them to do this in Haven. This is only a 3-mapper best of 3.
Yep.
Full Sense absolutely has to do this. This is a full tie roster, very experienced stacks. What does it mean from... They need to do this. They need to get in that upper seed.
It's just about them making the path to Pacific, and some of them are returning faces. We've seen Fox, we've seen as well Sushi Boys be part of that Sersha into Talent Core, and they effectively got dropped along the way, and they're teaming up with some of the best talent that has effectively been not picked up yet by the likes of Talent, by like Pacific. John Olsen, PTC, those are such veteran names. Leviathan has been such a good showing ever since the Sharper days. And right now, they're feeling the same kind of shock and awe that Boom Esports felt back on that Lotus map in that series. SPG is 1 map away from making it to the grand finals, looking to get themselves to that top spot. But I'm looking at Haven, and this is a good chance for Full Sense. And especially, we have to talk about John Olsen. He just disappeared in map number 1. Maybe it's the Rays, maybe it's the way that SPG did play, but he should be back on the Neon, and I do wonder if SPG has an answer to that if they get back their confidence for Full Sense.
Yeah, that is the question, and we're really excited to see this. Right now, we've been talking about this. There are 2 main themes here. We got all the clutch kings across VCT Ascension, but we also are talking about the mental game here, and this is where experience comes in. This is where it shines. When push comes to shove, when you're pushed against the wall, who's going to keep their mental and their confidence in the game? Because all of them are mechanically gifted. They can do this as long as they have the confidence to do it.
And for the likes of Full Sense, I did see someone actually bring that back up when SPG was having that initial momentum. It was Fox. This is a player that I said a while ago really thrives off positive momentum, but he can also be that confidence man either in or out of the game. So I'm really trying to see on a map like Haven how much he can push and how far he can go on a Sova usually.
Yeah, Dax, I want to strong point your argument there about this Haven that is looking good for potentially for Full Sense to make this comeback, right?
Yes.
We saw SPG ban it 3 times in the second phase. They didn't seem like very confident to have it go to be the potential 3rd map, right? And now we see it picked up by Full Sense that's been liking to pick it.
Yes.
So is SPG going to have an answer? We haven't seen them play it at Ascension, right? Are they still going to play that double duelist? I have so many questions about SPG's Haven.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this one just because, yes, it has been banned basically by SPG. It has been Full Sense's one of their best map, if not the best map. But not only that, this was one of the maps that SPG dropped against Nongshim. And I'm really trying to theory craft what SPG has now coming into Ascension. What I really want to see is Danby on the Neon yet again. His first map performance was just absolutely flawless. That momentum and that confidence that he could go toe-to-toe against someone like John Olsen, maybe it's going to be even put more to the test coming into this next map.
Definitely, and I know the audience, we were talking about this earlier, we would not be surprised if both of these teams were the 2 teams that make it to the grand finals. And one thing we are definitely anticipating, we're excited to see is the double Neons facing off against each other. John Olsen, though, needs to step it up, show us the John Olsen that Thailand knows and loves.
Yeah, there's so much experience, right? You're talking about that you need experience to be able to make this comeback, right? And Full Sense has that. They have some youngsters. Oh, I can hear some excitement
yes,
from Dax here.
I love this already.
We see the Neon matchup.
Not only that, Francis on the breach. They know the strengths of the Full Sense composition. They'll do it. But of course, the signature SPG flavor is still Margaret on the Cypher. But this is the showdown everyone has been waiting for. Danby, John Olsen, mirror match with the Neons.
This is the actual matchup that we want to see. Are you guys... You guys look a little excited for this.
Yeah.
We've been waiting for this.
We talked about it, right? We talked about those first kills versus first deaths.
had to
Both
be
really
this.
aggro.
Yes.
And it's been Neons, right? They've been shining on the Neons. And now they're going with the Neon battle. I just can't wait.
I absolutely cannot wait to. I think all of us at home, those of you who are watching us over here in Jakarta, we are going to go into map 2. It's going to be Haven. Can Full Sense stay in this game? Can they bring it to a 3-mapper? We do have our Aussie casters with us, Conky and Komodo, to bring us through Haven.
Momentum has been such a key theme inside this series right now, right? It's kind of crazy to think about that Prisa hasn't been able to be pushed away at all, right? Can Full Sense do this now? It's their map for it.
Yeah, it's something I want to highlight and extend on back from what Ewok was saying, as we've seen it banned, in the secondary phase from Prisa time and time again, but we've never actually seen any other teams pick into it, right? In towards their series. We've seen teams pick Haven, but nothing that we've seen on the side of the bracket yet for Prisa. So a little bit more known quantity-wise for Full Sense, and I'm looking at the history for them. I'm seeing, well, they've already played this map. They've gone against a Neon and the likes of Disguise and Vera. They've gone back over towards Uta on the ISO. So what were we actually going to be seeing from Prisa? Well, it's a little bit more mainstream in the current patch for what we're seeing on this map.
Yeah, only one difference. That's Margaret on that Cypher, and again, it's been his agent. We've seen him swap it out for the Yoru one time, but overall, it's just been an impact role for him, and we need to see that continued form going forward.
Oh, throwing on back towards what Full Sense love to do, and it's just try and set up John Olsen in this map immediately.
Straight into it, already stunned up, and Persia's going to be able to deny. That's the thing, John Olsen, he's gone relatively solo! And Danby has already opened up the site free of charge.
And look who's lurking yet again, Margaret. He doesn't need to be with the team when the relay bolts are out and they just absolutely overwhelm Prisa. Now Sushi Boys and Leviathan left scratching their heads. Yeah, how do we get back into this one?
You wonder what the call was there, right? It seemed like they were a little bit shocked by the momentum, right? They went out for the all-out brawl. It really favored Prisa. There is so much question against what we're going to be seeing in this one. Sushi Boys gets one back. But with that spike being planted, there's so much momentum that they have to pick up towards long, and they're already locked down on this site Prisa.
I mean, if you really need to, Ivy, you can use the drone, you can wait for your dart, you got a fault line back on for Francis, and you got other bits of these utility as well, but just the info now from the peak from Danby, you know where they're coming from, and that's the round.
There's no hesitation in fighting back here, Prisa, right? They see the moment, they see the opportunity, and they'll absolutely take that. Like, what do you do in a moment where there's 4 people swinging you down long, right? They are looking to open up the round strong and close it just as equally.
Immediate binding from Prisa on John Olsen coming down with a relay bolt, and then the switch from Danby to immediately send one back as well to stun him up. How quick that you have to be just recognizing that that's coming back at you as well. If that wasn't your game plan from the very beginning from Prisa, it's just a really quick attentive detail from them to overwhelm Full Sense, to isolate a frag.
Once again, a credit to Prisa and how much attention they're paying. They seem to be in the heads of all of their opponents.
Already got immediate rotations from Full Sense as well, just with these pistols over towards the A site, just from a how do you do from Prisa. Again, it is just one of these anti-eco rounds from Full Sense, but it's like bind, right? It's what was the problem for Full Sense? They couldn't find anything in the early stages of the map.
Much slower of an approach here. Margaret obviously ready to sort of open up the door towards that B site, but once again, the focus seems to be set towards A. They're waiting for a reaction to come out from Full Sense.
And we saw this from Prisa as well, right? On this attacking side, they love to be patient after seeing a little bit of an investment in the beginning of a round, showing a little bit of presence, letting you think, letting you overcomplicate things in your own brain.
Let it stew. Rigu takes time, Komodo. 2 hours, a slow stir. That rotation. They're going to get info off the back of the turret, but going to be that control again. Margaret! Oh. It's not exactly going the way you'd want it, and that's the site going to be opening up.
Yeah, Darby already got in towards the C side as well, and you've only given over a ghost technically as Margaret, but now you just need to make sure that you're protecting this spike.
Yeah, if he oversteps, though, that dark cover's going to fade very, very soon right now, but he's looking to try and get that catch. He gives away the information, and that's when he chooses to fall away.
Yeah, setting up for a post plant now as well from Full Sense. See if they can get
moving.
in.
Yeah, look at this already. They get the full team out. Now it's going to be an awkward little sort of battle right now. Francis managing to find one through that dark cover, but Danby ready to activate. Is he going to be able to get caught out here? John Olsen gets the info, gets the shot back, but Ivy can deny, can lock it in, and straight through the shadows. He'll be the man that is in control of the moment. Leviathan gets one more, and all it can really be is about damage at this point. Ivy with the security deal on the 4K. It's the insurance policy there.
Yeah.
Has been relied upon time and time again, and once more it works out for them.
Yeah, we saw him close out a couple of rounds over on the previous map as well. Being the kind of backwards player, right? He's never first in, he's in the middle, or he's behind, just making sure that he's supporting his team where required as well. You can kind of say the same for Margaret on another side, where he's going for the lurks, he's trying to catch players in rotation. Again, the Cypher is always going to entice you to play a little bit more disconnected with the team and just be a body with the guns up. But for Ivy getting activated into this one really nice and early. Margaret, the ghosts, yeah, yeah, it looks a little bit awkward from him. But now we focus on towards Full Sense because they've got the weaponry and they've immediately charged up towards, well, B, where they need to go because the Prisa are in.
They're going to let him have it too. That's already some of that Killjoy utility burnt down. They can go for the spike plant right now, and it's going to be on a weird execution for Full Sense.
How do you get in towards this one for them as well? Just really quickly, you've got that Bucky to come in from Darby. You've still got Francis with the Sheriff.
He gets the spot. That's such key information. Komodo spotting out 3 in the link. Coming in to reinvest now. This is that level of hesitance. They want to get back into this moment, and they desperately need it here, Full Sense. But once again, you know, Danby, he's just keeping them interested, keeping them focused. He's finding a second, looking for more. Then onto that spike defusal.
Oh,
Sushi
reload.
Boy, he's locking it in. He might have lost the time, but he's taken off. That's a big one. Sushi Boy's looking to get back on it now. But again, they just have to keep that control. Fox looking for more. He's got more, but is he have enough time? Oh, man, the pain of doing so much. But if you're only Tails and you've got no Sonic, you cannot get it done alone.
Oh, unfortunately, tripping over his own feet a little bit too roly-poly in that one. Foxy tried to dig deep in that one. The dart covers down, the Bucky around the other side as well. You could just see how close the spike was from being defused when you've realized that Simprisa are out of the sight completely. They're relying on these shock darts. They're relying on the aftershock. They're trying to play post-plant utility. The shots, the guns are what try to bring it back.
You can't be indecisive, Full Sense. You need to be confident, consistent, because this is what Prisa have been doing. They've been getting all up in your face, all up in your grill, and once again,
the
it's
reveal.
neon diff. However, there is a respondent. Danby, pressure goes onto you now again, my friend, but PTC, there's the denial of service.
Persha and now Margaret to try and bring this one back, but an opportunity for Full Sense. It was Eco going into this one as well, right? Just the upgraded Sheriffs. Now you've pilfered over a Phantom. You've got space and coverage still around Garage, around front B. You can settle, you can rest, you can have a breath because now the onus is on Simprisa to bring this back.
They're round to lose. They just need to make no mistakes. Again, focus on 100%ing that round. Don't give the opportunity. Leviathan will respond. Now they can recoup. Again, they let it simmer. They let it settle. Persia's going to take a bit of a focus forward.
He does have the spike as well, but you never want to try and plant and get in a 1 versus 3 when you've got so many different angles. So he's just trying to play by the numbers, play by the timing, and space is provided himself. But now going for the plant, if you're Full Sense, you set up together as a unit, overwhelm him in numbers.
They had the buddy system, but now they've split up. This is going to be a really an awkward one to sort of get their way back in here. Fox already found so much. But again, Persha inside these dark covers. It's going to be that sense of surprise here as he pushes out. 1 already found. That's a pass mark here. Now he just continues to look to isolate here. Fox has given away his information. Still yet to be spotted is Sushi Boys. But this is where the pressure starts to amount because he can find the battle. He can find the duel. And once again, when you stare into the face of adversity and you can look above, you can stand out inside this crowd and show why you are the prince in the server.
A 1 versus 3 from a really stuck position in Hell as well. The first one, he pops out the dark cover and you think, oh, it looks a little bit awkward, the timing on Leviathan, but then just a bumble in the end from Fox, who had a magnificent last round, right? The 4 kill at the end, caught in a reload. Man, that would have been the one for Full Sense to get on the board.
It looks like they're going to go quick here again. You know, Simprisa, this is the thing they keep doing. They keep taking that momentum, Komodo, and now look at them. Aldrone already out. Shrouded step in. Danby is looking for it, but John Olsen, there's a response. Does have to dance around a little bit. It's awkward for now, but Ivy has got the trade, has put the position. And now with that relay bolt, it does catch, but they can't capitalize on it.
These early contests have never really gone either which way, have they? One player dying, an immediate trade from Hunter's Furies yet again in back-to-back rounds. I'm seeing Margaret pushed up through Garage and a little bit of a waltz down mid from Full Sense at the moment. If they can catch a bit of opportune peeking, opportune timing, they might be able to get ahead of this rotation.
Margaret going to be aware. He's looked now. They've actually chosen to fall away. They don't want to try and overstep into this unfamiliar territory.
They got in front of the dark cover in towards C as well, so they can set up to their heart's content. You've got a rolling thunder to buy a lot of time.
Margaret, look at that position inside the window. And he's already found one, making a second and a third. Margaret! My oh my, the reliability, 17 years of age, but he can continue to deliver. And now PTC.
They're looking the wrong way.
He could find it, but no, again, the shots aren't connecting. It's all falling apart here for Full Sense. A team with worlds of experience, so much service inside the moment where they've dealt with these crowds, they've dealt with this pressure, but Simprisa are able to pull them apart.
Prisa are gaming, indeed, right now in the server, and Full Sense, I mean, they are not happy. I mean, it's not an elimination match, right? But you don't want to bow out of a match like this in a 2-0 fashion with nothing really to show. A 13-6 into a similar type of scoreline in this one would feel heartbreaking for them.
They invest the Rolling Thunder. They invest 3 members trying to go in and simply do one basic thing. Trade.
Yeah.
Trade the frag. Try to deny Margaret's control, but they can't do that. And this is where Full Sense need to go back to those basics. Need to go back to what they understand and get back into control.
Yeah. I mean, you know, CBBK has to have a lot of input in a timeout like this for Full Sense, but if you're Silkanon, it's, you know, keep doing what you're doing. It's all good.
We will play our game. We will continue.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't see any reason why not to. 5-0, again, just a really great start on this attacking side. Denial of the attacking side, rather.
And Prisa have been in control this entire competition, Komodo. Why change it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Works. And they are playing this like they know they're the best in the server. They're smiling, they're laughing, they're embracing the crowd. And you can see the stress, the sweat back on Full Sense as a result of it, right? They've got another chance. They've got another lifeline, but Prisa are just riding that wave of momentum.
I mean, step 1, take the first battle, bait out your opponent's utility. We've seen Darby have great success over at A-Long, challenging against John Olsen as well, right? So we're looking at the 2 players that we would prop up as a kind of duelist head-to-head, and we already see the diff that's happening inside the server. We need to see retaliation. We're asking, where's John Olsen? He's flat, he's grounded over on Bind. We know that he's going over into an agent that we've seen him absolutely pop off in this tournament so far. We've seen such consistency from John Olsen, from Full Sense, when they are backing him up on the Neon. But if you make him think, if you make him get exploited in the open by himself, there's a bit of tilting that can happen for John Olsen. So let's see if he can actually come back now, maybe with an overdrive in this round.
Game of pace. Looking to try and take that one once again. Already getting that information. B-site locked in. Dark covers go down. Spike to be planted. He looking to get close. Look at John Olsen's positioning here. You can tell he wants to try and execute.
Yeah, does he want to get that overdrive in to lead the way for his team? Play a little distractor for the rest of them as well. They're so passive. They're expecting an overpush from Prisa out through the B site, but right now the time is just ticking away on this Spike.
Still holding onto Garage. They've already cleared out A. They know there's only certain locations that Full Sense can come from, and they are going to get a little bit of an attack here, but they have to try and overwhelm this post plant. Prisa, they're so far back, so hands off this position. Now they tap onto that Spike. John Olsen tries to get in, but once again it's denied. Neural Theft goes through, and again, it's just no response, no chance. All Prisa in the moment right now, but Fox, maybe he can be the hero, but I think it may very well be a little bit too late again, as they just don't get given enough time here. Full Sense, they are late to the moment, and Prisa will deny once again.
Just the pistols at the end of the day for Full Sense. I like that they had the right idea of waiting to see if any of the attackers would push through the sides of the site to try and get a couple of the frags early on to try and seal the deal on this round nice and early. They're patient for it. They set themselves up methodically for an attempted retake, right? Get John Olsen in with the overdrive, absolutely shut down. And apart from that, I mean, you get it down to like 2 members remaining for Prisa, but you're not playing with the economy too hard. So we'll see if this round can actually convert now over for Full Sense with an operator that gets a trade.
Weren't ready for it either. But Margaret obviously getting that opening. Danby already finding that additional control. The paranoia comes out again. They're looking to 100% this round, but it's the dart. Again, the info. Danby can find it. And John Olsen has been denied. Sushi Boys gets one for his money, but again, it is this disadvantage. Prisa continue to put the stranglehold. The leash has been choked back. But you look at Fox's position, maybe a chance. He has to wait, but the line is held by Danby. The repositioning of this man, he is so versatile. He understands the contract and what he needs to do to deal. And they're running out of moment again. Fox is just going to have to stare down the inevitable here as the round and the Spike is going to tick away once more.
Timing on that dark cover as well, just to really stop him. You don't know if there's a crossfire on the other side. You're taking time away to use a drone if you want to get back into it. And even on the escape of the round, Ivy in the right position. For Full Sense, they get a trade in the really early beginnings, but what happens when they go and extend into the courtyard, Mitch? C is open for business. Firm handshakes around for Prisa.
Again, moment in time where we see an opening or a change or a find or something that Full Sense has cooked up here. But once again, Prisa are absolutely aware of it all. And it's like, again, that thing of we lose this part of the map, but then we were able to take it back so fast.
Well, that's it, isn't it? It's when you're Sin Prisa, you're not going one-dimensionally around the map. You're taking space in multiple positions. It's something that Margaret is exceptional at doing. It's something that Danby is great about, pulling rotations. And I mean, if you have a massive kill performance in map number 1, you're going here, you're still finding huge success as well. If you're full sense and you get an idea of where Danby is, it kind of does bait you in to go and try and find him.
They've just left him here at A for now. Haven't needed to do any more. Margaret's just going for the lurk up mid once more.
And one of these gamble stacks for full sense yet again, just down onto the lesser weaponry. I mean, you finally got a lockdown as Sushi Boys too, but overlooking one angle, yeah, that's a bit rough.
Definitely. At least John Olsen gets kind of one for some credit back, but side already taken. Spike about to get planted. Danby fully in control once more.
I know this is just against a technical eco round of full sensors, but even on the rifle rounds, it's kind of the same copy-paste where Sin Prisa are pulling you away from the site that they're wanting to go towards.
We lose one here, but we'll go here instead. You know, we can continue to shift it up, continue to be versatile, adapt and overcome.
Lockdown in to buy time to bait it out with a flank from Persia this time because Margaret is gone. Now the site is still protected because Danby never left.
But the hesitation again, this is the thing. Once they've got that sort of question behind them, but John Olsen at least opens up with one more, tries to jump on in, but SBG, Ivy, again to deny. Sushi Boys also punished. And every single person from Sin Prisa has had that moment. You know, we've talked about Fox a couple of times for full sense. But Sin Prisa are just, they've taken every single driver's seat, right? They've lined up, they are in position, they're already securing their tickets. And Full Sense need to do something fast.
Francis is calling a masterful game at the moment, and comparatively, PDC, they're both IGLs, they're both breaches, they're both at the bottom of the scoreboard, but you put to the top of the scoreboard and it's 8-0, right? There is just such a heavy lean towards the attackers right now in Sin Prisa. And coming in towards the fresh round right now, it's going to be mid immediately.
Blood. And it's John Olsen once more. He's trying so hard to find these openings, to find these opportunities, but Danby's just got the one up every single time.
Yeah. No space. Gathered for full sense over a C lean or an A lean to be able to get a flank, but it's Danby, again, just to push very quickly, catching him with the Hunter's Fury in his hand, snapping the bow, getting the plants. And this is just looking, again, really unfavorable for Full Sense.
Denies the offense of John Olsen into the spawn to get rid of the Hunter's Fury. Now PTC feels nervous inside his own spawn. Ivy gives him an opportunity for a half second, but then he's denied again. Falling away. Sushi Boys, Leviathan might just have to try and save this operator. There is no chances to return.
Just not letting him set up for any semblance of a retake too. PDC with the Rolling Thunder can't be deployed on in, pushing against the Hunter's Fury and still trying to hunt, remove these guns. It's just now Leviathan with an operator. And he gets one, but apart from that, Mitch is just caught. It's done again. It's 9 for Sin Prisa.
Completely and utterly cooked. I don't know what else to say. I'm in shock. I'm in awe. This is a team that, you know, they've sort of sat there being like, yeah, we're the favorites. We're the favorites by far. This grand final matchup is looking like a cakewalk. They're more than ready for Pacific at this point in time if they can keep up this pace, Komodo.
I mean, think about it. If Sin Prisa do win here, they've already bested Riddle in a really close matchup as well, right? Margaret coming out with the 1v4 to essentially, you know, frazzle them. The map gets one, the game gets one. They've also bested over towards Boom in a really shocking scoreline. So right now, I mean, if you're besting Full Sense, who gets grand final?
Roll once more. Already looking to duke this one in. John Olsen, he's desperate to get some level of resurgence, some level of control taken back. And they've got something, but again, it goes back.
Immediately, 3 around the side of A, make it 4 because 1 was gone. And what does Margaret do? Pushes all the way up through the window. The timing like shifts in a night, straight through the dark cover, and he still gets him. Okay, Sushi Boys, maybe you start to cook just a little bit around this C site with a massive flank coming.
Margaret, he's got all of this control. He lets Ivy be the martyr in this moment. But that's when he's able to capitalize. Gets the frag back. Now he knows B. Leviathan's on the edge again.
Just an eco then, again, at the end of the day. But if you can find a kill by itself, maybe you can get back in towards this one. Margaret, be careful. Don't give an opportunity. And now it's just the remaining 2 to try and bring some solace back towards Full Sense.
You can just see the desperation in John Olsen trying so hard to find these moments, to find this control, but Margaret is just doing this dance, this do-si-do, where he doesn't need a partner. He can do this solo. All eyes on this side of SPG. And again, we talk about what it means to be a team, but 5 individuals look fantastic at the exact same time. It works so well.
Full Sense, the full tire representative, you know, they want to get in towards tier 1. They want to be the full team there for the fans to cheer for. They don't want to see a 4th Korean team go over into Pacific. Likewise of Riddle, right? Likewise of Boom, the hometown heroes. Right now, if you're going out this way, this is not it.
Got to put up a case for that lower bracket. Going to be a fierce opponent no matter who you verse, and Danby. One step of hesitation and there's a moment where PTC can get this back.
The first shutdown, finally.
Not traded.
But already the slip in towards the B side, it's revealed. Margaret, try and bait in some eyes, and the space, finally, Full Sense, they go over towards A. They find the positioning. They know that things should be tending away to the other side of the map, but Sushi Boys is done.
And look at again, this is Ivy already holding that control. He gets John Olsen for free and already gets that information. He can just continue to hold them down.
Ridiculous.
And Ivy, it's poison at this point in time. Leviathan just stunned, unable to kind of comprehend what is being thrown at them right now. So SPG have had every territory of this map permanently without shake.
Oh,
Leviathan does get 2. We'll give him a chance. We'll give him some time because, again, they are so mispositioned.
None of them towards the site. You're exactly right. And Leviathan to try and get on in, but do you actually expect someone to still be around the B side? He does. Oh my, the time is starting to be a pressure cooker.
Margaret has to get out immediately. I think there's just not enough time. He's just going to walk straight in and he's going to find the control.
Wow.
It's just these moments where you want to will it and wish it, but
yeah.
It seems like a dream.
An opening kill, right? A 4 versus 5 round that you might think they're actually going to be able to close down when things settle, when you get the idea that it's going back towards C. I looked at the radar when they got that kill, right? Immediately you saw the players on Full Sense fall back and second guess, oh, we can actually take this A main space. It feels a little bit lapsed from them in the reactions, right? And then coming in towards it, you've got those full contingencies of the Prisa guys. You know, we've got the C site, we know where we're planting, but they're just lurking around the map.
Again, another fast one. Already that control. John Olsen trying to capitalize. He will have a friend this time round.
Yeah. Could you imagine a flawless run, the lesser weaponry for Full Sense on this round? I mean, still holding a Rolling Thunder, still trying to see maybe if John Olsen can overdrive on in. It's reactive now. They overlook Leviathan.
Able to find it, but he has to get out. Because that's already some utility, that Rolling Thunder being thrown in, which makes it so challenging.
Fast flank though, and it did catch him. John Olsen's revealed.
Look at the catch, he's so ready for it again. It's Ivy in control, time and time again. This could be a 12-0 Komodo in the moment where you need to see a team shine, when you need to see a team go above and beyond. And this is what I mean. At this point in time, there is genuinely no question. And man, oh man, there is, again, a genuine chance where we see this, but I think we've got an interview. So we're going to have a conversation to work out potentially what the hell is going on right now, Komodo. Oh, man. I just can't understand it. It's so challenging to do because, you know, this is a team that I've willed, I've wished, you know, that you want to get it. But, again, we'll have that conversation now.
As you can see on this banner, need watch partner for 29 September. Could you please explain to us why we should watch it with you?
Because my friend told me I have a lot of green flag quality on me, and the only red things from me is my rank history.
What's your rank history?
All red. Yeah.
Oh, so your ranked history is all red and you still need a partner to watch at the 29.
Yeah, because I'm a green flag boy, you know.
Okay. So anyone here wants to watch this with this greenest flag boy in this VCT Ascension Pacific Jakarta? Let's hit him up. And what do you think about this Ascension Pacific in Jakarta so far?
Wow, I think because this is still the first day and it's already awesome. The vibes is already cool. I cannot wait for the finals.
Oh my god, love it. So, casters, what do you think? I'm throwing it back to you.
I think he's kind of cute, to be honest. Green flag, you know, we'll give that a shout anytime. But what's a real green flag is Prisa looking for a 13-0 in this level of competition.
And they switch over to the defensive side now as well, where we heard it earlier on in the day, right? Prisa, we know how profound they are on this attacking side. We know that Full Sense have been defensive leaning, but where were the defenses? Where were the stoppages in that first half? I mean, they had advantages. They had positions that Prisa had to absolutely bring back, and they just did so methodically, cleanly, individually, together as a unit as well. Ivy having a bit of a belter of a game right now, but Mitch, on bind, we saw Full Sense get the pistol in the second half. I mean, they have to get it. There's no question. It has to go their way, right?
Yep. There is only one way about it, and it's 12 rounds behind, so we'll think about this narrative. We'll think about this moment.
I was thinking Simprisa were at the right place with 3 members on this C side as well, but immediately rotating over towards A. The kick is up now with them getting in towards the side.
Though, isn't it? Yeah, like, they've broken the trapwire. Now they try to get in. Dark cover goes down to try and isolate. It's going to be an all-out brawl on this C side.
5 versus 5. You're leaving Sushi Boys to lurk really largely, and Leviathan as well to play a battle in the garage. You've already lost PDC.
Francis, really big start, but now they're just looking for the finish. This would be a moment in time that could be talked about forever right now. SPG looking to set themselves up, and Margaret is going to be able to find it. It's going to be all eyes on John Olsen. It's his moment to shine right now. They've been questioning the whereabouts, but I think this is going to be a denial of service. Sushi Boys, man, I really wish you could have this, but guys, we have witnessed something that you could never have dreamed of in this moment. The run into the grand finals, to step up and say, this could be the grand final match. We're going to prove it to everyone right now that we are the ones that deserve VCT Pacific right now. A 13-0 on the stage with all the storylines behind it. It just doesn't sound possible.
And that makes it, 15 series in a row to get to this position as well. Imagine a split 2 into an Ascension flawless run. Grand final advantage now going to Simprisa.
We were talking about a thing of where if Simprisa maybe had to feel the pressure of going down into that lower bracket, would it be unfamiliar territory for them? They don't need to deal with that right now.
Yeah.
They've already rewarded themselves with a day off, a little bit of a watch, and all we can say is cheers to Full Sense for trying their hardest there. But, they're not done yet, right?
No, exactly.
We can talk to their story. We can continue their journey because now they get to fight off against either Riddle or Boom.
Yeah, that's going to be a very exciting series in the next one as well. But, a lot to dwell upon for them now because now they are in a situation of elimination too, right? They, like Simprisa on your screen, are coming from the top bracket too. Their run was also looking really good in this tournament so far, but absolutely cut down to size by Simprisa on that secondary map. The first one as well, I mean, it was kind of not really too close to, right? So right now, Simprisa are leading by example.
What a proud moment they must have feeling for them right now, and I can only sort of try to understand how they must be sort of, cheering themselves on at this point in time. You could see all smiles. The emotions were absolutely key. They were just taking in their stride this time in the arena, right? The crowd's picking up. Everyone's sort of doing their part to cheer this on. And yeah, as I said, Simprisa have almost had a target on their back. They're probably one of the teams that there's, lots of preparation being thrown into. They're all keeping their eye on this. And, there's not even a strain for them, right? All the individuals, they're probably being looked at anyway.
Yeah.
But now, they take it. It's a thing of now where you got to sort of sit back for Full Sense and go, God damn, what can they do to continue third?
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to the grand final as well with their 2 map bans, and I don't think Haven might be one of them. They've kind of had it hidden up their sleeves so far, it feels.
Ewok was saying it. It seemed like there was a potential moment where we could bring this back on Haven, right? But look, again, when they're looking this strong, the map pool doesn't matter. The moments doesn't matter. Like, Simprisa are willing to take absolutely everything into their stride and just say, we are unbeatable. So you don't want to hear from us anymore. We're going to go back to the desk and have them all break down something special.
What an incredible second map that we have. 13-0. SPG looking absolutely fantastic. Now, guys, I have to say this. I love my Thai teams. I love my Thai players. I am also Thai, but I have to say this. The Thai team seems to like being 13-0'd.
Yeah.
Talon, this happened to Talon by Paper X.
Yep.
Earlier Pacific, we saw the second time. In general, Pacific likes 13-0s. The second time, DRX won that 13-0, and now we have a third 13-0 for the Pacific year. It's been absolutely crazy. And one thing, you pointed this out, Ewok, SPG, you give SPG that attacker side around on the first half, they're gonna run it through.
Run away with it.
Yeah.
Teams are just not finding a way to deal with that, right? You're gonna pick this map. SPG is gonna pick the attack side. Their attack side's been great the whole tournament, and they just keep running at you. And there's just been no answer. No one. This is gonna be such a tough order view for Full Sense, right?
Guys,
Dax, what do you even say?
Guys, we thought this series was gonna be a marathon. This could have been the grand finals, in the present right now, like a little bit of a preview, but no, it was a goddamn sprint. We rushed through, we ran through all the floors, all the sites, everywhere and anywhere. And in the end, SPG has just done something special. They are the team to beat for a reason. And this is just more evidence for it. I'm just impressed by so many factors as SPG, but I want to point out Persia especially. 10 kills, sure, but how many times did he die? Just one. And one big round there in round number 4. The clutch on that A side just holding down the ground. It just sent Prisa as clean can be. I've never seen a team this spotless coming into Ascension.
Yeah, actually that you mentioned that. Ewok, what would you say that this, I wouldn't say it's perfect Valorant, but it is really damn good.
Yeah, it's just really clean. SPG are not, like, it doesn't seem like the crowd is affecting them in any negative way, right? We haven't seen them 13-0 yet. Now you have a crowd and you see a 13-0. Maybe they're really getting used to using this crowd, and that's going to really help them in this grand final once it happens, right?
Yeah, and real quick, I was thinking, they have played LAN all the time in VCT Korea, but it's different in a different place, right? In a different region, and lo and behold, they're still the same level and even better.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. Now we have not all rookies, but they definitely have more rookies on the side of SPG especially compared to Full Sense. But it's been rather fascinating. This has been the year of rookies across the board, all the regions in VCT. And it's something we've noticed about the rookies, even last year, Paper X something, when they placed second against EG, he wasn't overly upset. He was like, this is pretty damn good for my first international event. Rookies like Karon from Genji have this sort of same attitude. The stress maybe might not be there for them as you would think for a rookie compared to an experienced player who've already been there so close and then they lose it. And you can see that maybe coming out today.
Yeah, for sure, right? For Full Sense, it kind of hurts. They've been in these positions before, right? And now it's another loss, and this is a tough one, right? And they need to go and play again, right? So they need to find a way to rally the boys, and they need to go again. And just like you said, the younger boys, they're like, well, my first year, right? Yeah. We're doing so well, right? I got nothing to lose. Right? I got so many years left in my career, and I'm getting these big performances already. Why are these other guys struggling? Why have they been waiting so long to do this?
And that's the tough part for Full Sense, right? It's the same old story. Here they go again, and they're just getting so close to making it back or making to Pacific, and it's just not happening. On the other hand, SPG, wow, the future is so bright for the squad, and they're looking even brighter. Perhaps a mindset that they're already in Pacific.
Yeah, and this is the kind of mindset you want to go in. With that, this is not the end of the road for Full Sense. We are going to go to the winner's interview with Prisa Gaming from Korea.
Terima kasih semuanya. Halo teman-teman semuanya. Aku Dona di sini dan bersama aku di stage ada Ivy dari SPG sebagai the first grand finalist kita. Tepuk tangan dong. So I'm joined by Ivy here as our first grand finalist. First of all, congratulations Ivy. What a match, what a series. 13-0 clean. What a game. So what does it feel like to be standing on this grand stage, playing on this grand stage, one step closer to ascending? And is this something like what you could imagine, Ivy?
일단 우승 축하드리고요. 이제 국제 무대에서 쓰면서 이제 승격하기 한 단계 더 가까워졌는데 소감이 어떠실까요?
일단 기분이 좋고 남은 한 발걸음 남았다는 게 실감이 안 나네요. 실감이 안 나요.
He says that he is very ecstatic about the results and the fact that he has only one more step until he ascends, the whole team ascends. It doesn't really feel realistic. It just feels like a whole dream.
Oh my God, katanya emang ini itu kayak mimpi ya, walaupun emang ini asli banget karena mereka udah bisa melangkahkan satu kali langkah lagi menuju ke arah Grand Final dan bisa aja menjadi pemenang dari VCT Ascension Pacific Jakarta ini. Jadi kita bakalan tanya karena mereka itu konsisten banget selama Ascension ini. Menang 2-0 bahkan di Finals Weekend ini dengan map yang kedua 13-0. So you won all of the series in the Ascension with a clean 2-0, even in the final weekend, even in this upper bracket, you guys are so consistent. Do you feel SPG is really unbeatable and how you stay consistent throughout the tournament?
어센션에서 이제 모든 경기에서 전승을 이루었는데 일단 SPG가 이제 패배할 수가 없는 팀이 어떻게 되는지 그리고 이제 일관적으로 좋은 결과를 어떻게 낼 수 있을까요?
아무래도 저희 저희가 되게 오래전부터 합을 맞춰오기도 했고 이게 새로운 시도를 하면서 좀 성적이 잘 나오니까 이렇게 쉽게 이길 수 있었던 것 같아요.
He says that thanks to the team being going all the way back and with their overall, they're very compatible with each other and their teamwork is very great. They're able to give out such great results.
Karena emang semuanya ini teamwork ya kata Ivy sendiri sehingga mereka bisa untuk bermain dengan gemilang banget dan konsisten dari awal sampai dengan akhir. So anyway Ivy, last words or any words you want to say to your fans or your supporter out there?
이제 팬분들한테 하고 싶은 말이 있을까요?
저희 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 결승도 무실 세트로 우승 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
He says that thank you for all the fans and for the fans who are rooting for them, and he will try his best to give out the best performances for the grand final.
Terima kasih semuanya, terima kasih teman-teman semuanya yang udah support Ivy dan juga tim SPG. Pastinya mereka bakalan kerja keras banget untuk bisa bermain maksimal di grand final nanti. Jadi teman-teman semuanya itu dia series pertama kita pada hari ini. Jangan kemana-mana karena selepas ini kita bakalan mempunyai Riddle yang akan menghadapi tim Boom Esports. So for those of you who are still watching, don't go anywhere because after the break we will having Riddle facing up against Boom Esports. See you later.
everyone strive to reach the peak. Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle. 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 Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension. We are live in the capital of Indonesia, Jakarta. We just saw an incredible first series to kick off playoffs. Prisa Gaming being our first grand finalist in the most astounding way, a 13-0 on Haven. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and with me we got Ewok and Dax, who also witnessed the absolute insanity just now.
Yeah, it was just greatness personified, and truthfully, I want to toss it over to Ewok a little bit. So when you see a game like that, what do you think? What is there to even get out of a VOD review of a 13-0? You know, what's there to talk about?
So a lot of times when you see a 13-0 like that, right? If you're full sense, I'm the coach. There's something that went wrong on the macro, something strategically, but a lot of times you weren't just shooting back, right? It's definitely a hard one, but you need to be objective about it. What are the things that we can change, and what are the things that are out of our control, and what do we need to fix going into the next series,
And honestly,
right?
guys, with that, it just means every upper bracket matchup has ended with a 2-0. I have never seen an Ascension run this dominant ever in the history of Valorant, and not only that, it's just SPG going all the way in such a spotless manner.
Yeah, it has been absolutely dominant. Like you said, from the Korean org, and they could full well be joining 3 other Korean orgs in VCT Pacific. It's not end of the road for Full Sense at all. They do have one more life tomorrow. They're going to be facing up the winner of today's matchup. Now, the next matchup is extremely high stakes. We got Riddle Order from Japan. Riddle Order this org is just as big as the other Pacific orgs already. Zeta Division and DFM, really popular squad, even though there are a lot of rookies on this team. They'll be facing off against Boom. Boom, audience, by the way, the audience is starting to fill up. There are drums. They are getting ready to give that Indonesian energy. But first, we got to introduce Riddle Order. This could be the future of Valorant. They have 3 rookies on this team, and these 3 rookies are clutch gods.
Yeah. These guys are insane. Every time we're talking about Yatsuka and just clutch after clutch, right? And I think that might be one of the difference makers in this Boom series, right? Are we going to see him win out those clutches?
That's right. We are going to see some of the highlights now, and you're going to see these spectacular moments, particularly from Yatsuka.
I mean, come on, the stats, they say it all. I look at what Yatsuka has done, especially against Naos Esports, one of the highest clutch rates. I think he has even the most clutches so far in this tournament.
Yeah. So let's play those highlights, because they've been looking fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's go straight ahead.
You don't want to see our faces. You want to see the highlights.
JoJo's found first. It's a place completely to go in with his overdrive, trying to fight as Nation, already trying to be down. He does pop the Prowler. Information gathered, there's his hand, so it's going to be 8-0. Relay ball goes down, carry the mid-field, so them gets 1 and 2, and it's going to be absolutely fine. They haven't seen clearing in now. Yeah, that's the thing. They didn't. Obviously now making his way back in. That now have on this map right now, and they immediately change it. They immediately go in towards drops in towards Hell, and it might be Hell. It's extra space, but it's not working out for him, so they're still yet to use it. I would hope to say none, but that kill is a little bit enticing. Soldum to just slide on around, wait and buy time. Top darts are in. They're good. They're golden now because they need to. Yasuo. He needs more than one Mitchell, and he gets both. Oh, he gets 3. Look at the way that they're double stacked in. If he drops and gets the clear, if he lines them up, there might be a moment. There might be an opportunity. But Soldum in amongst the Cloudburst. It's the last member. It's the Korean.
チームで影響力のある選手はエースだと思います。理由は多分スタッツとか華やかなプレーだけで見たらソルダムだったり楓だったり、ヤツカだったりするんですけど、エースにはちょっとこう中の VC まで聞かないとみんなには分かってもらえない実はその良さというか仕事ぶりがあるんですよねっていう感じでした。特別な理由は少人数戦の的確なコールだったり、このラウンドどういうふうに勝ちのゲームプランをこう自分の中で立てて味方にこう指示をしたり、もちろん IGL は徐々なんですけど、徐々の IGL の中でサブコールじゃないですけど味方をこう引っ張って動かす力があります。彼の V には、彼という人には。今回のアセンションでのパフォーマンスは初戦の SPG 戦の時まではなんかそのオフラインの時に活躍してくれてたエースって感じではなくて、負けを経て、ちょっとなんか負け方も負け方だったんですけど、なんか負けを経て、ミーティングとかして今なんていうんですか、昔に戻ったようなじゃないですけど、そんなコールとかの面ではあの時のオフラインぐらい今はやってくれてます。ただ打ち合いはなんか本人曰く強い時と弱い時がすごいらしいです。安定力がないらしいです。まとめると、もちろん優勝は僕たちがするんですけど、その優勝する頃にはエースのパフォーマンスはもっとガッて上がってるんで、その時あんまり舐めてると普通に負けるよって感じ。
Look at Ace here once more time.
Ace! And do you guys see what Coach Force said in that little feature over there? Basically, they're getting the old Ace back. Because honestly, coming into this one, I was most impressed with Ace from that grand finals against Fennel. He was always doing the macho moves. He was always being the hype guy, rocking the crowd. But it did taper off at the start of this tournament. And that's when Yatsuka really stepped in. That's when we saw Kaide getting those multi-kills. But in that last series versus JFD, it is the old Ace, as the coach has mentioned. And right now, they need the old Ace. They need the full Riddle Order strength here if they want to stand a chance, especially against not just an incredible team, but effectively a pseudo-hostile crowd in the way, guys.
Oh,
This is home turf for someone else.
So I think we were talking about rookies earlier and how rookies, you might expect them to be a little bit nervous, but we've seen the rookies really rise here from the last game in Prisa, but it might be a completely different story here. Like you said, we got the boom crowd. They are loud, they are aggressive, and they are definitely here to cheer the Indonesian team on. In fact, let's throw on the highlights for Boom Esports. You guys, you know Boom Esports. You've seen these players before. They like malls. They like zip lines, and they love playing on home ground.
It's whenever I see H&M, I already know, okay, I'm gonna win this map so I can go shopping. But truth be told, guys, we said
against the ropes. Bit of a half line, they're just to the other side. Papichulo just waited for a bit of assistance. The only Margaret here, they will press the issue. Margaret, though, able to take down at least one. From an elevated angle, but Famous will be able to snipe him down from top. Famous with the outlaw. First one in is still Shiro holding down the site for Surge now coming in. DSG trying to play around how Boom wants to go for rumble control. It's a fight up around this spot, but Shiro comes in with the... Trying to play around the other side tree. Spotted out. Berserk spins around on a swivel. Trade. Spots out the barrel. Will be able to find it. Zesview with the long-range duel. Able gets to ascend again. Shiro. Oh! And it's going to be Sonic. Able to take down Shiro. But then off to the next. Outside the legs. Oh, the... And then tries to reposition. They might not hear his footsteps. He spots out the first. Goes in for the spray. Juicy with the headshot. We go into a second overtime. They are stuck, pinned down perhaps. Going off with the shots though, they've all lined up. Berserk's 2 sheriff shots, and that's all it takes now.
The most influential player in my team is Famous. What makes him actually the most key player for us is because the play style of him is actually very, very good. Like he's actually very disciplined duelist now compared to the before one. And I mean, obviously his aim is like the sharpest for us in here. So he opens the space a lot for us to go in, and I think that's the reason why we've been winning a lot. Usually, Famous is the one who destroys the Indo VCT, and he struggles at international tournaments. But I think he's showing his worth now. He's actually very, very ready now to show his worth and go to the tier 1 level. And yeah, I'm very happy with his performance.
Steps into the round.
Well, what surprised me the most was, he's the first one who got the ace, I think. I believe he can show more aces in the top 4. I think the one that really surprised me a lot is his communication is a lot better now. Back then, we actually told him what to do, like, Fikri, do this, do this, do this. But now he's asking for, hey, flash for me or recon for me or something like that. What I can say to the other teams is, you guys all need to be careful of Famous. He is going to keep performing. You guys can do whatever you want. You guys can try to stop him, but I believe he can still go through you all.
Oh no. Famous gives him another opportunity to try to get a pick finally over the top of the box.
Famous truthfully disappeared when he needed to perform the most. And who stepped up to the plate on Bind? I remember Berserk's the shower kills with the Sheriff impeccable. And then NC Slasher and Zespi, the boys from Bigatron bailing out Boom when needed the most. And right now, Famous needs to be the star-studded superstar of this team right now if they want to impress the home crowd and go to Pacific.
Yeah, they are absolutely capable of it too. I want to point out, remind you guys, some of the best VCT talent are from this country, Indonesia. They're from some of our favorite teams, RRQ and Paper X. They're full of Indonesian players, and you can see that Indonesian firepower, and as long as they bring that forward, they could full well be making their way to grand finals. I do want to talk about predictions.
Yeah?
We got Riddle Order. We got these 3 rookies fresh from the Zeta Academy looking really, really damn good. Soldam is finally playing the way we expect Soldam to, although not on the Jet, the Neon, which is a very interesting take here. We do want to see an evolution of Japanese VALORANT. If Riddle Order win this today, that could be that step in that evolution. Very much how we've been seeing with the Korean teams today. But Boom, that Boom firepower, that Boom squad, that experience could have them winning. So what are your predictions for today?
So tough, Vic, honestly. You think about Riddle Order, they're getting better and better. It's so nice to see a new generation of VALORANT between Riddle and Prisa. And once everyone is warmed up, and I feel like especially if Soldam is comfortable, things are going to look for Riddle. But then again, where are we again? What is this region? What is this city? Who rules Jakarta? Boom Esports. Okay, well, thank you for taking away my luster there, but come on. Boom Esports are expected to perform now in front of the crowd. I was the only one who predicted DSG last time in that series because I felt that maybe this is when Boom will fall, but now that they're here, I'm going Boom all the way.
Yeah, we saw some chinks in the armor, right? Yeah. And that's probably why you went for DSG. So maybe we're not going to see Boom winning it out, but we did see after that big comeback, we still saw Boom win.
Yeah.
And you're talking all the time, Victoria, about these young rookies, right? On the other side, we have Boom. These are the experienced guys.
Yes.
But what did we just see in the series before?
Exactly.
We saw youngsters taking it to the experienced boys and getting a 13-0, right?
Yes.
And you guys
Are we
saw
gonna
that?
see something like that?
Yeah.
Did you see the predictions though? Victoria,
know
yet
my
again,
question
it's
is.
always us in sync with the predictions, and then Victoria's like, no, I'm going the other
The
way.
wrench in there.
So yeah,
Yeah.
please take the floor.
I think Ewok already made my case for me. I also wanted to see a little smiley face on the board there. That'd be really nice. I like Boom Esports. Obviously, I love their energy. I love that there's a Singaporean player that's still in the game here with us at Ascension. But there's a chance. There is a chance for Riddle Order here. A very high chance. And like you said, we just saw rookies. They're not really shaken up here. I think there's a lot on the line. There's a lot of expectation when you're a really experienced squad. Just like Full Sense could full well be the same for Boom Esports here. You felt the feeling of getting so close and losing, and then feeling that nervousness, like, I don't want to screw up again. Some of these players are also a little bit older. What happens to these players if they lose? There are just so many things to think about, and you can see that probably affect their mental a little bit.
Yeah, we talked earlier about players that, especially like Full Sense, right? They've been around and they know how losing feels. And the youngsters, they don't really care because there's not that much to lose for them, right? And Boom is that team. Do you think maybe, we are in Jakarta, but do we maybe see more pressure on Boom right now than on Riddle?
I absolutely think so. I think everyone expects Boom to perform, and they need to not get in their heads. You said their nervousness during LAN. Perhaps there was that expectation to perform, to be that Indonesian rep to begin with, and that will stay the same. But maybe, just maybe, that crowd will also help them. I was talking about a while ago how the Japanese youth players, especially, they love to feed off the energy that they had in that Japanese LAN. But if they do the antics that they do here, what kind of response will they get? Would the crowd be willing to accept the hype that they're trying to pull? You know, the way that they're trying to reset or make their mental even more positive? Or will the Boom crowd effectively be against them? There is that chance that, in a way, guys, 2005 versus 5 as the crowd is filling on up.
Yeah, I definitely think you're accurate there. But I think, from a player perspective, I think there's definitely something special that... no slide to you there, Dax. There definitely is something special. If everything's going wrong, nothing's going to plan, and you look up at the crowd and you hear people chanting your team's name, your name, there definitely is something that just lifts your spirit.
Yeah.
Maybe you're out of energy, right? And they just give you that energy out of nowhere. And that's what I'm hoping to see from the Boom fans today.
Yeah, I'm just looking over at the Indonesian desk over there and how excited they are for this particular game right now. And there are people missing work to be here, unsurprisingly.
It's Friday. Hey, and we were talking about it a while ago, right? If anyone's on the RQ jersey, repping it right now, I know Coach Evox is very willing to do some signing of that, you know, some meet and greets, even though it's not meet and greet day. You gotta do that?
Yeah, I saw someone in the crowd repping that RQ jersey. It makes me really proud, and I really appreciate the support. So if you do hear this and I find you or you find me, I'll definitely sign your jersey.
Yes, that's right. So these signs are so funny. This is so different in Korea where they're just making art pieces.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's like,
oh,
we got one.
About art.
Oh, it's so cute. I don't know how to understand that last one. That's,
I don't know.
thing.
There's some signs, it's like, I don't know if we should be interpreting it here, but there are a lot of fans. The energy in this arena has already transformed from the first one, which ended so quickly. I think this is going to be a really close matchup between these two teams. And I wanted to touch upon this particular team, Riddle Order. We know Boom. We're really familiar with them right now. Prisa Gaming is possibly joining the fray. They are part of the Korean VALORANT community, and we've seen this evolution of Korean VALORANT step it up, and this is why a lot of the teams ended up being really strong. They needed to adjust a little bit in their play style, a little bit in the culture, actually, and then we've just seen the rise of it. We've seen Pacific get their very first trophy at Masters, thanks to Gen G. Japanese VALORANT, they freaking love VALORANT, but they aren't quite there yet. You see these moments where Zeta Division should have been there, or DFM has also made improvements, but it hasn't been quite there. Riddle Order, is this going to be the first step of the change of VALORANT?
I think it's free real estate. That's what I said a while ago. Lad's retiring. Who's now the face of Japanese VALORANT? There's a case to be made with May of DFM. He's going to be the center point of that roster. But now there's a new generation coming on in, and the passion for Japanese VALORANT is still there. You know, players will come from that region as much as they can just because they know they're supported and they know that there's a future in this title.
Yeah, the fans, they love to cling onto these Japanese superstars, right? We've had a couple of them, but you've mentioned their time maybe has come. They're moving on, some of them, right? And now these new young lads stepping into it. And the fans just love to see it, right? If this was from my country, I'd be so proud to have these guys represent, and I'm sure that's how the Japanese fans feel.
They have been waiting for these players to be old enough. Effectively.
Yes.
That is part of the reason we're like, why aren't they already in the partner league? It's because they aren't old enough to be there yet, and this is why they are in this system.
I remember correctly, 2 of the players out of the 3 we talked about on Riddle Order, they played for Zeta in that Red Bull home ground. You remember that one, right? And not only that, Riddle Order is an organization I personally have known for quite a while for other titles, and the fact that they took a chance with some academy players and some established players in Soldam and JoJo and decided to go for VALORANT is already such a big deal. The community is always watching them. There's going to be immediate fan base, and right now they are just making incredible waves here at Pacific Ascension. So I do feel like there's a big future for Riddle Order as a whole, but there is also a chance for them to grasp the present right now.
I want to talk to Ewok about scrims. Someone even made a little scrim sign that had me laughing a little bit there. It's really funny. Both of these teams have reportedly been incredible in their scrims. And they go onto that stage and things fall apart, Ewok. Like, what is that all about?
Fire and Scrim
Yeah.
Box real.
Well, sometimes I think scrims can go either way. Sometimes you can be overconfident because the map's going so well for you in practice, and then because the map is going so well, sometimes you don't fix some of your issues that you might have because you're not getting punished. So then you're not doing as much VOD reviewing, and there's maybe some holes you never even notice about.
Well, with that said, you can hear the drums starting to pound here. We are getting ready for our second series of this playoffs. We got Boom Esports and Riddle Order. Let's welcome the two teams. In this arena, and vibes be vibing as we gear up for the second series. This is the last life for both of these teams in today's matchup. And the question is, will Riddle Order join the ranks of the Japanese greats, or will it be Boom Esports making their hometown proud, Dax?
I'm just shivering after hearing the crowd, especially during that Boom Esports walkout. You know the energy is at the maximum for this elimination game. I mean, they were supporting Riddle too. There were cheers there, but it was just so different when Boom walked out and said, "We are here to represent our home."
Yeah, I think I'm just excited. I was just so focused on that handshake.
Oh,
that's what I'm always focused about. I'm trying to see, is there eye contact? Is there some mind games? Oh, Dax, are you spotting something?
I'm like, Lotus is already such a good map pick, honestly, for Riddle. But we've done it, guys! We finally, we have played every single agent in this tournament. Abyss is finally on.
We have, yes, all the agents have been played, and now we're finally gonna get every single map being played. This Ascension, we finally get an Abyss. Ewok,
I'm over
He
the moon.
walked.
I'm just excited to break down. Can we go straight to map 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just skip
I'm
that
just
one.
so excited.
Yeah, but map 1, look at Lotus, right? Riddle Order, they were very dominant on it, especially against Nawas, correct? And
Yeah.
not only that, they're going to start on the attacking side, so there is a lot of chance for Riddle to get that forward momentum. Coming to Abyss, though, Riddle has never played that in their history, so I want to see what's Boom cooking there, too.
Yeah, but also, Dax, in contradiction to that, right? We did see a very impressive Boom defense on Lotus, right? I mentioned last time that Shiro felt like he was everywhere on that Viper. Are we going to see this attack go against one of the best defenses? Can they break it down? I don't know, Dax.
That is a great point. Shiro was absolutely fantastic as that Viper. Riddle Order, can they find a way around Shiro's Viperness around this map, control of the map here? And I'm incredibly hyped for this. You can tell Riddle Order is focused in the game. They're not going to let the crowd shake them up for this series. Again, this is an elimination. The loser of this match goes home. They are out of this tournament. We are going to go into this very first series. It's going to be Lotus. We have our casters, Pilski and Quack, who's rocking his finest batik wear for this match.
It all comes down to this, and we've got Boom versus Riddle right now. It's just such a big thing with the crowd behind us right now.
100%. There is definitely a sixth man in the room today for Boom. Let's see if they are the beasts on land here. You can hear how hyped the Indonesian crowd is for their home team, but they're in the lower bracket here. There is no room for error today against Riddle Order.
And there's such a big question that we have to think about right now is the fact that that last match that Boom had, yes, they had the home crowd right here, but are they consistent? That's the thing. We're seeing so much at stake, and coming into this one with a map pick like Lotus from Riddle Order, that's a big one. Look at the agent selection right now.
100%. Like, not only were they go from banning it in Challengers Japan to smashing now 13-1 on it, and now picking it here at Ascension against the known quantity that is Boom Esports. They have played so much Lotus. They have been super consistent on this map, and they are playing the most consistent, the meta comp that everyone expects. It's that Raze versus Neon, and it's going to be a clash of styles with the Breach as well here for Riddle Order, so I'm very keen to see how this one breaks down. Like it's going to be A main control. Flashpoint pushes Boom off the line. Haunt revealing the location of Soldam early on, and things will slow down. It's going to be an early start here. Ace keeping tabs over on that C-mount position as the Omens have a bit of a standoff, and it looks like Riddle's going to start to group towards this A side of the map.
There's a little bit of information for Boom to work with. So far the stack, they've got to keep it tight. They've got to keep it real.
Creeping up onto this A line. A lot of players here for Boom. 3 players on the side. Prowler goes forward and reveals that Riddle is still outside A.
Still getting it ready. You can tell that Famous is thinking about those cane spells, but here it comes. Soldan's trying to sneak through. There is a good stun, and he managed to take down Shiro, but NC Slasher off of the trades.
Yeah, trades 1 for 1. Famous in the pole position here to thread the needle, but Riddle Order's going back to B.
Bring the door down. There's a little bit of sound here, Pilski, and a little bit of a flank, too.
If they can get this spike established here. Boom, very standoffish, but look at the position of Ace here on the flank behind Heaven.
Flanks on both sides, but the first one that comes through is from Zesby. He will be able to take the shot down. Berserks as well. Ace trying to wrap back around. They might not know that he's here. Trying to keep themselves on the spike. A little dark cover in his face, though, so trying to wrap around it now. Teammates just around the corner. Good little tap from Ace. Looking for the next one. Reloads off. The haunt in his face. Zesby trying to stay alive. He needs to play. He needs to go in now. He's running out of time. Dark cover out. Goes in for yet another tap. Trying to stick it to at least halfway, but Ace is going all the way into it. And unfortunately for Zesby, not quite able to get off in time. It's Riddle with the pistol win to kick things off.
He really was the ace in the hole there for Riddle. In on the backlines was just the trump card that they really did not expect. And Riddle Order starting off this game of Lotus beautifully on that attacking pistol. It was something mentioned on the desk to pick up on something Ewonk was saying. He thinks Riddle are fantastic at these pivot rounds. They were so committed into the A site there, but they were still able to find that contingency plan both with Ace on the flank as well as just being able to pivot straight through A-Link, break that door down, and get into a B after plant.
And not just that, too. I mean, off of the spike plant, Ace. 3 kills already just to start things off.
Huge ace stack here. Spam through the smoke from Jojo, though, is going to chip down the numbers. Beautiful read from Riddle Order. Just repelling any chance at this trap play behind the Viper wall falling out.
They love to try to peek off of it. It's not going to happen today. Ace onto 2 kills. Kaede to finish it off. Riddle, so strong.
Beautiful, beautiful read there. You could tell their spidey senses were tingling. They could tell that Boom was stacked up behind that Viper wall. They were not in a rush. They were not going anywhere too fast. They keep their heads screwed on their shoulders firmly, and they make sure that they make it through that anti-eco without too many losses and give themselves a very strong bonus round here.
But that's the thing. I mean, Riddle, they are the ones who picked this map. Clearly, they've done their homework. Boom, there's a lot of game tape to study, especially in that overtime match against DSG.
Yes, 100%. This is the key half as well. 11-1 against Nows for Riddle on their attacking side. Boom with great defense. You're going to get the C's nade combo to take that A main control. Instant rotations back across the map here for Boom, but look at Riddle Order pivoting straight back towards C Mount. They have the one way to contest with. Fowler goes forward, clears the space, and Soldam now trying to make his way into the site.
They've drawn out that utility, and now all they need to do is to overwhelm and pressure Zesby. The rotations are here, though. Boom trying to fight back. Soldam trying to hop on over, but Berserk takes him down. Then comes the shot from Zesby. Then comes Shiro. Riddle has no choice but to back off.
They have to go back to plan B, but with greatly diminished numbers now, Quack. Gotta shoot their way out of a bad situation. The Guardian, perfect weapon to do it, though.
Checking the door as well. If they can find the angle, that's a good way to start things off. 2-on-3. If they can find yet another target, maybe get the spike down, this could work.
That is the strength of the Clove. Even through death, can still have some impact on the round, throwing up that one way, applying some passive pressure. Boom now, moving forward. They need to clear this space. The smoke goes up again from the grave. Kaede continuing to apply that pressure. Boom not wanting to move an inch, playing in very safe positions, which creates a lot of space now for Riddle Order to actually change things up and make their way back towards this B side of the map.
Yeah, you can tell very clearly Boom's game plan right now is to work with their numbers, go in for that retake.
Killjoy's dead, so no sound cue from the turret. Double dark covers create a lot of space, but Riddle Order, they know in this man disadvantage situation, they need to take a duel early on here.
Trying to go in for it with Prowler, but good little aftershock from Yatsuka keeps them at bay. Shiro still inside of that little smoke. Yatsuka repositions. They might not have heard this. Ace still holding the angles. If he connects it, that will be huge value for Riddle Order. There goes the first. Not quite the next famous. Going on the offensive now. Yatsuka with great angle, but Shiro expects it. It's going to be the wall bang. Boom to convert.
They take some losses, but they are staying alive here against the bonus. Not as clean as they would have wanted it. Riddle definitely, even in that 2-on-4, applying a lot of pressure. The Guardians doing a lot of damage there, and still their contingency plans continue to prove effective for them.
Yeah, I mean, Boom, even though Riddle were able to kind of turn things around a little bit, even getting the spike down, they managed to keep themselves cool and collected. They still have the crowd rallying right behind them.
Yeah, so we'll see if they can continue to string these rounds together. This is the key half for me. Like I said, Riddle had a monstrous attacking half against Nows. Boom were up 9-3 against DSG. Very, very good defensive side. C's nade combo does a lot of damage to Solder, but he avoids most of it. He doesn't even take a single point of damage from the paint shells.
Not too bad. A little bit of a chance for Riddle to recover in this moment. That said, so far we're still thinking about consistency.
Tickling the door. We'll see the Viper wall up. Beautiful spam kill through tree from Shiro to thin the numbers. That's the initiator hitting the deck, so going to be harder to get back in with the Prowlers.
Heard the door, just had to check. Now it's going to be Riddle. Kind of pinned down behind tree. Shiro behind that poison cloud. They're thinking about rotating, but they're not quite sure if they have to push through to A.
And for a pick. Waiting for a mistake from Boom, who continue to search for information with this fade. There's the one way. This is the double controller. The value of being able to continue to redeploy these smokes and re-hit the site.
How are they going to work against NC Slasher with this heaven angle, though? So much vision. If they take down Shiro, that might be a little bit more space to work with. Famous trying to get off the timing, but Kaede has him knocked down. And that's going to be NC Slasher, that heaven angle that I was talking about. The double kill. Kaede trying to push through.
Another tense 2-on-2. Berserk's a little bit of space to work with, trying to get through drop down. Kaede putting that plant down. 1 kill off the ult now.
Gotta watch these angles. Berserk's, he's trying to pull a sneaky one. Solar might have been spotted out by Ace though, so trying to lock down this angle. Here comes the smoke. from Zespi. Timing on the 2-1-2s. Riddle trying to keep themselves steady, trying to keep themselves tucked away. They know they have the advantage of the spike. They're waiting for that tap. A little bit of utility on the other side as well, but off of timing. The swing from Kaede, and then Ace to take down Berserks.
That is what's been an ultimate strength for Riddle Order throughout this entire tournament. The backliners, even though these players are rookies, don't have a lot of experience heading into this tournament, they continue to deliver for Riddle Order. Ace was highlighted as a key player here, but even Kaede has had monstrous games. We saw some beautiful multi-frags from JoJo in that series, and already Boom, a map that they've played time and time again. They've got so many reps in officials on this map. This should be very comfortable for them. They're being put under a lot of pressure.
That's the darndest thing. I mean, you're thinking about Boom, and they have the core. They have been here before. They're doing so much, but still, Riddle.
They're not doing a lot. On the other hand, they're taking things very slowly. They're quite happy to work this A control. And as we mentioned a couple of times now, pivot further on in the round if they need to. Boom, looking for damage, looking for a bit of an upset with some cheeky positions on the Buckies.
Always a little bit of pressure around the C side as well. So, trying to hold on to their weapons. They don't want to lose their advantage.
Creeping up on this A line, dark cover, trying to create some kind of threatening presence of a cross in towards stairs, which pulls the rotation back across for Shiro. Riddle Order choosing to disengage over on the other side of the map. Ace is getting a lot of space on C Mount, so Riddle choosing to go back there, and there's only Zespi with a classic key. He might even get caught on the cross.
Ooh, the top of his hood has been spotted out. Ace calling his team. They're thinking about it. Zespi only has a classic as well. This is very likely going to be a site taken by Riddle. They push in. Zespi tries to teleport away, but unfortunately it's going to be the shot from Soldam to take things down. Now pushing through the smoke. He's looking for some rotation to cut off. Unbeknownst to him, Shiro has slipped through. Now down to 6 HP, still trying to stay alive. A little bit of damage from Shiro already. Soldam wanting to get the off angle. Famous wants to blast in as well. But here it comes. Ooh, great little shot with the metal as well. And that just dings them down so darn low. It's all up to Berserks.
Yeah. See if he can get any exits with the Bucky here, but unless anyone exits towards defense spawn, I think this is going to be a pretty clear and concise round for Riddle Order. Souldown, the main man who you'd want to be finding with that Bucky, but he's going to get out of dodge, use that Neon movement, which has been super impactful this game already. We talk about the current meta, how important it is to have a strong Neon player. You see Danby, the way that he just slides into sights, especially with the shotguns, I would hate to play against that. And Soldam, I mean, traditionally someone who's famed for his jet, has been phenomenal actually on the Neon in this event and is continuing to have impact, whereas Famous, someone who we've said a couple of times, a little bit more of inflexible agent pool. You'll see that in this match maybe be the deciding factor.
And that's the consistency. Soldam. Yes, sometimes he's a bit of a wild card, but so far in this entire tournament on the Neon, he's been providing value to his team, creating space. Maybe not always the kills, but he's right there with them. Meanwhile, Famous had to catch up.
Boomer anticipating another A main take. It's been A main take time after time, but they're going to once again throw the C's, paint shells, the Haunt deep into A lobby and open up that door. Riddle Order's applying some pressure to this B site. Smoke's deployed, fast lane and the Haunt. The Prowler dealt with, so Riddle Order very much sitting around in spawn, feeling this one out, seeing if Boom is going to overextend it all.
Look at how quickly Riddle has adapted as well. So far, their default has always been that early C pressure. Now that there are smokes, a bit of more pressure from Boom on this A angle, rotating off.
Gonna get into the site pretty easily here. One off the Rolling Thunder. You have the overdrive. Kaede rather with 2 lives in this round could potentially take an early duel, and Riddle maybe going once again for this more contact approach.
Looking in for it. Here comes Soldam. Slides in. Trying to hold them off with the relay bolt. He's looking for something, and he's found a lot of contact, a lot of pressure, a lot of presence from Boom. They are trying to rotate off of this. It's full-on chaos because Boom is holding their ground.
Gatsuka immediately going back to the other side of the map, though, once again pivoting perfectly over towards the door. JoJo trying to get out of dodge, get into a more comfortable position, and Boom caught completely out of position. They were anticipating the B commit, and now they're trying to work their way back through Waterfall with so much time ticked off the spike.
And it all comes down to it. I mean, there's so many levels to this one round. The macro adaptation, the micro with Soldam's movement, and down to this. Ace hiding inside the dark cover. They do not expect it. Zespi, he managed to fight back, but still, what more can he do when Jojo is on the other side? Riddle with the 5th round win.
Just completely dominating, and those are some of the antics that we're talking about. These guys in Challengers Japan were thriving in the stage environment, were thriving with the home fans. But here in Jakarta, it's ballsy to piss off the Boom crowd.
Yeah, you do not want to do that. They are roaring and chanting for them right now. You know, earlier on, we did see only two Riddle fans in this entire crowd. I think they're feeling pretty good though. I mean, Riddle, they are doing a pretty darn good job at playing out this map.
Boom going to take a timeout now. This first half not going the way they would have wanted against DSG. They dominated on the defensive side. Their reads were phenomenal. They were great at holding down these sites. It just felt like it was impossible for DSG to find a way in, despite the fact that they themselves have got a phenomenal Neon player. They even played the double duelist. They had a lot of punching power in their comp. But this double controller here for Riddle, the way that they're pacing themselves through the round and being able to pivot in the mid-round, they're never in a rush to go anywhere, and that makes it feel like Riddle is very much in control despite being the outsiders here in Jakarta.
Absolutely. I mean, just look at how they're playing throughout the map. So fluid, so smooth. But what are you going to do? Can you keep this up? Can you be consistent enough to close out this map? Because Boom, they've got quite a bit. They brought drums out to this arena.
This is where Boom, they need the 6 man's energy. They need the crowd energy because they've been wildly inconsistent in this tournament. They've had some high highs, dominating nows, but some very low lows, getting absolutely dumpstered by SPG, being up and down against DSG, 10-2 halves, then forfeiting an entire 10-2 lead that they had back the other way. They need to make sure that they can get that energy rolling for themselves and they can get back into this game because Riddle, despite being the less experienced team and the less experienced player, less experienced players, I think that, you know, they seem like they're in control so far in this game. You know, they very much are working the map, informing their decisions and controlling the flow of the round, and it feels like Boom is only being reactive right now. And it's something that I said previously that was a big issue for them. They need to work their way back into this game, and it's got to start with this half bite.
They did the timeout, Pilski. They're definitely trying to switch things up now. Zespi on the A site, and A site is the one that has been under a lot of pressure so far.
The Rolling Thunder going to zone all of the defense back. They're going to be able to catch him on the exit. Famous can't get out of there. NC Slasher trying to do what he can, and through the dark cover, Zespi trying to find whatever he can as well.
He tries to go off on the other side too. Zespi, he needs to stay alive. He needs to wait for his team to come over. The spike is on the ground, so Riddle have a bit of time, and they need to secure the site.
Round could get dicey. Very low HP as Soldam still hasn't found a rifle. Riddle not rushing this, but Boom are giving them absolutely nothing, and the dark cover is going to segment off Ace from the rest of the team.
That keeps his position hidden a little bit as well. Soldam trying to retrieve the spike, but off the movement, Ace! A triple kill coming through the smoke as well. What is this?
He's having such a phenomenal performance right now on the Omen. Beautiful multi-fragging every single mid-round. 14-2. We have just seen some standout individual performances today. Danby, Ivy, Ace now, all of these rookie players, regardless of whether they win this tournament or not, that is the ultimate tryout to get picked up into the Pacific League. Like, these guys are the future of Japanese Valorant. If I'm DFM, if I'm Zeta, and looking at someone like Laz retiring and needing a new generation to inject new lifeblood in the Japanese scene, these guys are it.
Definitely want to see that. Japanese Valorant has been needing a new resurgence. This could be it, but this is also the round where we have NC Slasher with a noted.
Early pick here for Boom. They need to capitalize. They've had a tough time finding rounds of this defensive half. Riddle have been controlling the pace of this game, as we've mentioned. They've been working the map. And you can see it with the individual agency taken by Jojo here. He's going to get caught off guard.
Prowler, though, it reveals all, and he's going to keep himself away. Shoots down one at the very least. Prowler off, and then he gets shut down. The timing on that was a little bit off.
This is where Shiro as well. Great pick on front B. He was doing a great job controlling front B and aggressing, taking duels and taking some agency in the game against DSG. Now breaking through the Killjoy setup. Yatsuka trying to get onto the site and get into this 2-on-4 after plan. Get a plan for spawn side. And I think Riddle will now aggress over onto defense spawn where there's no one for Boom.
They're going to try to reposition themselves, though. Yatsuka getting a little bit proactive, just as Boom has done. Ace still hiding inside of the smoke, and this time they're a little bit more wary. Kaide trying to provide whatever support he can, so refreshing those smokes, cycling them through. Big value on the double controller. Ace still holding the angle. Good little conversion, but Berserks is ready for the trade. It's going to be Yatsuka down now. He comes onto the other side, but off of contact, boom! They come in with the duo. It's famous to end the round.
Good patience. The players in Waterfall recognizing that paranoia came through on spawn side. They were able to read what Riddle Order was doing. They were buying time for the rotation to come through all over on the other side of the map. And you can see just how passionate the fans are at Boom even getting around. They haven't been easy rounds. Every round that they've been able to secure so far has been an absolute scrap. Only 2 players surviving in both of them, which is having a massive effect on their economy and their ability to consistently string rounds together.
It looks pretty good, but we need Boom to keep this up. I'll tell you what though, Pilski, taking a look at the ultimate economy so far, right now, Boom, they stand a chance at coming back into this game with a win streak. They've got the strongest defensive ultimates on their team. Now waiting in for it. Big fight outside of Pillars. Ace and Yatsuka, the support was great. Boom did not expect that contact whatsoever. Now into the site. Spike getting planted pretty soon. Soldam trying to hold off the baby door. Berserks, he's going to rotate.
Yeah, they're giving a lot of space here, Boom. Maybe even considering a save. This round went absolutely horribly for them right off the B main contact. Zesview doing what he can, but you can see they have no interest in winning this round. Caught out of position, though, on the off angle. Berserks cannot save that Phantom, and Ace, another multi-frag. This man is absolutely taking over the server right now for Riddle Order.
And he just keeps going. Soldam as well, knowing that this is where Zesby wants to run off to. Trying to watch the angles. Ace gets taken down. A little recon shrouded step, but where else is he gonna go? He hears those footsteps, he hears that sprint, he's checking both sides. Zesby starting to feel the pressure a little bit. Managed to get one, shroud steps away, looking on to the next, but then here comes Soldam, just pre-firing the corner. Zesby, will he stay alive long enough? Unfortunately, no. And the crowd cries out.
They just keep hunting for them. Riddle Order is giving them absolutely nothing right now. The contact plays are exerting so much pressure on Boom. They walk up A, they wait outside A, and they just execute their round. They walk up B, and you can see Boom with the A traps, with the stacks, the adaptations, forcing front B there. They're trying to stay one step ahead. They're trying to take the fight to Riddle, but they are getting outgunned in the server right now.
That's just something that's so unfortunate for this team. They've been having so inconsistent performances. Strong defense previously throughout this tournament on this map, but right now does not look that way.
Walking up front B for the second round in a row, but Riddle is so glued onto this. They collapse from both sides of spawn.
Kaide with the triple kill as well. Now Ace onto the fourth. Zesby's the only one left, Pilski.
He's got a classic. Black, you're absolutely dreaming, mate.
Classic.
No chance. No chance in this round, unfortunately. This is going to be Riddle going up 8-2. And they're just reading this game so perfectly. That collapse from both sides of B was absolutely beautiful.
I mean, just look at the player cam right now. Look at how locked in Zesby is. The rest of the team maybe starting to feel that pressure a little bit. He knows that he could potentially pick up, a weapon outside of Pillars, but you're going to look at the minimap. We just got this covered.
I respect it, Quack. I respect it. You're trying to sell me something. You're trying to sell me an absolute bomb of a car that barely works. The engine's barely functioning.
Hey, I'm slapping the hood,
Look at this baby. This got so many miles in it. Nah, no chance. I'm not buying that, Quack. I'm not touching Zesby right now.
Yeah, it's going to be Ace that touches him instead, so unfortunately the guy falls down.
Hey, look,
that's gonna be
everything that Ace touches turns to gold right now, so honestly, you'd probably be happy with that as Zesby, but inside of the server, away from fantasy lands where you turn to gold and things are all happy, This is nightmare fuel for Boom Esports right now. Their defensive half has not been the stronghold that it was against DSG. And despite a great streak on this map so far, Riddle Order is absolutely destroying them. And they've done a phenomenal job flipping this map of Lotus into something that's absolutely scary to play against inside of Ascension.
That's right, Bilski. 2 rounds left in the half as well. And look at this sudden switch up in the strats, straight into B. And then Solem just keeps going. A little bit of contact outside of C. And of course, Kaide has the ultimate, so comes back into the game. But Shiro holds the angle down, gets a quick triple. Yatsuka in for a bit of a trade. And then into the B site again. Riddle, they are just so smooth. Soldam with yet another kill. It's all down to Berserks. Can he go crazy right now? Unfortunately, no. Yatsuka, the clutch monster from Riddle, strikes again.
Just couldn't convert that 2-on-2. Even catching the fade with util in hand, despite the fact that, you know, boom, Shiro goes absolutely ballistic there, and he had a phenomenal game on the Viper versus DSG, versus Nows as well. He had some fantastic timings. So he has really been a massive performer here for Boom, particularly on the defensive side of the map. But really, it's just not been coming together for the rest of the team today. They've got 5 ults heading into the last round of the half. Maybe they could try to scrape a 3rd round together, but I love that from Riddle. That's how you want to use the Clove when you've got the ultimate. Not dead yet.
On the offensive. That said, though, Boom does have 5 ultimates in this very last round of the first half, Pilski. They can do so much with it, but playing the angles, anticipating a B hit once more.
I mean, will they even have the opportunity to? That's the thing. You're going to get the showstopper straight through the door, the Nightfall as well, but it's a complete disengage from Riddle Order.
They've completely outread this, Pilski. They are falling back. Those ultimates, they're all gone away.
And going back to plan B again, despite the fact that Boom throws multiple ults at them. It's the Rolling Thunder just to be able to keep Boom at arm's length. Riddle Order now completely resetting, slowing things back down and going back into this more default formation we've seen a couple of times, walking up A. The Killjoy is here with the lockdown. Shiro can deploy the pit in the back of the site. It's going to be very hard to break for Riddle Order.
There it is, instantly down. Keeps Riddle Order away. Soldam is 1 point away from his overdrive though, but they don't expect the off angle from NC Slasher. Good adaptation from Boom, but is it enough? Jojo and Ace, they fire back. The flank watch is still always there. Ace, he has been popping off, and he's looking to pop off again.
The B site's open. Shiro trying to come out of the pit. Where are they going to end up? 20 seconds on the clock. Zespi's got the From the Shadows to reposition, but Boom are giving Riddle Order a lot of space right now.
Trying to check for a little bit of it as well with the From the Shadows on Zesby. Clearly a B plant, and they're trying to surround the site.
Paranoia's there, sees the aftershock keeping them back and inside the smoke. Yatsuka could be key here.
Oh my. A slow Paranoia out from Ace as well, all the way through pillars. Zesby tries to play along with him. Paranoia out from the doors. Zesby takes down Ace, but here comes Yatsuka. Oh, taken down by Berserks! It's all down to Jojo. Can he do it? 2 angles back to back. Tries to spray it through, but Zesby gets the hit shot instead. It's gonna be a 9-3 first half. Boom, trying to recover.
Doing whatever they can, trying to avoid those ghosts of the past that haunt them from last year's Ascension. Capped out at top 4. They want to be able to win this tournament and show that a full Indonesian squad can actually do something and make their way in towards Ascension Pacific rather than just some standout individuals getting picked up here and there. It's undeniable that Indonesia has talent, but can they actually make it work with a fully Indonesian squad?
I mean, they've been in this position before, Pilski. Last year, Ascension 2023, Boom, they had to face off against opponents like Bleed, the playoffs, and it just struggled. They just struggled with it so much. They definitely do not want to feel that feeling, that painful loss again. It starts with this map. It starts with this half.
Yeah, it's got to be a massive comeback. You can hear the energy from the fans. The drums are going hard here in Jakarta. Boom needs every ounce of that energy that they can get because this series has not started the way that they would have wanted. But what I will say for Boom, very low lows, and that's what we're seeing right here in this game against Riddle Order. This has not started well, don't get me wrong, but they've had some phenomenal games as well. They dominated Nows, and my question coming into today was, which Boom are we going to get? Are they Lanimals? Are they going to be the beast that wakes up on land? Or are they going to be, you know, that dog inside the house that, you know, the burglar comes and he says, hello, how you doing? give you a nice little pat. Let me just grab your TV and chuck that in my car.
Oh, man. You definitely don't want that hungry
They're,
beast.
they're looking a little sleepy today, unfortunately, Quack, and they need to wake up now because there is not much time in this elimination series to be messing around like they have been.
It's that logo from Riddle Order. It's making them think that this intruder's friendly. I'm just
True.
playing, but
Comes in with a smile and steals your spot at Ascension. Unfortunate.
it could happen. That's the scariest thing right now in this moment. Of course, it's a 9-3, potentially a comeback for Boom, but how will they fare out in this pistol? You were talking about which Boom are we going to get. So far, hasn't looked the greatest.
Yeah.
We wonder how consistent they can be on the attack, perhaps. That's where Famous gets a chance to shine.
So, Sports Exchange, spotting out Ace, Riddle Order, hiding inside. There's a little A-trap here with the fault line ready to go, and Boom are slowly walking into this.
For Crossfire, Dildam got his eyes trained onto that other angle.
Boom definitely senses that something is up. They're in absolutely no hurry to be making their way through the map, and they don't like the way that A feels right now. Shiro being left behind, being dropped off on the lurk to see if he can find a timing with that Viper Wall later on, but the rest of Boom behind this one-way are getting ready to paranoia C Mound and make their way into C here.
Throwing out some of those smokes as well from Riddle. Boom. Now footsteps outside of Mound. Kaide hears it all. Calls it to his team as well, but no commitment.
Boom has denied a lot of info, but that's where you see the movements of Ace. He's reading this round very well. He's re-cleared A, and that's allowing a massive rotation towards B and C.
And they're doing it carefully. Slowly as well. Now here it comes. Into the site, yes. But where's the rest of the squad? Solon tries to hold the off angle. Jojo will do it instead. Famous makes a trade off onto the other side. Kaide now with the right clicks into sight. He's got a classic, and he's making it work. Reloads in with the pick-me-up. He tries to use the movement to his advantage, but it's going to be NC Slasher and Zespia to cut him down.
Yatsuka, he's repositioning, making his way back to spawn. Boom, it's very losable for them. Two low HP players.
Have they heard him? It seems as though they have. The smoke coming up just at the right time. NC Slasher marks the angle, right clicks perfectly, square on into his torso.
Boom, breaking through a very difficult sight hold there. Ace with the perfect push in the mid-round, gathering all of that information over on the A side of the map, allowed Riddle to have 4 players ready to hold that site when Kaide was getting warmed up with the pick-me-up, playing against Clove on a pistol round. Clove, Reyna, both of those agents being able to go to 150 HP is absolute nightmare fuel to play against sometimes. But Boom was able to navigate their way through that. Like you said, they were very cautious, working their way through the map, trying to feel out what Riddle Order was doing. And it pays off in spades. Now they've got a lifeline back into this game. Pistol, the first step of many that will be needed. We need a clean anti-eco here. Good bonus, and they can try to recover some of this scoreline deficit. They've dug themselves a very deep hole, but they're starting to get a bit of a foothold. They're starting to scramble their way back out of it.
Yeah, Pilsky, it's looking very likely as well. I mean, look at the intentional rifle buy on 4 of the Boom players. They want to mount this comeback. Riddle, interestingly enough, 1-4 split.
See, Boom even just baiting out every trap possible. They do not want to get hit with a paranoia, fault line, paint shells, relay bolt, that kind of thing. Sorry, no paint shells. I'm so used to the rays on this map. That's what you're expecting. But even we've seen the power of the neon trap plays that SPG's been showing over C Mound. You get hit with a recon bolt, and the neon can just slide in and steal everything from you.
Right around the door.
Yeah, Shiro being the money man here. He's only got a sheriff. If he goes down, it's not the biggest of issues.
It's enough information. That's the main thing, Pilsky, and that's going to be the entry into the C site for Boom. They've got to hold on to these rifles long enough.
The pretty, a little bit of a numbers disadvantage. Nice open plant. Boom with a couple key pieces of util. The paranoia and the paint shells could be key here.
Trying to hold on to it, but still pushing out into Mound. They thought it's going to be the rotating door play from Riddle instead, but Boom are on top of it. The shots from NC Slasher and Famous. They are back into the game. Ace trying to rotate back in through Waterfall, trying to stay hidden. Zesty just marks it perfectly. A couple of Guardian shots and Boom, come back in.
Very well done. Keeping the economy nice and steady, only losing the 1 rifle. Little by little, Boom are closing that gap.
It's going to be down to this round. The gap might have closed, but if they can pick up this round, convert the bonus, that is going to pull them back in.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams having massive runs of rounds in a row off the back of some bonus conversions in this tournament, even some eco wins, things like that. So round 2 and 3, not a foregone conclusion, definitely not here at Ascension. There's that A main control coming in for Riddle Order. The C's combo, gonna control that, but look at the setup towards C Mound. Riddle Order fighting for the extremities, but Boom are not interested. They've left Berserks behind over here towards C, sitting in the one-way. They're playing that 1-3-1 and they're clearing out front B. I'm keen to see if they're actually going to execute B here or if they're going to crunch into C Mound through the door.
Thinking about it, a lot of smokes into B site suggests that it will be that B site hit instead, and maybe setting up for Berserks to come with those flag.
Beautiful.
Shots, and he takes down Soldem as well. Now looking onto him, he spun it on Yatsuka's head. Yatsuka trying to fire back the flashpoint to fend off any oncoming targets, and he manages to take down Berserks. Now into the site, it's going to be JoJo. Trying to play around Baby Door. You've got Boom players up around Heaven.
Yeah, Boom are flipping the maps. SB being left behind in towards main, needs to try to do what he can here.
Yatsuka. He knows, he feels something is off. There's someone inside of the smoke. Famous able to take down JoJo now. The timing on Ace's peak once again. He comes back in through. Paranoia out into the site. Boom still trying to stay tucked away. Ace managing to take down NC Slasher. Now a stun onto Famous. He wants to peek out, but he can't. Ace has got his tangle targeted. It's going to be the kill. And
there's no time.
Unfortunately, running out of time. The round still goes over to Boom.
Boom winning the bonus. Famous doing just enough, diving out of the Heaven smoke and taking that Riddle Order player off of the defuse. These are the steps that Boom needed to make to come back into this half. The crowd is now rallying behind them. Bit of an oversight there for Riddle. Weren't ready for Berserks on that lurk there, but that was the key kill to secure everything. A very tense exchange in that round, but a bonus win is undoubtedly huge for Boom. And now here's a chance for them to continue building an absolutely mammoth economy on this attacking side, and that's exactly what they need to try to win this game at Lotus.
The Odin being pulled out. Boom, they've got everything going right for them. They're starting to feel that momentum. Kaede trying to play on the other side of the smoke. Unfortunately, not able to track through mid-air. Shiro takes him down. Now into the site. Ace starts off with a great shot. JoJo on the other side as well. Soldem coming in with a bit of a flank too. Although he's 1 HP, still not discouraged. Berserk sprays through, and that's gonna be down to Zesby. NC Slasher with a shot as well. Soldem only good for 1. Boom! On to 7 rounds.
They continue passing the test every single time, and that is a very different looking scoreline than what we saw in that first half. Boom flipping the narrative, had a monstrous defensive half against TSG previously. Now over on the attacking side, where they have a little bit more agency, where they can be a bit more assertive here against Riddle Order. They are starting to warm themselves up and take control of this game.
On the flip side, Riddle starting to wobble a little bit. They're trying to figure out how they can come back into this game.
A main control for Boom. They've got the lockdown. Huge tool for them to be able to open up one of these sites, put themselves into an accelerated afterflank. Famous also, one off the showstopper could be absolutely key if he's able to farm an orb or be able to actually make something happen in the mid-round with that ultimate at the right timing.
Oh, really forward position for Kaede too. So even though they've got a bit of information now, they have to worry about Boom and all of the ultimates that they could pick up.
Boom has cleared C Mount. There's the showstopper for Famous. What are they going to open up the round with here? With the smoke getting deployed, I really prefer the lockdown to slowly clear out this site, to start to make their way through this smoke early on. Yeah, you can see Riddle Order were thinking about trying to crunch through the door, but they don't quite have the right timing on the rotations for that. So we're going to end up in a 5v5 after plan. Whoa. And in goes Famous to Waterfall, zoning them back.
He gets splashed though. Famous waiting up for it. Soldem 1 point away from the overdrive. He has it ready and he's thinking about it. Riddle, they have the sights around it. The showstopper not quite connecting to anything. Famous though, still holding down the angle. Gets the shot into JoJo. NC Slasher and Shiro from the other side chiming in. Ace, can he clutch this out? I don't think so. Still trying to peek in. Look at the triple stack. High-low setups.
Boom are giving him nothing.
Rallying in behind them. Boom not giving them an inch, not even a mile. Famous up from behind. Ace takes him down. Wants to hold on to his rifle, trying to be that beacon of hope for Riddle Order.
Boom just crushing the sights right now. The lockdown was absolutely key there. Opens up the entirety of C. Able to flush Riddle Order back. You could tell they wanted to be able to make something happen in through the door. You know, they've got this comp where if they can actually get the Prowler forward, get some breach util, and find a nice timing to actually engage Boom before they get rolling too much, before they get too much space, then that's where they can actually make something happen in this round. But so far, they've been out of position quite a lot. Boom have been finding some great timings. And more importantly, they've been very resilient in these XVXs. The post plants have been phenomenal from them. They've been playing forward. They've been trying to be assertive. You saw the showstopper right off the rip. The overdrive comes out from Soldem. He's already making his way through the flank, already in through defense form, but Boom is on aim.
Yeah, they just keep barreling through. Soldem with the overdrive. They hear it, they know it's all too clear. Shiro with a kill into the site.
Scott trying to open up the door. The Sheriff's starting to sing a little bit, but Boom are still clearly on top, and they've got full heaven control right now.
The two players from Riddle Order coming through the baby door. It's up to Jojo with the Vandal. Good little shot into Berserks. But can he do even more? The Prowler just to check and clear. NC Slasher tries to peek out a little bit too wide. Yatsuka takes him down. Famous and Zespi now.
They're going for it.
Keep themselves on the site. The Rolling Thunder from Yatsuka. Zespi with such a great angle on the Shroud steps. They might not expect this. Jojo spots him out, but a little bit too late. Zespi down to 5 HP. Famous on the other side. It's going to be Boom tying up the score. And the crowd goes wild.
The cracks are starting to show here for Riddle. Getting very concerned about them. 6 in a row on attack here for Boom. Riddle Order forced to take a timeout. They do not have an answer for this attacking side. Boom playing this comp exactly how you'd want to be seeing it played. This Fade is doing phenomenal, clearing the map. Prowlers forward in towards rubble or on the extremities towards Mound, and once they take that space, they use it as a launching pad to take the site. And once they're in there, Riddle can't push them out.
It seems, Pilski, that Boom has found their appetite, and they are not letting go. They've gotten a great group hold on towards Riddle Order. They've chopped down, and they're not letting up.
Hey, they were a little slow to start. Not everyone's hungry first thing in the morning, you know. I started slow with a bit of a coffee.
Yeah, that's Boom's CEO in the crowd as well. He's smiling from ear to ear.
Yeah, man, I'd love to see the cam on him in the first half, but yeah, definitely started to get a little happier. Thanks, production. Doing him a lot of favors there. To be fair, Indonesian production team, so they're probably trying to avoid the tears a little bit more if possible.
You have to admit the fact, right? Especially for these two Riddle fans. Boom are a tough opponent to face in this Britama arena.
I mean,
still gracious though, still cheering up their opposing team. Riddle, let's see what they've cooked up for us.
Well, look, honestly, the way I see it, great first half, lots of multi-frags from Ace. Hard carry performance on the Omen. Where's the rest of Riddle Order? Right now against Boom. Boom, everyone's getting warmed up. You're seeing each player chipping in right now. But Ace, 26 and 10. The rest of the boys need to step up here on defense because Boom is definitely outclassing them as a unit. It can't just be one individual versus a unit, you know?
Definitely trying to think about it too. I mean, Soldem has been a little bit quiet ever since that first half. Trying to find some of these openings.
Fresh on the dark cover. Boom want to go back and retake this A control. It's just Jojo over here solo. Wants to try to see what he can find. If he can find a peek. Forward goes Famous off the back of the Paranoia and the Prowler, and Jojo can't make it out. Famous getting warmed up, finding an opening kill. This is a win condition for Boom on the attacking side. No doubt about it.
Great adaptations, that's what it is. I mean, previously it has been the C side for Boom, now onto A, and they've managed to crack it open.
Yeah, you can see Soldem thinking about going through the smoke. They weren't ready for the timing. Zespi finally puts him down, and the rest of Riddle Order continue to push the issue. Berserk's on the flank, though. Zespi from the shadows to the other side of the map, and Berserk's in the perfect position.
But it's going to be the ultimate. Kaide's not dead yet, and Zespi holds down the plant on the C site.
Kaide gets the kill. he can now continue to push forward in this round, and it's a 2-on-1 for Riddle Order and Zesby, 25 HP, trying to use the timing, trying to use the element of surprise, but you can see Yatsuka's ready for it.
He's going to keep himself hidden away. He's got to rotate very carefully, not to make a single peep. Now turning off to the backside, but Yatsuka, unfortunately, he's not ready for it. It's down to it. Kaide trying to fire back, and he will! The spray down, it connects, and Riddle finds the lead.
Very key for Kaide. Wait, he needs to get on it. Okay, don't make sure.
Yeah,
I saw Famous get off it earlier this tournament, and then it came down to 0.5. There was lots of time there, so I'm panicking for no reason. Beautiful round for Kaide, though. On the Clove. Riddle Order was down and out. They've been pushing these smokes with the double controller all game long. It was working a treat for them on attack. They were playing inside of the dark covers, inside of the Clove smokes to disrupt the retake for Boom on attack. That time, diving through the Hobbit hole. A link straight in towards a lobby. Works out perfectly for Riddle. And Kaide, someone that had also a slow start in their game against Naus, I believe it was, really started to turn things around and have a lot of impact.
Now pushing it through. I mean, you were talking about it. We're looking for some of the Riddle players to step up. Dolenz tries to do it. Kaide has done it. Where's the rest of the team now? They are still looking to position themselves on the other side of the door.
Both teams really fighting over this A space. You can tell Riddle wants to pull the trigger and continue to fight. They're just inches away from Boom right now, but they can't find the right angle of approach.
They're being blocked off. They're trying to use their duck cover to segregate the site. Maybe find some bit more space to sneak in.
Behind the Viper wall right now. Spike getting tapped. Ace applying the pressure and TPing down onto site now.
It's going to be the pit though. NC Slasher in with the Odin. Good little shout out to Ace. Shuts down the star player for Riddle so far. Now looking around the extremities. It's going to be Zesby trying to cut them off. Trying to set up a flank. NC Slasher, he peeks out. It's going to be the spray. The rifle. The sounds. It's all too loud. Riddle feels the pressure.
He just whips out the garden hose and lets it rip. Sprays them all down through the Viper ult with the Odin. Incredibly key round from NC Slasher. He's had some phenomenal performances so far in this tournament. Switching up his role between, you know, the flashing agents, the info in it and the flash in it. And in this case on the Fade, being able to have some impact on the Odin, especially in a awkward situation like that. Evening things up now, 10 apiece. Boom once again. Taking control of A main. Ace trying to be the hero for Riddle Order. A glass cannon, a light armor Vandal that he's forced up into this round. Riddle Order have taken all of this B main space, ready with a B trap. Ace solo on the A site. We'll see how much he can get done here.
I gotta particularly anticipate a bit of a flank watch as well. Here comes Famous.
Oh, it's too easy.
Ace, he just couldn't see anything. Now off to the next, it's going to be Riddle Order trying to push on through, trying to rotate, but look at Boom.
They just don't have the guns. They don't have the positions. Despite the fact that Ace was in a decent position, he just gets paranoid off the line, instantly taken out by the showstopper. Boom continuing to hold forward on the site in through tree and try to deny this retake attempt from Riddle Order.
Still though, any damage is good damage for Riddle. He's playing with the shorties, maybe a couple more kills. Yatsuka, he has found a Vandal. Great little slide through, Famous tracks. It's gonna be Yatsuka who trades. Now down to a 2-on-2. A sudden round made very doable for Riddle Order because of Yatsuka. Pushes in a little bit too eager. Berserks, he goes rage mode.
He's full stunned. You're not supposed to do that. It's a cosmetic stun, Quack, through a smoke.
It does not matter. The Berserker is here. And the crowd just rallying behind this one round that could potentially put them into match point, Pilski.
That was only the half buy though. Ace is going to be a little poorer here. He'll probably have to go back down to a Guardian or something like that. Onto the Judge front B actually. Going to get pushed off the line. Doesn't deal with the Prowler. Doesn't want to reveal that he has a Judge once again. Boom have taken A main, pushed Soldan back. It's a different wall this time. In towards front side of B instead of across A. That could allow Boom to pivot back to B in the mid round.
Just trying to keep their options open, right? But Riddle Order, they've got to adapt around this.
They push them back off of A once again. Boom retaking that rubble control. In the meantime, though, Riddle Order have taken all of C Mount They're disrupting front B. Boomer's going to have to use this util to retake some space, but they've got almost nothing left. No Boombot, no Prowlers, no Paranoia. They're going to have to dry contact their way through the map.
Got some paint shells at the very least. Down onto Kaede, who is feeling so much pressure in this moment. One kill, perhaps picking up, but Berserk denies it outright.
You have to get something there. You had the fault line to set you up, and he still goes 0 for 1. Riddle Order, they're panicking. They're full rotating over towards the seaside of the map. But Boomer, not interested. Straight back towards B. It's an open site for them and an easy afterplant.
Oh no, how is Riddle gonna retake this? It's all been blocked off. Angles being marked. Pilski.
Ace has just got to judge. Like, he's got to take this duel in Hobbit Hole with Famous. This could be critical here, and Famous puts him down so easily. They just can't get in.
Now in towards spawn side, so that slides through, but NC Slasher in with the Odin. Yatsuka able to trade back. Jojo with a sudden double on the other side of the door. Zesby smokes him off, wants to keep him away. They'll just try and hold down the angle. Yatsuka now, sudden peek out, but Famous is going to trade down, and then Zesby, the stinger.
They were down and out, Quack. 3-9 at the half. This attacking half has been incredible. Boom needed the energy of the crowd. Very slow to start here. Inconsistent all tournament long, but they are making it happen.
It's the energy, and they are feeding off of it, Pilski. Match point. Next map, it's going to be Boom's pick. They're feeling a lot of heat. The timeout hopefully cools things off a little.
And Riddle Order, this defense has been very questionable, unfortunately. This is where you're looking at them flipping Lotus as a pick heading into this series. From Challengers Japan, maybe they don't have the reps in officials, maybe they don't have the consistency that they need on this map, and the same thing can be said about the next map. Abyss, they've never played an official on it. That's going to be do or die for them if they can't bring this back into OT. That is an incredible amount of pressure for such a young team. These guys, for the most part, are just rookies. And this is where Soldem, this is where Jojo need to show them the way. They need to show that leadership to the rest of Riddle Order. They need to show them what resilience means.
They've got to show them how they can truly ascend. I mean, you have made it here so far, battling through so many opponents. Surely.
Fennel in particular, like that reverse sweep, that's resilience. Getting knocked out in Split 1 Challengers Japan with this core earlier the year before picking up Jojo and then going on to win the whole thing. That's the kind of resilience that Riddle Order needs to summon here.
They need to bring it back. But still, I mean, Boom. There's so much support behind them. Thinking about it though, still able to potentially buy back up into the round. Riddle, they're starting to grasp at straws. Both teams, we've been talking about the inconsistencies. Who's going to be the first one to find?
The buy is not good. And Boom, they've used the opponent's timeout against them. They've cleared front B with the Prowler. In goes the lockdown. And once again, Boom pushing Riddle Order into a situation that they've lost every single time. When Boom gets into an afterplant, Riddle Order cannot reply.
Look at how quickly Riddle Order has managed to take down Baby Door this time. The stun, it goes in. Kaede pushing through now. Soldam unfortunately running out of judge rounds, but his teammates have done a good job at cleaning up. The Rolling Thunder connects, and it's gonna be Jojo finding another kill. Shiro, the only one alive, and he wants to fight back, but Soldam sticking the defuse. He manages to get it, but Shiro picking up 2 more kills. What?
He takes all of those guns away from them. Riddle Order.
Oh, the economy.
It was a beautiful rotation timing. They surround the site. They collapse from all angles with the breach util. That was a very nice retake, but the economy has been picked clean by Shiro, taking absolutely every gun away from them, so they have to again fight for overtime with scraps.
Pilski, they managed to win that round with scraps. If there's anything that Riddle has got going for them, it's the fact that they've got these 3 ultimates right now. Pushing out of C. It's going to be Soldam in with the overdrive. He's looking for them, but Boom has him marked. He spotted out that Oni, and he wants to fall back.
It's a firing squad. It's an instant rotation from Boom. They had a set plan. They were thinking about going towards A. They hear that overdrive come out. They all sit in spawn. Hands off. Just waiting, anticipating Riddle to overextend, to crack under the pressure. Riddle Order, they've got a lot of map control. They're in very forward positions, but this is where this composition does its best work. Haunt re-clears paint shells. Haunt re-clears C mount. The jump spot on the raise. And Boom are starting to slow this one down.
Boom, they've won out that exchange in resources, Pilski. Yes, they've got a lot of space that they need to clear back up, but they've got that firepower, so feeling a little bit confident.
Timer is really starting to tick down here. Nightfall is going to spot at least 2 players on C. Boom doesn't like the sound of that. Ace now over on the other side of the map could be absolutely key here and step up once again for Riddle Order.
And look at Zespi on the map too. Just baiting out the reactions, but Ace, he's got the angle. Able to get down one at the very least. Zespi on towards Yatska.
Are they going to go back? There's 20 seconds. They have to commit to A here. Kaide still on the side, but look at the rotations. Soldum and Jojo completely out of position. He's all on his own.
He's trying to hold it. He managed to avoid that haunt, stays tucked away. Good headshot into Famous.
10
seconds left, and NC Slasher's looking for him. He's not dead yet. He's coming back into the round and sold them in with the funky. Unfortunately, not quite the connection he needs, but it's going to be Kaide. Good double, and he might just be able to do it. One more kill for the overtime, and Zespi wants to deny that outright. Ballsy TP into the smoke, and Jojo just marks him down. We are going to overtime.
Kaide stepping up again for Riddle Order. We've talked about it this whole tournament long. These rookies have come up clutch time and time again for Riddle Order. Ace is having a great game so far. Started to definitely slow down in that second half. But Kaide alone on the site. Riddle Order had a complete misread on that round, but that's where one individual is able to hold on long enough. That's where the not dead yet, the Clove ultimate, and the positioning on backside makes all the difference for Riddle Order to stay alive here.
Such a fantastic job. Just keeping himself away. Kaede now trying to catch up to the rest of the team, but we've swapped sides back to the beginning.
This is where Riddle Order, they were dominating on attack. Both of these teams have been really, really good on attack so far. Riddle Order trying to avoid the spam if they can. They've taken a little bit of damage on a couple of players. Kaede quite low, but they've taken the rubble control nonetheless. Haunt goes forward, but instantly dealt with. Riddle Order does not want to lose a player to the Odin spam.
Far so good. Or at least they've gotten a little bit more information, but this time, the whole team's together.
Yeah, the Prowlers being exchanged back and forth. Riddle do not want to get caught in this trap. The Paranoia's ready, and Boom pulls the trigger a little early. They don't find anything, but Famous, through the side of a smoke, spamming away, is able to find Kaede. And Riddle are now a man down with no space but rubble. They have no control anywhere else on the map. Berserk's going for a bit of a jump spot over on C. Still has not been pushed off that info line, so Boom has no reason to move an inch.
They're so comfortable right now, Pilski. The Prowler might have spotted out Jojo as well. Soldam has got to do so much.
Yeah, this is where someone for Riddle has to come up with individual brilliance. You've seen the Prowler actually lock on over towards that Rebel side. They need a pick. Soldam has to find a pick here, or has to be able to create enough pressure for these B players to be able to find the timing.
With 30 seconds left, is that enough, Pilski? Boom. They have control over the map. They are starting to rotate back into the B site, and they are just looking down these angles. A good little stun again, but Sesame just connects head on. Soldam's gone. 13 seconds left. It's a desperation play into the C site. The Nanoswarms, they go off. Ace fires back, but he's run out of time. Shiro lands him down with a headshot. Boom. They start out this overtime with a win.
And that's the Boom recipe for success. Famous finding the opening pick, and Shiro and Berserks locking down the sites. Riddle going absolutely nowhere, and Boom remembering how to play defense the way that it worked well for them previously. Cosmetic stun again onto Zespi, but this is where, if they're putting themselves in an advantageous position, if they just have the right information, that's where Boom, with Berserks and Shiro in the right positions, can just anchor down the sites with this KJ Viper comp. So it's time now for Riddle to be resilient, to once again show us that they can push themselves into another overtime.
I mean, we are seeing so many improvements from Boom's side. Coach Meow is definitely happy. How does Riddle look? We haven't really seen much from Boris. The timeout now, hopefully able to push us into a second overtime. You talked about the information game, and JoJo has been stepping up for the team.
Rough though. I mean, Boom has been really, really good on attack so far. Riddle Order, they were trying to make whatever they could work with scraps in those last few rounds, and it was working. But the gun rounds were actually not that great for them, to be honest. Boom was doing a really good job of reading them, of just playing the comp in a simple fashion, clearing out the space over on the extremities and getting themselves into post plants. This is where Riddle Order, they need a better read. They need to do what SPG was doing, where they're staying active like their comp. Neon Breach, this is such a punchy, fast comp that can just get in there and be able to take space, to be able to re-aggress, and they need to be able to have a little bit more chemistry in that regard.
Yeah, but taking a look at that logo from a fan of Boom, I think, and also taking a look at Soldam's face so far in that previous little shot, you can see that he's not feeling too happy. It's the opposite of their logo. He needs to find success, but can he do it?
Let's see if he can turn that frown upside down, straight into the B side. Boom, once again, applying a lot of pressure, but they're actually diving straight into Waterfall. You can see Riddle collapsing on the side, but finding absolutely nothing but the spike. NC Slash is all alone, and the spike's gone down. This is a disaster for Boom.
Soldam, he gave them a bit of a rabbit to chase, and now he springs. It's going to be Berserks, though, quick into the other side. He fires back. Soldam and Yatsuka, a couple of kills for themselves.
They've overcooked it. Boom has completely overcooked it. The spike caught in the worst possible position. Ace able to once again apply more pressure. Famous has got him pinned into a corner, though.
He's trying to hunt him down. A little bit of support, and that's Ace. Now on to the next. It's going to be Zespi. A land animal if he is, but sometimes going off on his own, it's a little bit too darn hard. Famous, 3 targets to hit, and look at how they are all stacking up next to each other. The firing squad. It's gonna be Riddle Order tying things up for a second overtime.
He's just come around the corner, see an absolutely monstrous shape. It's all legs and arm of 3 different characters, and you go down in a hail of bullets. Riddle Order evening things up now. Both of these teams now starting to fire up on defense a little bit more in overtime here. Not finding too many answers, but you can see Riddle Order, the way that they're playing around that beat pressure, very much thinking about what happened in regulation. Boom needs to show a little bit more depth than that. You know, they were trying to definitely force things front beat and then catch the rotations, but that's where I think they got a little bit too tricky and lost control of what was actually happening. Riddle Order now back to this contact style. Rubble control taken by Kaide, pushing Boom off the line, but NC Slasher continuing to force things forward.
And he manages to take down at least one. And with that, Zespi even pushes out on his own side as well. It's down to Riddle, and they are kind of pinned down, trying to figure out which other side they can go to on this map.
Oh, this position from Zespi could be huge. Dark cover drop, the one way you can't contest that. Riddle Order gonna tap their tail between their legs and head back towards that C side of the map. Ace trying to find whatever he can front B, but there's nothing for him there. There's naught but a turret.
Perhaps
Boom now just playing the buddy system.
They're scratching their heads, Pilsky. Riddle Order, they're thinking about it. 40 seconds left on the clock, so it's not too bad. If they can clear out and buy up some of the rotations back onto the other side, maybe, just maybe.
Still looking for a pick here. You can see him waiting around front B. Riddle Order still keeping option B open, and that's the key timing.
Now into the site. They just bought some of those utilities away. Zespi, though, able to fire back. Ace onto the 3rd kill. And that's going to be the angle locked down once again. But Berserks, the swing was too wide. Yatsuka feeling too much pressure. Wanting to go for those frags, and unfortunately could not come up. It's going to be Boom with the round win.
It's all the utility timings. They are not letting Riddle Order in on these kind of more contact approaches. You see Riddle Order time and time again walking up in the mains, walking up front B and trying to explode with the breach utility, send the Neon out there, but Boomer doing a fantastic job just dropping the dark cover, putting the Viper Wall out and counter-utiling at the right time and just diving forward and segmenting the Neon in front of the rest of the team, picking him off. Really, really well worked for Boom, and now moving back onto this attacking side straight away.
And still just Riddle trying to take the initiative up against Boom. The C-mount control works out great for Soldam. 2 kills back-to-back. Kaide trying to fire on through. Manages to go for the 180 flick. And it's all down to Shiro now.
He's been incredibly clutch. Even on this map against Nows, he had a couple of big rounds, but the double aggression front B. Riddle, once again, playing these XVXs in the mid to late round in tandem very, very well. And we'll go again in another overtime. It's nothing but defense rounds over and over again, flipping the narrative from what we had in regulation where it was dominance on the attacking side.
And you know what that means? We're looking for that attacking round once more.
100%.
We talked about it. We were watching it, and Riddle, they're trying to go back to their old ways, old methods of contact. It doesn't quite work out.
The sweat on the brow of Kaide there. This game, a lot of pressure.
Ace as well, putting in so much work.
Pushing now. The Killjoy off the line though. Zesby in a bit of a different position to usual, playing behind the Killjoy utilities. A little cheeky. Gonna TP back to the side, see if he can find a better angle of approach for that Paranoia to be deployed and to be able to shut down the execute. Once again, Riddle Order, after taking C mount control, they're gonna work their way back through spawn. See if they can keep the information game honest, because unless they're able to push NC Slasher off of this line, you're still going to have the 3 stack towards C.
Still slowly creeping up to it. Some of these corners.
There you go. Clove smoke being deployed towards main. Viper wall goes up. Famous aggressing in front of it. He's going to be able to jump up on a beautiful time. He catches Riddle Order completely off guard and drops the spike.
The paint shells as well, just to keep them away, but Soldam slides back in just to pick it up. Now onto the other side, Kaide managing to push all the way up to drop. He tries to find something, but not quite. It's going to be Soldam with one more kill. Famous, he falls. Ace into the B site, but shut down by Berserks.
Riddle Order are all over the place right now. And Boom are so on top of these rotations. Soldam could have a good timing to be able to get into the B side.
Tries to catch them onto the shorty. Now Kaide coming in. Soldam trying to stick down the spike plant. He needs that support from his teammate, the C's. It comes out. Relay bolt to push them away. Pops the overdrive, but a little bit too eager. It's going to be Kaide that falls.
No, how is he alive?
Back in. And trying to continue on with that beam. The Thunder Fingers. Shiro trying to back away, but Soldam in for the 4K clutch.
How did they not land a single bullet there? He's made 3 or 4 passes. And he's not copped a single bullet. Doing some kind of Neo-esque performance, just contorting his body all kinds of ways with the neon slides. Unbelievable. Needed a heroic performance there, Riddle Order. They were down and out in that round. Boom were once again controlling things really well on defense. But that is a hero round for Soldam. And you said we were looking for that attacking side round. Riddle Order have finally found it. They put the press back on Boom and forced out a timeout. And once again, the fans are trying to get Boom G'd up for this game.
Tell that Boom definitely feels this. Eating the attack round now. I mean, once again, both sides, they did well in regulation, right? Can they do it again? Boom. They were close.
Well, this is where they need to get around on attack. They need to go back to what was working or find that second level of depth. Tried to get a little bit too tricky in that last round of attack overtime and run the front B fake and try to wrap into Waterfall. Tripped over themselves, dropping the spike front B. I think, quite honestly, what worked for Boom very, very well on their attacking side was doing the basics right and not trying to overcook things too much. Do not let bro cook, okay? Just throw out the prowlers, take the C-mount control, and get into the site.
Yeah.
Maybe this man has a few words for them, a little piece of advice here, throw some experience their way.
No, I don't know who that is. He's shaking his head extra. I mean, how do you play against this? There's just so much support for them. So many stars in the crowd. Not just Execute, saw a couple of others as well. But like you mentioned, sometimes when they try to cook a little bit too much, Pilski, it just goes haywire. They need to bring it back.
know, back to what was working for them. A main control. Berserk's left behind front B, but he might have some trouble on his hands here.
Little bit of a contact setup from Riddle. Words pillars now, and Soldan hunting in for that kill. Berserks manages to hold his own. Looking for the next as well. The fault line comes out.
Over on the other side of the map, they're applying pressure to Ace. He's going to forfeit the site, though. He's going to play the numbers in the 4-on-4 here, see if he can catch someone in transition. But Famous, that is a round-changing frag to keep Boom alive here.
Great impact. Paint shells as well, so he has a little bit more space along with this one-way. The spike is under their control.
It's an awkward approach. They need to be able to break back in however they can, but contacting through a one-way ain't it.
Oh, Jojo. He's looking to set it up with the haunt. Manages to throw it just in the right spot. Throws off Famous's crosshair. Now Zespi trying to hold the angle, but quick peeks from Jojo all down the NC Slasher and Shiro up to the other side. Spots out the barrel, comes in for the spray. It's a great double. Yatsuka trying to fight back, but Shiro swings out from an unexpected angle. Boom! Forcing us into yet another overtime.
Shiro giving Boom that stability, that consistency, providing that veteran presence that's needed and coming through in the late round, in the XVXs and the clutch. Once again.
This is just the first map, Pilski.
I mean, Riddle, I'm surprised they even made that round that competitive. It was a one-dimensional approach, trying to force their way through a one-way, up into heaven, just throwing a haunt at the ground. Sometimes it's all that takes to break through.
It is just so much energy, and we go again. Riddle on the attack.
Working their way through front B while applying pressure to this A site. Drawn an extra rotation or two. Boom. Focus on the extremities right now. A 2-3 setup, no one on B, just Timmy the Turret keeping an eye out. But Famous whipping out the operator. That's not something that Riddle Order have seen before, and it's definitely not something they were ready for.
Switching things up. Now they know, and they're turning away from it. Pilski into the B side. Kaide, he throws it out. Paranoia from Ace as well. The two controllers trying to gain control over the site. Yatsuka has managed to find his way in. Boots down on B. And along with it, potentially the spike as well, but Famous able to take down Jojo. Shiro through the smoke into Yatsuka, and Kaide just thrown off by the hop down off the steps. It's all down to Ace, and he's surrounded. Berserks with the X on the spot.
That was the change up they needed. Famous opening up that round with 2 op kills.
Just one more round for Boom.
That's all they need. Back onto this attacking side. You can hear the crowd rallying behind them, hungry for blood, wanting Boom to get across the finish line. It's been a long road back into this game from a 3-9 deficit, and all they need is this one more attacking round. They wipe the floor with Riddle Order on that defense. Just in that last round, once again, it's back to the patient, measured approach. Prowler going forth, ball goes up from Shiro. Haunt forward. But in the off angle, this is where Ace is once again making the difference from Riddle Order.
Great adjustments. They are not backing down. Riddle, if Boom wants a fight, they're happy to give it to him.
Forcing front B, having a little bit of a look for info. Once again, being aware that Berserk's time and time again continues to lurk through front B. But Riddle Order, with Ace finding that pick, they've cleared out Shiro. They know that there's going to be no presence towards A. They're quite happy to drop him off. Drop Ace off over towards Rubble and rotate heavily towards B and C, and they're completely in position.
And it's Kaide as well. I mean, getting information for Riddle in this moment. Boom, they are setting up for it, but also thinking about the rotations. Riddle, they've spread themselves across the map.
30 seconds. They've got to force things through the smoke here, Quack.
Trying to break through Kaide with the angle, but peeks out. He's been caught. It's down to Soldan. Slides in with the relay.
Whoa.
Takes down NC Slasher, but look at Boom. All extremities covered.
Oh, on the off angle though, Jojo trying to break back into the site. Spike still on the deck. It's a double peak. They're able to trade that important kill. Ace locked behind the door. They need to get the spike here.
8 seconds, and Ace, he takes down yet another frag. Even with the spike plant, Ace has an opportunity to sneak through. Showstopper available for Famous, and he pops it. looks for the shot, and he connects. Boom! They explode in this first match.
Famous ending it all. Started to step up late in the piece, pulling out the op, finding opening kill after opening kill, and finishing that off with a bang. Boom. What a resurgence, what a comeback, being down 3-9, embracing the hype, embracing the energy from the crowd here in Jakarta. And now they go into an abyss that Riddle has never played before. That's got to be a confident feeling.
I mean, just look at the smiles, the celebrations all throughout. But how is it gonna feel for the side of Riddle? They've done so much. Ace has done so much. The other players trying to step up to it as well, forcing so many overtimes, but it all ended with a showstopper.
Yeah, I mean, Ace, he did what he could. Like, what more can bro do? 30 plus kills as a rookie. Couldn't quite get it done. So, unfortunate. Riddle Order are going to have to go back to the drawing board. They're going to have to show us what they've been working on in Abyss, because they didn't play it at all in Challengers Japan. That is a very, very key map in some of the other Ascensions. EMEA Ascension, Abyss was absolutely influential in who was going to actually bring that one away. And then over here in Jakarta, in Pacific Ascension, no one's played it. This is going to be the first time that we've seen Abyss, and it's a massive question mark.
That's right, Pilski. I mean, at the very least, we know that Ewok's very, very excited to talk about this map. But right now, I mean, just thinking about how, Boom is going to approach this and Riddle as well, it's going to be back to Vic to break all of this down.
As they were shouting in the stadium, Amazing, finish him! The crowd asked Boom Esports to finish Riddle, and they did. They came back, they reached deep down into their Indonesian DNA and brought out that firepower as that Wolfpack, and all of us are here in front of the screen. Absolutely gripped.
We were just watching the whole stadium erupt every time Boom would get around. But not only that, the 9-3 curse apparently is spoken in Bahasa.
True.
That is the language it is said in, and I'm just amazed how Boom pulled it off there.
Yeah,
it's
crazy.
been crazy. All right, you guys get out of here.
Yeah,
we'll
move,
come
move.
back for the second game. That was insane though, and to finish it off with that Raze showstopper. What a way to close out in overtime. Oh my God.
Do you want me to go or you want what?
He brought the party, right?
Yeah.
Everyone in this building just went crazy. The floor that we're sitting on, it's literally moving and shaking as the crowd's going crazy.
I know, Indonesia's in the ring of fire, but this was absolutely way too hot. You gotta give it though to Riddle, a 9-3 start. Ace especially in the interview, right? Where is the ace that we expected from LAN? They're getting it there, and they got this in this map. 35 kills with 21, I believe, did come from the first half. But on the other side, Boom, they pulled out the clutch. Pulled out the energy from the crowd. And of course, the two players that have honestly been criticized throughout their careers against international talent in Famous and Berserks, they stepped up when they need to the most.
Yeah, 100%. And if you look at the first kills here, right? We saw so many first kills for Riddle in that 9-3 half. Then all of a sudden, Boom started to win some rounds and the crowd started to go crazy. If you don't believe in momentum, you don't believe in fan power, go and watch this game back.
Oh, yeah.
All of a sudden, all of the first kills going towards Boom, all the momentum
Yes.
is going towards Boom. And that's what you see. They ended up with more first kills in the end.
I believe in the power of friendship and fandom now. There's something about this Indonesian crowd, and we have Berserks as our MVP. This guy is phenomenal. There was a time when everyone said Berserk was going to be the next Paper X Forsaken.
Yes.
Then he had kind of a rough year, so this is fantastic that Boom is always stuck by him, and then he started to have a really good showing again.
Yeah, I mean, the rough year where it said, okay, you're demoted to Sentinel, right? You play a different role, and Famous steps in for Duelist. But there were so many big rounds, and just like the Disguise game, the Berserk Sheriff is what really kicks things off. One round, I still remember, the one by Tree, right? It's a 1v2, sprays through the smoke, still gets the guy anyway, and it's just so insane that Boom has pulled off what they wanted to do in the first place in front of their crowd.
Well, guys, we are going to go to Abyss for our second map. It's the first time we're seeing Abyss this entire tournament, and
He's excited.
Is Boom's pick. This is going to be insane. We're going to go on a quick break, mostly because all of us, including you guys at home, need to catch our breaths. But don't go away. When we come back, we're going to go on Abyss and see if Boom can take it home.
Abyss, guys!
Welcome back to VCT Ascension, where we have seen the most incredible things happening throughout today. And just now, our first overtime, the most intense overtime I've experienced so far this tournament. And we've had crazy overtimes already. Boom Esports brought it back. It was absolutely insane. Someone would start shouting boom, then they would be activated. Then they just started collecting those rounds, snowballing those rounds. Now, we are all going to see something really exciting. This Ascension's the first time we're going to see Abyss. But Dax, why is this only the first time we are seeing Abyss?
It's pretty interesting, right? So many teams have banned it out, and I do want to tell the tale a little bit here of Riddle Order. So they do ban Abyss, but it used to be one of their priority bans, back especially in Japan. But coming into Ascension, they decided Icebox is what they want to ban instead, which is a little bit interesting because they have had a good pat on it. But given the fact that they haven't played it, and Boom has actually run this map a few times with a very, honestly, normal composition in a way. It's very Ascent-esque. You have the initiators, you have the Cypher, but now it's the chance for Boom to try and catch Riddle off guard. And Ewok has been super excited to talk about this map for so very long already.
Yeah, I'll take a minute to yap real quick. So I think this map is really interesting because I feel like there's not a lot of teams that's figured out exactly how to play this map. There's been a lot of teams that try to play it at champs, and we see a lot of different compositions, right? And it seems like some compositions work and some don't. But even when you see some mirror comps, you see some teams just play it in a whole different way. And that's where I find it really interesting, because some teams, they know how to play the mid. They understand mid's important. But then other teams, they're like, well, we can just hit B. If you have no answer for our B hit, we'll just go B over and over and over again, right? So that's what I'm curious. We haven't seen the Abyss. What's happening in the scrims behind the scene? Are these teams scrimming the Abyss? It's been open a couple of times. People are not going for it. Are they confident? Do Boom feel like, okay, we got this momentum now, and now is our chance to play maybe this Ascent comp, maybe something new?
Yeah.
Are they gonna do it? I don't know.
I mean, they took the map pick of Riddle, right? And we were talking about a while ago that Riddle is such a strong starting point. You start attack on Lotus, it's one of your best maps, and you still end up losing it. Now Boom has so much leeway for the rest of the draft.
Yeah, in fact, you were talking about Abyss and their comps and how they play it has differed from team to team. In fact, the international leagues, the global teams, have often looked to the challengers and the Ascension teams and how they have decided to break apart Abyss. It's such an interesting map. It's going to be really exciting. And like you guys said, what is Boom? They obviously have something up their sleeve here. But Riddle, this was a really close match. This first map, we thought Riddle was going to take it home. It was a 9-3, but it looked very much convincing in Riddle's favor. You know, aside from like the crowd buff we're getting for Boom Esports here. So what?
Yo, we have been spoiled by this. You guys remember, the Indonesian talent went up to us and said, there is something that Boom is scrimming, and something you might not even expect. Who's playing the duelist now? It's NC Slasher on Yoru, which means Famous moves over to the Clove. Double control, yes, with the Sova Cypher still, but I am really keeping an eye out on Ewok's favorite friend, Sheldon here. Let that Yoru go.
I'm excited. The Yoru is really good on this map. There's so many places you can be, especially on the defense side, but the attack side, there's so many fakes that you can throw in as well. And then for the Riddle side, nothing too strange, right? This is the old Boom comp, exactly, Dax, right? So maybe Boom knows how to play against this comp because they played it themselves, right?
The anticipation I feel right now is so high and so tense, but I am so excited to go into the second map of today. We're gonna go to our casters, and I hope you guys have lowered your heart rate because it's about to go through the roof again as we go into Abyss. Let's go over to Quack and Pilski.
Thank you very much, Vic, as well as Ewok and Dax. Yes, we're Quack and Pilski. I mean, what is going on with this agent composition? It looks really interesting, but I'm still thinking about consistency. So far, it has been up and down for both teams. And Boom might have won out on that previous map because of the crowd cheering and whatnot, but Lightning does not strike the second place twice.
I think the crowd's going to be backing Boom no matter what, but it's the last lifeline here for Riddle Order, a very young core here from Japan. A lot of pressure to come up against a huge question mark for Boom. I thought they were going to at least know what Boom was doing on this map. They've at least played 3 times Abyss in Challengers Indonesia, but not even they're going to have a read on what Boom's doing with this comp change. Abyss is just a massive question mark. And when you're looking for consistency, when you're looking to bring this game back, it's going to be very difficult to do that. when you're having to adapt on the fly against this amount of pressure.
That's why we're thinking about what could have gone on inside of scrims. Why did Boom pick this map? Perhaps this composition will tell, while Riddle looking for some of the shots. Soldam, unfortunately, it's a bit of a whiff. The Tailwind now prepped and ready, and he's looking for one more frag, but so much contact in the site. And still looking for a little bit more. Kaide coming in with a bit more support. Yatsuka able to take one down. Boom still continuing to push forth with the pressure. They're right around that dark cover. Jojo looking for the angle. Flicks onto Famous. He has to fall back. Shiro trying to run away with the spike.
They've lost the presence in the middle of the map though. Berserk's getting taken out by Ace means that Shiro has not very many options here. Mid is dirty. This timing between Shiro and Ace could be key, but Ace is not revealing his hand right here. Shiro will instead be allowed to sneak back through onto this A site, but the trip will at least give some warning to Riddle Order that he's made his way over there.
The question is, even if Shiro gets the spike down, how can he play and set himself up for a potential clutch? There are so many targets on the other side. Kaide from the back of spawn.
He's got to clear spawn, play forward. He's getting wrapped on by Ace. Riddle Order starting to close the net, clearing out spawn, playing the buddy system, and over on the other side, Ace just waiting for contact from the rest of the team.
Hero. He's thinking about it. So many angles to watch out for Pilski.
Cam goes forward, clears a little more space. Ace now wrapping across the bridge.
Slowly creeping up to it. Shiro turns away at the wrong time, flicks back at the last second, but it's still gonna be Ace to pick up the pistol.
Riddle Order starting how they want to. Picking Boom apart as they try to make their way up the B ramp there. The Sheriff's doing a lot of damage. And Boom, that pistol maybe not going the way that they would have wanted. The plan was to get themselves into a B after plant, leave Berserks on the flank. Here on Abyss, especially on the attacking side, control of middle is super important. The way that you push and pull middle control makes all the difference, whether you've got someone on the lurk or you're wrapping the side on attack. You saw ADG be able to win this map where it all counted, and all of that was down to how much pressure they could exert through middle and be able to keep the other team guessing.
Not gonna go to middle right now for round. Boom with a full stack, slowly moving up towards it. Soldam though, Outlaw, and it just hits two square on. Next one as well is going to be NC Slasher in with a fake out, managing to take down Soldam with the blinds. Jojo trying to stay alive, but taken down by NC Slasher as well. What is going on in this round? Boom just might be able to steal it away.
Trying to get comfortable inside the site. TP being thrown towards the backside. NC Slasher repositioning, needs to be smoked off. In goes the Paranoia and the dark cover, and Boom forfeiting the site.
They're sending out one of their own though, Riddle. Now into it, Boom. Trying to reposition on the other side of this main position. Oh, shot through! The recon just at the right time, Pilski! Oh, it's gonna be Ace now trying to push through. He's looking for the timing of it, but unfortunately no information whatsoever.
There's no time.
Taken away, Kaide. Desperation shots, and he finds two first trumples. Zespi trying to peek back, but it's gonna be Ace with the Bulldog for the shot, being able to retrieve the round for Riddle. But at what cost?
Ace just sticking the spike, making sure they got that half on through, but Boom applying so much pressure there. Let's be honest, a 3-on-5 with naught but classics, and they take all but 4 guns away from Riddle Order. That is not an acceptable result on an anti-eco. They are going to be playing with scraps on the bonus here. Definitely not going to be able to contest Boom's economy versus this first gun round the way that they would potentially want. And NC Slasher has already got himself very close to a Yoru ultimate right off the rip.
2 points away. Starting on with the next attack. They're starting to spread out a little bit more this time.
Oh, the push down B main though. Ace able to find the first frag though onto Zesvi. Over on the A side of the map though, the drone going forward. Yoru forcing his way through a few kill trips there, and you can see inside of the site, Yatsuka trying to stay alive.
Using the cyber cages to make it happen. And NC Slasher going in for the spike plant now. That will give him his dimensional drift.
Yeah, he's going to clear out spawn.
Yes.
You can see exactly where Riddle Order's playing from here behind the drone.
Now sneaking up from other side, Shiro towards Heaven. NC Slash are able to take one down at the very least.
Boom again, turtling in spawn. They're going to try to play off the recon as the flash comes through for Riddle Order, where you take the site.
They have the spike down, and all they need to do is watch for it. Metal comes in as well. No one's quite tapping just yet, but a couple of shots will take down JoJo. They spotted out the tracer rounds from Soldan as well. Now on with the Cloudburst. It's going to be Riddle's trying to stick the defuse, but it's not going to happen. Berserk's in with the double kill to end the round.
And boom, you saw how dangerous they were playing from main with naught but the pistols. This time, with the rifles closing out that gun round beautifully, despite losing Zesby off the rip. It was a bit of B-ramp aggression. I like that from Riddle Order. Throwing a little bit of a curveball on the bonus. Didn't really have too many expectations coming into that round, so trying something a little bit outlandish, but it works out beautifully. And now Riddle Order. Soldem's got the op-out very early on here. Definitely got to keep your eye on this controller utility. Shiro on the single E-net. Trying to push him off the line, as well as the Yoru just creating space, limiting opportunities for that operator, which definitely won't have a chance to get involved in this round. They're going to leave him behind on the big site on that info line. Riddle Order now starting to lean a little bit more heavily towards A main.
Definitely some of the rotation on their side. Dark cover comes out just to block off Boom a little bit more.
3 on A here for Riddle Order. They're ready for this hit. They're ready with the reactive utility as the drone goes forward.
Oh, in with the fake out too. They're just trying to clear out a lot of space and then gate crashing back in. Now the support coming through. Famous in with a double kill. And it's going to be Zesby peeking out alongside it. Boom. The execution's good.
And Riddle Order are completely out of position here. Spike hasn't gone down though. Berserk's applying pressure in middle. Yatsuka's got to be the key player here for Riddle Order, sneaking through the smoke.
Trying to find a little bit more space into the site. It's always been this A plant open for the main angle, and they can't quite clear it.
Got nothing to get back in. No Cloudburst, no cage, no cover. It's just got to be Soldem to try to hold down this line. And Boomer playing for the spams.
In with the smokes again. Camera spotted as well. Yatsuka goes down, and it's going to be the save for Soldam. What a round from Boom.
Now just controlling everything towards A main there, taking their time, working their way on through. This is the pressure that a Yoru applies, just being able to scale out A. The first wave dealt with the reactive utility for Riddle Order. You saw that dart come through up on the top. I'm pretty sure reactive paranoia or a bit of KO utility in there as well. They had 3 on the site, but that's the strength of a Yoru. The fake out and going forward, throwing those clones into the site, and then just being able to gate crash back and rely on this second wave. And when you've got players like Famous who are in form this series and applying that punching power into the site, that's where Boom is going to have a lot of success. This round you can't take for granted though. You definitely need to avoid this operator. You've seen operator and a handful of sheriffs be able to win rounds like this, so Boom need to make sure they keep their heads screwed on tight here.
You're right, Pilski. Boom might have staggered the approach, but they need to keep things up. Soldam's still available and online, but on the B site right now.
They're changing things up though, Boom. It's been a lot of A main, B main presence so far this game, but against the half buy, against the operator, they're going to flip the script a little bit. Clear out this progression smoke, break the door. Cam keeping an eye on middle. After the early portions of this round elapsed, Boom are just waiting for a reaction here for Riddle Order.
They're trying to find out where that operator might be posted up, and they kind of want to avoid it altogether. For a little bit of time spent away, now rotating back into the A site.
Orb will give Not Dead Yet over to Famous. He can turn into a pseudo entry if he wants here. Be able to limit the risk, give a potential entry to Boom, as the Yoru has an outlaw here.
And setting it up. JoJo, though, anticipated a good little dink on towards NC Slasher now, but backs up knowing that they have to play for retakes. Riddle, they need to set themselves up.
Boomer again outmaneuvering, outpositioning Riddle Order, who are constantly on the wrong side of the map, and Boom's gonna fight forward inside of the site here.
Famous still ready with that. So Not Dead Yet, like you mentioned, Pilski, and here it comes. It's gonna be the angles, and they know exactly where they have to look. Boom, just waiting for the drops out. Yatsuka able to get just one, and then comes Berserk's. Famous back in for another, and he is relentless with it, just continuing to hunt them down. Riddle has to turn away. This up, being saved for another round. Look at Soldam.
They're hungry. Boom is hungry right now. They do not want to let him save this op. Continuing to charge forward, but Soldum is out in another postcode. I don't know if they're going to be able to catch him here. Berserks. He's close. Falling off the map though and floating down to safety here. Soldum, has he timed it correctly? Looks like he has. Gonna keep that op alive. So it's heads up play from the Korean Jet there. But make no mistake, Quack, Boom, despite the 2 rounds on the scoreboard here for Riddle Order, have been dominating this game. Riddle scraped through that anti-eco, and these last 3 rounds have not been particularly close.
So still trying to keep themselves in the game, trying to cement that lead. Both teams looking to find different ways into the map. Boom. It's been A so many times so far, but this time, in towards mid we go.
Yeah, once again, flicking the script. One way deep onto middle here. Jump spot from Kaido, who's trying to play the pivot position in with the Hunter's Fury. Further extending control and emphasis. Famous putting himself into an aggressive lurking position. Door broken. So much pressure in the middle of the map right now from Boom.
That's why Riddle are completely surrounding so many of these exits, anticipating for a push somewhere, anywhere. But what they don't know, this position towards Soldam, spotted out by the drone. He has to run away, but hunted by the Hunter's Fury. Famous getting killed onto Kaide as well. They have wrapped around the A site. Now Spike potentially being sent through. Another kill for Shiro and Famous.
Yatsuka never even had a chance to get involved in the round. Just has to turn his tail, or tuck his tail between his legs, turn around and try to hold on to the Vandal. Boom is dominating this game right now. Going from control and pressure on the extremities to setting up a very finely tuned execute there. Working their way all the way through mid, and Famous continuing to push the issue. Yatsuka tapping the cam. Able to take him out. Famous not going to rip the ult for that one. But can he hold on to the rifle?
Trying to do it at least. Oh, even with the cyber cage up, it's Berserks. Nail on the head. Boom, onto the 4th.
Riddle Order. This is the test of character that not many can pass in Ascension. You come up from Tier 2 as a rookie squad, not much experience. Few little forays on the stage in Challengers Japan, which, you know, that will give them a little bit of sense of what this environment might be like. And they have completed a reverse sweep in the grand final of that tournament. But this is different stakes. They have got the crowd against them, and Boom breathing down their necks.
But sometimes, Pilsky, that's what it takes to ascend to greatness. They've come here so far to be a champion, to be someone who passes through the Ascension. You cannot let the crowd phase you. Riddle, they're definitely feeling the effects, but maybe, just maybe this time out from Coach Force will give them a bit more support, a bit more hope. Where are the 2 Riddle fans in the crowd?
He's been working with this rookie squad for such a long time, coming up from, you know, Zeta's academy team, and, you know, Riddle Order not really having that much of a run together,
and you know,
up until this point. But he's going to need to come up with some wise words. But not even, you know, talking about the big picture, the test of character, talking about the, you know, the macro game in terms of the tactics. Like, this is not inspiring at all from Riddle Order. Like, the operator is getting run around the map. The Yoru and the Sova utility is continually limiting the opportunities that Soldum can create. And the rest of the team is not responding well enough to the pressure that Boom's being put on. Not only can they not deny and shut down the executes, but they also are not reacting well enough to the mid pressure.
That's someone that we have to think about as well. You talked about that operator. That's one of the things for Riddle Order so far. I mean, they have made it to the top of Tier 2 in their home region. And you're seeing Ace and Kaide giving us some consistent performances, but what about right now? Some of the 0 points connecting, and still it's going to be Boom pushing into the site. Yatsuka trying to stay alive into the cyber cage, but sprayed down by Zespi and NC Slasher. The site on towards Boom. Famous. He doesn't need his name up in lights. Just a couple more kills.
He just continues playing with confidence, continues to push into the opponent's spawn. And Riddle, they are rattled.
All down to Ace. Thinking about the exits, thinking about the save. Boom, off of a timeout, a sudden rip play into the B site. and a flawless round to boot.
That's just not going to shift the momentum a single inch after that timeout. Riddle are having absolutely no impact, and this is the side effect of not being ready enough on Abyss. It hasn't been a factor in this tournament at all, but Boom has played the trump card here in the veto against Riddle Order. They've said they're slapping it down. They're saying, you guys have got to have prepared Abyss well enough for this tournament, and it really doesn't look like it. Operator going to come out for Soldum yet again. He's had absolutely no impact on it so far. He just keeps getting pushed and pulled around the map by the Yoru, by the Sova, by the double controllers, limiting his vision.
Staying tucked away so far behind on B Tower as well.
Look at the rotations from Riddle. In comes the Dimensional Drift. NC Slasher trying to scout things out. Spots out the Operator. Soldum under pressure now. The sidebar getting dived upon from behind.
NC Slasher trying to get the kill, but shut down by Yatska. Riddle, they managed to hold their ground. Swapping back to the classic. Soldat in for the third kill. Trying to go for the no-scope. Shut down by Shiro. Jojo back in the game. Ace trying to wrap back around as well, providing that additional support, but the flick from Berserks is good. Ace will shut down any sign of momentum from Boom.
That A main control right off the rip is what makes the difference there for Riddle Order. They're able to clear all of that space. They're able to leave behind Ace over towards A main and just rotate over to the B site in time. And with how close that round gets, Quack, that is what makes the difference here. It comes down to a 1v1. If you do not have every single defending player in position to defend that B site split with the Dimensional Drift, they wouldn't have got it across the line. Another big impact round from Soldum. He's going to need a lot more than that, though. And with only one player surviving, Riddle's economy has been picked clean and is ready for the reset.
Like we're talking about, got to find those consistent rounds, and this time he's in the right spot, but feeling that metal stays tucked away behind the wall.
Looking for his opportunity to pick the numbers. Thrown back onto the line by Kaide. They know that Boom has significant presence in towards middle, and they've spotted the Cypher lurk at 8.
Trying to look out for it too.
Such discipline from Boom. They're giving him absolutely nothing. They're not giving him a single angle until they get into that side exec, and that's where they put him under the pressure, and he's forced to show us this highlight plays that he's known for.
Create another highlight reel. This time rotating over onto the A site, Pilski. But look at the spike. Boom. We talked about map presence, map control. They've got themselves posted up everywhere.
Ready for this timing. Berserk's on the other side of the wall. If they lose Soldum here, this could all fall apart. Boom starting to make their way back towards the A side of the map and leak up with the lurk. It's so tense at A main right now.
Berserk's, he knows. He just doesn't really have to move all too much. Waiting for his team to rotate on over. The footsteps being heard pretty soon now by Soldum. They're cutting noise. Oh, the shot strikes down onto Shiro. He picks again, swaps over the shorty. Berserk's fires back.
Jojo's on the back of the site, trying to buy time for further rotates. Famous again being the thorn in the side through middle. 12 seconds on the clock here, Quack.
Still needing to push through to get the spike down. But look at Zespi onto the other side of the map. He manages to stick it just in time.
They've got to clear Famous out of mid. Still applying pressure over on A. Berserk's trying to continue to pick the rotates. Famous is continuing to be the thorn in the side for Riddle.
Just controlling this entire mid-half of the map. Riddle continuously blocked off. You got Berserk's coming through as well, now falling back towards the spike. Shot's good, takes down Jojo. It's all down to Kaede Pilski. He swings out of tower, burnt down by Zespi. Boom, in with 6 rounds.
The Japanese squad might be Riddle Order, but Boom is making them look like fools right now. Running them around the map, out-rotating them. And Riddle cannot find an inch. Famous. Choker on LAN, I think not. 14-5 in the server right now. Absolutely dominating. And not in the traditional sense that you would expect. He's not running it down. You heard it from Coach Meow in the interview. He has learned discipline. He has learned to read the game. And he's walking his way through mid-aggression down B main. Soldum trying to force things. Trying to have his Kang moment, but still not finding any impact. Boom cannot be faulted.
He was trying to do it because it's an eco save, so with the place arm, potentially at least 1 kill and then pick up a rifle, but Boom, anticipating all of these moments. Homework done on the map of Abyss. NC Slasher in with the Outlaw, looking to shut down any aggression from Riddle, trying to fire back, but Zesby just says no.
They're completely surrounded in their own site. Are they, like, it doesn't even look like there's any defense there. Boom is all over them.
Just off with the one frag, and the whole round, all the dominoes, they fall. Last one left, it's gonna be Ace. Spots out the fake out, lets it pass. Saw those tracers. Anticipating at least one inside of smoke, but the crouch spray from Zesby, the flawless round from Boom.
And it's looking like Boom has broken the confidence of Riddle Order in that first map. One game of Lotus played, flipping the veto. No games of Abyss. Lack of officials and lack of consistency is Riddle Order's biggest enemy right now. They are coming up with nothing on the defense. And Boom, it looks like they've been hiding this Abyss pick, flipping the comp from Challengers into Ascension, and it's paying its dividends.
Just a huge return on investment right now, and Boom continuing to switch things up.
Soldem has to get involved in the action, but the drone once again limiting his opportunities. Knife dealt with, but he's been pushed off the line.
He tries to back up Tailwind at the ready. Fake out in his face though, but able to take down Famous. This could be the start, but he's blinded as well. Zesby up on top, able to spot everything. He's got vision for days. NC Slasher kills on the other side. The spike goes down.
Yeah, he has enough time to get that plant down. Ace creeping forward inside of his own dark cover, trying to create an opportunity, but there's a beautiful peek from Shiro. Shows him the shoulder and swings out onto the line.
That could have been everything for this first half. Yatsuka now looking for the clutch, but the movements, the positioning, too slippery, too sneaky. Zesby in with the third kill for the round.
Both Zesby, Famous, and the Yoru of NC Slasher are exactly that. Just greasing their way through the defense. Riddle Order cannot get their hands on Boom right now. They are out of control on a rampage.
And that little seed of doubt planted from the map of Lotus, it's starting to settle in to their minds, settling in hard for Riddle Order. How can they fight themselves back into this map? They try to go for contact plays outside of A. Famous fires back.
Turning a 1-for-1. Good trade from Famous now. Once again, controls the orb. Gets the not dead yet online. That gives an extra man over to Boom in this round that they can have access to. Door broken. High day spotter, but Soldem creeping up onto the line. May not be expected by Berserks here, but he makes it across.
It's narrowly spotted. Needing to spend the updraft just to avoid as well.
But Riddle Order getting into position here. Yatsuka still alive on the side. They're trying to break the trip. Zesby, what an entry from him.
And now on to Kaide, but spotted up by Berserks as well. The not dead yet spent just to keep this momentum up into the site. Boom, looking to pull off the 9-3 up against Riddle.
And Famous is trying to send a message right now, right at the end of the half here. Not dead yet, elapsing though, and he will go down. Jojo biding his time, working his way through Heaven's Sight, but there's so much time ticked off the clock. He doesn't have time for this, and Boom are playing so disciplined.
Just tucked away in every corner possible. Jojo has so much to clear. The camera, it spots him out. He goes in for the swing, but Shiro says no. This is my half.
And this is where Riddle Order have got to do exactly what Boom did in the last map. Down 3-9. They are desperate for a pistol. They are desperate for a comeback here. And you've seen some hero plays from Ace so far in this series. You've seen some outstanding individual performances from this young Japanese core so far in this tournament. But no one is showing up to this game. There is nothing to speak of for Riddle Order. Tactically, they're outclassed. Individually, they're outgunned. They have got to have a phenomenal attacking side, or this is curtains for them.
Every single aspect possible, Pilski. Boom. Just once again, the crowd, the drums. Looking for those 4 more rounds.
Zesby brought into this roster to give them energy. He does not shy away from the stage environment. He's very flamboyant, very active. when the pressure gets on.
Oh.
You can see Riddle playing along, doing their best to try to bring on the energy for themselves, but it's not really looking like they are feeling the same hype that Boom are right now. And this is where the home crowd advantage is coming in full force for Boom. You could talk about the studio environment. You could talk about Boom having a tough time getting into this game, into this tournament. But at the end of the day, when the home crowd is against you, it's a tough position to be in, Quack.
I like it though, at the very least, keeping those smiles up like their team logo that we all know and love so much. Riddle Order trying to shake things off for the start of this second half.
And not only for themselves, this is for the whole Japanese scene. They have got so much support behind them. They are the next generation of Japanese rookies that even if they go down here, they've already shown phenomenal performances. They've already shown the potential to play VALORANT at an extremely high level. But just the potential is not good enough to be able to be picked up into a Pacific team sometimes. You need to show that you can pass the test of character that it takes at these big tournaments.
Definitely wanting to see so much more from them. We saw greatness from Ace on the previous map, but needing so much more in this pistol round right now.
Already NC Slasher forced to use his gate crash, so he's not going to be able to apply the same pressure across the map, rotate correctly to the right side in an instant. Famous, as well as Berserks, both on this B site, trying to lock things down. A-main cleared out by Boom, but Yatsuka's got a lot of space in middle, but a little bit off the timing. Berserks puts him down early, and now this becomes much more one-dimensional for Riddle Order, trying to force their way onto B.
And now trying to break through those doors, Pilski. They walk right into the booby traps. It's going to be Soldan firing off at least one shot from Berserks and NC Slasher to strike them down. All that's left is Kaede.
A dart to work with. A monumental task ahead of him. 4 hungry Boom players looking for double digits on the other side of the smoke.
Just imagine trying to clutch out a 1-on-4, but hearing the crowd all around you. NC Slasher does not let him breathe whatsoever.
And Boom on the verge now after winning that pistol and hitting double digits of conquering their demons. Crashed out in top 4 fashion last Ascension, but making the step into the grand final on home soil may be the change that they need. They have one more opponent in front of them after Riddle Order, but this is the first test that they need to pass.
So far, so good. It's the Outlaw back in action, Pilski. Marking the angles, Riddle. They're looking for an execute.
They've gone for a half buy, but a lot of them have light armor. Zesby from the top of the site. They're getting picked apart. They can't get into the site at all, Quack.
The spike dropped on the ground as well. Ace, he's trying to play around it, wanting to pick it up. Yatsuka coming back in, provide him with a little bit of support, but still, look at Boom!
NC Slasher again with the Outlaw. Farming up a storm. Man is just steaming ahead, powering up in the agriculture industry, getting himself another dimensional drift online right at the start of the half. And Riddle Order, who threw a Hail Mary at that round, tried to go for the force buy. The tilt factor is definitely coming in. They wanted to try to turn their fortunes around, but it's really just not working out for them. This map of Abyss being let through the veto has been a giant mistake. Giant gaping hole in Riddle's map pool right now, Quack, and they're gonna just double down. They're gonna go all in yet again for this A split with the force buy.
Hopefully able to scrounge anything up, but Zesby, what a shot! Through an intentional little gap in the smokes.
Well, util from Riddle Order, like they're not pushing the Omen off these off angles. They're continuing to just take drive fights against Boom.
Just trying to find a bit of transition, but the sun dart! Oh, it's a double!
Yatsuka, panic stations from him inside the door, trying to make his way into heaven however he can. Riddle Order left reeling, stuck behind a dark cover, and Yatsuka cleared out of heaven as well. Boom, on the verge of series point here.
All down to JoJo. In with the off angle. He might have the spike, but completely surrounded. Just take a look at the map as well. Famous on from the other side. Where could he possibly go? Another flash. Just completely banged up. Shiro in for the last kill. It is now match point and series point for Boom Esports.
Riddle Order just continued to force buy and get absolutely nothing done on this attacking side. Boom on the verge of teeing themselves up with one of their greatest opposition in Southeast Asia. It's going to be a Southeast Asian derby between Boom and Full Sense for the opportunity to take on an impenetrable SPG in that final. Unless Riddle Order can put together one of the most insane comebacks we've ever seen.
All in towards this B site now.
Oh.
NC Slasher. He's been contacted. Kaide. They have him surrounded. Berserk's though on the site. Alongside Famous trying to fire back. The cage comes up. The shots go through. The recon perfect square onto Kaide. This could be it. Famous back onto the shorty now looking for the kills onto the other side. He peeks out. Yatsuka takes him down.
Fighting tooth and nail to get back in here. Shiro has the Sova directly below him, looking for Yatsuka. Zesby applying pressure, has a pretty good timing to slide out onto the line. In through Heaven's side, spike dropped. Kaide, 30 HP, nothing to be done. Shiro's going to do it for Boom.
And that's going to be the round to end it all. Boom! Starting things off the first day of playoffs. What an incredible overtime. And on to the next map. Just on Abyss. Nothing expected. Riddle. They tried so hard. So much of an effort from the first map. Ace, he did everything possible.
You got to feel for him. Incredible performance over on Lotus Plaque. He did everything he could in this series. But truth be told, the reason why I mentioned his performance on Lotus is that's where this series died for Riddle Order. Boom pulling out the Abyss pick, the first time that this map has been played here at Ascension Pacific, and they have been shown to be fearsome on it.
And they were so darn good, and they must be thinking about it. What went wrong? How did this all happen? Just feeling those tears. Everything came down to these moments, but of course, only one team can actually move forward. They step off the stage because Boom have come here to play.
And the crowd is behind them as well. You can see them feeling the energy, feeling the hometown vibes. You can hear the crowd roaring for Boom, willing them on to continue along in the lower bracket of this tournament and take it all home for Indonesia. They want a full Indonesian squad in VCT Pacific. And only 2 more obstacles in front of them.
Those obstacles are not small, Pilski, to say the least, but so far, they have done an incredible job. Now, those next teams are going to have to think about this Abyss coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, look, this was a disappointing game for Riddle Order. There's no two ways about it, especially given that they took the pistol and the anti-eco and got 1 round after that the entire game. Completely dominant performance from Boom Esports, but there is still silver linings here. You know, some of these young Japanese players, this young core, it wasn't the time for them. It's so difficult for these rookie teams to be able to perform in a tournament like this, to perform in a stage environment. These guys are the future of Japanese Valorant, and definitely the Japanese squads in Pacific need to be keeping their eye on some of this talent. This could be exactly what they need to be taken to the next level.
Possibly for that resurgence of Japanese Valorant. Laz having retired. The next Laz could have been right here in this stadium. We don't really know. But other than that, I mean, so far throughout this entire map, I mean, what a switch up from Boom. Taking Famous off of that duelist, down onto the Clove, and NC Slasher in with the Yoru. Those NC flashes looking so darn good.
100%. He was so great on that aggressive lurk. That's a bit of character development for him, and I'm keen to see if he can keep it up against Full Sense in the lower bracket.
I mean, there's so much that they got to study up and prepare for as well. SPG taking Full Sense down that quick. We didn't see too much of him.
Yeah, 100%. I think, honestly, you know what? I'm really looking forward to seeing what Boom can do forward in this tournament. Full Sense are definitely licking their wounds after that upper bracket game. Tomorrow's going to be a banger.
It definitely is. And you know what? Our desks must have been banging on their own desks, watching all of this action. Vic, Ewok, Dax, what do you think?
I'm not thinking. I'm just enjoying.
Yeah.
Good Valorant.
Our desk is fine.
Our desk is absolutely fine. Other pieces of furniture, I don't know. We're more like chair enthusiasts.
Yeah.
We're jumping on them. It is really hard to resist how infectious this crowd is, and I can see how that is totally given Boom that full force. But you know what? I don't think it was just the crowd. This is Boom having an amazing comp that works really well against Riddle.
Yeah. So I'll nerd out on this just a little bit, Dax, if you give me something. Right. Boom just played a comp where they play this double smoker, right? Instantly when I saw this, I was a little bit worried about playing the solo initiator with only the Sova. But the thing that they did brilliantly is they put down so many smokes to deny as much information as possible from Riddle. Then you also have this Yoru that's running around making question marks everywhere. Sometimes they have from the shadows, from Omen, and they just whip out this amazing fake.
Yeah.
And then you have the Sova finding information everywhere. Oh, Dax, how good was that?
It was some infectious, controlled chaos. Some of the things I noticed really is NC Slasher. He doesn't even need to play the entry on the Yoru, right? He's effectively an initiator. He's there to cause mystery. And there are times where, sure, Famous is coming on in. You have Zespi coming on in. But there are also these other moments where Boom is so willing to play into mid and allow those pivots to happen. Exactly what you mentioned. There was an A fake into a B from the shadows because what happened? Famous was getting a 2K by mid, allowing all of that to happen. Zespi having a great game though from what we've seen. I also love how Famous really performed there, looking very comfy on the Clove.
Yeah, so especially you mentioned Zespi as well, right? We're gonna look at Famous in a second. Zespi, because they're playing. This man here is playing the Clove. He can put down the smokes, right, for the execute and then go in like a duelist player, right? Then that opens up Zespu to put his smokes for himself and TP into those smokes and be another duelist player, right? He's seeing him getting his 3Ks and everything. This guy, together with Famous, is amazing.
And remember, they both have had history on the duelist SMG days.
Yeah.
It was Lespi on the Rays. Of course, Famous, the main duelist player of this team. And with that kind of mentality and that kind of creativity, it's beautiful to see Boom pull off a very convincing win after an incredible comeback map #1.
Yeah, I think this is a really great point. We were talking about this before the map started. Ewok in particular were pointing out how Abyss doesn't really have that meta formed yet. It's not like Ascent. It's a total antithesis to Ascent is this map, Abyss. So when you have that, knowing that, plus throwing in this particular comp and the way they put it together, Riddle was lost in the sauce, as Paperthin would say.
I just love that they're doing something kind of new, kind of something distinct that was the Boom style map. Whoever cooked this one, I don't know, Meow, maybe you, who was it? Congrats.
The respect from coach to coach. And unfortunately, right, for Riddle Order, they were the ones riddled on what to really do on that map. It begs the question why they would let Abyss slip by on the map pool, remove something like Icebox, which is a little bit more solved. But hey, unfortunately for them, it's not going to pan out to be their day, but there's still such a bright future for that squad. I really feel like Riddle Order, they're a team to watch out for the upcoming months, upcoming year of Japanese Valorant.
Absolutely. We have had our eyes on a lot of this. Is a rookie squad that's looked really solid. Two of them coming from Zeta Academy. Ewok, there are ways for them to still ascend into VCT Pacific?
Yeah, there's other ways, of course, like our casters also mentioned, right? There's other ways for them to make it in. Of course, that hurts a lot for the team, right? If they want to run it back potentially next year, and you might lose your best players to some of these league teams, right? So, of course, I can understand why these guys are so emotional about it. This might be the last time they play together as a 5. We don't know if they stick together, right? It just makes me kind of emotional for this team here.
I'm waiting for that welcome home post from Zeta Division.
Yeah.
Well, one thing for sure, both of these crowds, the Japanese crowd and the Indonesian crowd, is so passionate about Valorant, about VCT, and to have it here in Jakarta with Boom, it has been an absolute delight just experiencing that. And we will get to experience that one more time tomorrow because they will be facing against their Southeast Asian brothers, Full Sense. And Full Sense, like our casters were saying, are definitely looking for their redemption. And honestly speaking, most teams, it's crazy that this happened to multiple teams. that got 13-0'd
Yeah.
usually make a pretty fierce comeback.
They're coming into the series angry. And not only that, this is a classic C showdown. Thailand versus Indonesia.
Oh, yeah.
How many times have you seen this matchup even pre-Pacific in the first place? This is such a big deal for both Full Sense and Boom because the winner of that one, well, they're going to face off against the Titans of this bracket, the 2-0 Kings of Sin Prisa at the Grand Finals.
Yeah, it's a hard one, right? I've been there. I've played in this derby, and I know how much it means for everyone. All the players really want to go at them, right? And the fans love it as well.
They do, and tomorrow is going to be just as fun. It's going to be a full 5 mapper, or at least it's a best of 5. I feel like it's going to go to a 5 mapper tomorrow, though. And this is going to be absolutely fantastic. We are going to go to the stage really soon, but thank you so much, Dax and Ewoks, for your insight today. I'm Victoria. We're going to go to the stage for that winner's interview with Boom Esports.
Terima kasih para caster dan juga analis kita. Thank you so much for all of the casters and also panelists. I'm Donna Vizca, joined with me here Famous In from Boom Esports. Teman-teman semuanya, ada Famous In dari Boom Esports. Boleh kali ya yel-yelnya sekali lagi kali ya. Siap ya, yang di kanan, di kiri, di atas. Boom Esports. Oke, terima kasih teman-teman semuanya. Tepuk tangan untuk kalian semuanya dong. Thank you so much for all of the supporter here coming for Boom Esports, so famous. First of all, congratulations on proceeding onto the next stage on the lower bracket final. So what does it feel like to be able to play in this final weekend on this grand stage with all of the support coming for Boom Esports, all of the supporter coming cheering for all of you guys. Jadi gimana rasanya Famous bisa bermain di final weekend ini di grand stage seperti ini, apalagi banyak pendukung kalian yang datang sorak-sorai bergembira mendukung kalian semuanya.
Biasa aja sih, udah pernah.
So they kind of used to it. That's basically it. Biasa aja jadinya ya.
Yeah.
Udah pernah.
Udah pernah.
What is something special that playing here in Britama Arena? Ada yang lebih spesial nggak bermain di sini di Britama Arena?
Oh ya tentu, soalnya nih home crowd juga ya.
Okay, jadi it is more special to be able to playing here in the Britama Arena because of their home soil. So, Famous In, you've won with an impressive scoreline on Abyss, which is 13-3. But talking about the first map on Lotus, what was the hardest part of a Lotus, especially in the first half, because you lost 3-9 and then you went through 4 timeouts or overtime I mean. Jadi gimana Famous ketika melihat game yang pertama tadi Lotus, kalian sepertinya mengalami beberapa masalah atau beberapa keberatan di first half-nya karena kalian ketinggalan 3-9 angkanya. Apa yang terjadi tadi?
Soalnya kita start defense, gak bisa hold set walaupun udah dapat info di C-nya. Ya mungkin dari agent pool-nya juga harus main reaktif.
Okay, so basically for the agent pool, they feel like they have to be more reactive and also because they have a really rough start defending on the area, especially on the C side because of the agent pool or agent cons that the opponent bring. So, maybe this is gonna be my last question, Famous In. Any words you want to say for your next opponent for tomorrow, which is Full Sense? Ada kata-kata yang mau disampaikan nggak untuk Full Sense untuk esok hari?
Evan, siap-siap aja denger crowd boom lagi.
Have fun and also?
Siap-siap denger crowd boomnya lagi.
Have fun and also be prepared for all of the supporter coming for Boom Esports tomorrow for Full Sense. Jadi teman-teman semuanya itu dia keseruan di hari yang pertama kita ini. Terima kasih banyak Famous sudah ngobrol-ngobrol bersama aku di sini ya. Make sure buat kalian semuanya tune in lagi esok hari di hari yang kedua dari Final Weekends atau langsung bisa merapat menuju ke arah Britama Arena. So that is all for the amazing interview with Famous In and also the amazing series throughout the first day. Make sure you guys tune in again for more action tomorrow on the second day of the final weekend. So I'm Donna Vizca signing out and see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.